Hello, hello, hello. Thanks for being here. If you're here, we are going to the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. I think it's gonna be kind of fun. Kind of excited, but here we go as we get ourselves together. Let's see. Oh, we got the crew here. Okay. Uh, gather everyone.
Way to play multiplayer on Golden. That's what License to Kill, where everything is the golden gun.
I like that. Also like that. What was the other one I liked was the mine. You find put golden guy and you have the weapons and then you have the mines and
Yeah.
like, oh, remote mines, bitch, you're in the stall, got something for you.
License to Kill with power weapons, RCP-90. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that shit was nasty. I also like the paintball mode.
Yeah, paintball. I would have it on no matter what. I never turn it off.
There you go. Oh,
You can keep talking.
oh yeah, I was just checking out my StreamYard here. I was freaking out for a second.
But yeah, they tried to recreate the magic with Perfect Dark. I remember that. That never.
They just released Goldeneye. They re-released it on Xbox earlier this year.
Oh yeah.
It's free too.
I highly doubt it lives up, or I don't have an Xbox, so.
I think it's PC portable though if you have Game Pass.
Oh yeah, I mean, I still play whatever Mario 3 and
There you go.
Mario 3,
yeah, straight original Nintendo NES Mario 3 classic game.
Ugh, I've met people like you.
Yeah, good people.
I mean, I don't get it. That kind of. I mean, I get going back and having fun with an old game. Fair enough, right? But there's just so much better things out there now, or more varied experiences, and just
I love some newer games for sure, but nothing beats I mean, a game doesn't have to be complicated to be good. Like Tetris,
True.
I think is.
Yeah, I'm not saying it has to be complicated. I didn't even say complicated games. It's just been modern. Yeah.
But modern doesn't mean better per se. Or
I said varied experiences, right? Much more varied. Yeah.
But I think there's nothing that really beats Tetris. Tetris is simple, timeless, and
okay.
I can always revisit that nonstop.
All right.
Same thing with Dr. Mario.
In 10 years. I'm imagining in 10 years, people saying that about Candy Crush, and it's just funny. Candy Crush is a classic, great game. All right, I can always revisit Candy Crush, get my endorphins up, get that dopamine kick from those beautiful dings and sounds as I get 5 in a row.
Maybe I've never played Candy Crush, so I don't know from what I understand, it's I guess loosely similar to Tetris, but just people still play Scrabble, and I don't think there's really a place for there's similar apps for that, but I think people still.
Yeah, I mean, with your grandpa, sure, it makes sense to play Scrabble, but
he's dead, Prime.
Oh, die the asshole.
Fuck, bro.
I'm joking. My grandfather is not really a good person, so no skin off my back.
It's fine.
It's joking.
Is anybody's grandpa a good person? Because I feel like if your grandpa is a good person, you probably don't know them well. I feel like if you genuinely know your grandpa really well, sure, there's outliers, right? There are definitely, without a doubt, oh, my grandfather was a humanitarian, you know what I mean? That was pushing the edges of was progressive. But I feel like if you go and you look back at most of your grandparents, your grandpas, right? They probably did horrible things to women that they haven't told you about.
My grandmother, yeah, that's a large reason why I say my grandfather not a good person. Based on how I was treated my grandmother, relative. Absolutely.
I have one grandpa.
Questionable views on race, you know what I mean? That they decided.
I'm not sure it's questionable. It's probably pretty obvious.
They were explicitly bigoted. I have no problem saying my grandfather explicitly bigoted and very vocal about it.
You want to say something, Gibbs?
I was just saying, but I had two extremes. I had one grandpa who ironically, probably not racist, but he was just the biggest con man ever, right? Was swindling people, terrible person. Then the other side, I have I like the
Only color
same.
he knows is green, and he's
Yeah.
gonna fucking get it.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, except that he died poor, so fuck that dude. Anyway, but then I had the other grandfather who's like the
Con men
saint.
usually do.
Yeah, like the pillar of the community. Just like everybody loved him, and all these things. But I don't think there's enough people around him for him to have had
But he
to be
beat your
that
mom.
person. Nah, I don't think he
No.
gave me spankings.
Lactoid, were you gonna
Look.
say something about your dad?
My grandfather was involved in the Civil Rights Act, so he was out there marching with King. and
In
others.
which direction?
The one that Prime would like.
He
Yeah,
was
the good-
he was what we call a dog walker.
Lactoid, what would you think your grandpa would say now with your particular views?
I don't know. We don't talk about it.
I bet not. Okay. My maternal grandfather abandoned my grandmother and my mother, and he went and had a separate family, and it like crushed my mother. Like it was a
because you
big trauma
used to
for
be able
her.
to do that, like before, like GPS and
I don't
Find
know.
My iPhone. Like dudes just did that shit.
as
Back when men were free.
Right.
as this moment, because I like literally while I'm telling you this, I realized I don't know if he actually ever married my grandmother. Like that part no one even talked
He
about.
was already
but,
married to another person.
No. My grandmother was the first to give him a child, and that caused acrimony with his crazy ass second wife, who's like literally fucking insane. It's unbelievable. She's one of those dark triad types that drives everyone around her miserable. And then that's his fate for that. But then on my other side, my paternal grandfather was a police officer in the old country, so obviously, a problem there. But no, apparently, from what I hear, quite a good one, a pillar of the community. Except he didn't leave my grandmother, but he like just fucked everyone that he could see. He had so many kids with him. He had so many. Like I have so many cousins that I don't know who those people are. Like I could walk past them. I have no idea. He fucked so many people. It's unbelievable. He died from diabetes, but yeah.
I thought you were fixing to say syphilis there at the end. He's fucked so many people, he got super syphilis.
Yeah.
Died.
Measles.
Oh no. It was untreated diabetes. He was a police officer in the old country, and have medical technology they needed, or the knowledge anyway, to try to treat the syphilis, or not syphilis. Fuck, you got me saying it. Diabetes.
Yeah, grandparents definitely interesting individuals.
There was I can tell a little bit of a story. So there's an old family cemetery that's associated with my family, and going back quite a long time, right? Because my mom came here on a boat, but my dad didn't. And the cemetery is a square, but there's a little square jutting, like a smaller square that juts out from the bigger square. And what happened was, so many, I don't know how long ago, it was a long time ago, somebody in my family got pregnant with a black child, and the kid died in childbirth and was buried outside of the cemetery because of race, right? And then my grandfather and great aunt went out there and tore down the fence in that one area, and then built the fence to expand around that specific grave.
It's a good story.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Solid.
that's
Yeah.
heartwarming.
And
I
now
mean,
that
as
George Charles
best
get the
as
fifth one
heartwarming
back
as a dead child could be, but yeah, sure.
Right. I was like, I mean, I don't know if I feel uplifted by
Well, yeah, I understand.
having to fucking.
Hmm.
It makes me think of the Yellow Wolf line from To Whom It May Concern, where he has that part where he says, "Creek water's holding secrets." I don't know why it just popped in my head. You've heard the song before, I'm sure. No, dude, you should listen to Yellow Wolf's To Whom It May Concern. It's a good song.
Okay. Oh, send us a link. Frank, when you going to say something?
was gonna say, if we're on the conversation of grandparents being terrible, like, isn't it fair to say that, your grandparents probably had to put up with a lot of stuff that maybe you didn't? I mean, I know, like, my maternal grandfather, he struggled with cancer his entire life. It's a genetic illness. It's what is it? I can't pronounce it. It's the acronym is FAP. It's familial antoninus polyposis. It's essentially like it's polyps inside of your large intestines. And up until like I think like the 90s, like um, there's a specific surgery if you have FAP where your entire large intestines are removed and your small intestines are reconnected. But it's a huge major surgery. At the time, like my uncle almost died from it, and he was lucky to get the surgery at the time. But my grandfather lived an entire lifetime of dealing with the disease. He had to go in routinely to have polyps burned out of his rectum. And that took a toll on him. It meant that he partied. It meant that he had a lot of experience with women as a consequence of living with this disease. So I think it's maybe important to consider,
Yeah.
like how
Yeah, it
different,
is.
Judging them
life.
in fucking 60 years, like we all hold opinions. I don't know what they are, but like whatever fucking culture or society exists in America, assuming the great meteor doesn't come, right, is gonna be like everyone's gonna be like, Jesus Christ, granddad, I can't believe you said something so disgusting as that. And you're gonna be like
ate meat.
I don't like right, yeah,
Oh.
some shit like that. Like, yeah, like after they force us to eat the bugs. I mean, like, you see cheeseburgers nearly every day. What the fuck is wrong with you, Grandpa? You're a murderer. You're a monster. And I'll be like, oh,
I'd
you
be like,
fucking
watch
retarded
me
kids.
fuck this.
that was
Watch me actually fuck this hamburger. I'm gonna put my dick in it.
That
Like,
was
that's
never
how
my
I feel.
view. I think I'm very progressive
Well,
in that regard.
I
But
just
go ahead, Farrah.
yeah.
There's one example, bitch. Like, calm down.
I just think it's important to remember. Like, I think it's easy maybe to. I mean, it depends obviously on like what we're talking about. Like, if your grandfather murdered someone, right, or did something absolutely beyond the pale, maybe that's a person beyond redemption, right? But if we're talking about like, I think it's important to keep the time period, and the life experience that maybe your grandparents went through in
Oh, God.
context as to the kind of people they were.
Is this
right?
what womansplaining
Yeah, I
is?
agree.
This is womansplaining, isn't it?
Well,
Where
no,
like I tell a joke about problematic views, and they're like, "Well, let's think about it. Let's
That's
contextualize it.
better than
Let's
what
make
I
sure
was
we're
gonna
not too
do.
harsh on our grandparents." You're womansplaining to me right now.
No,
Right?
let me tell you, that's better than what I was gonna do.
That's
She
a
said
great freeze frame.
FAP.
There's a freeze frame when you like.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you
I
what.
saw that too.
I was gonna be way worse. She said FAP. I think all men deal with FAP at some point.
No,
Oh wait, not that.
don't fucking ruin it. Don't Admiral Gibbs.
Oh
Don't
my
ruin it.
god.
but,
I
well,
go ahead.
go ahead.
Universe.
I was gonna say, like, to your point, Fairy Queen, like I agree with you in terms of like I can somewhat cognitively contextualize like my grandfather specifically, given whatever their generation and their views. But let's just say, I think my grandfather and grandmother are, I think, good examples. As in, like, my grandmother, who has like a heart of gold, has every reason to have like problematic views, and like to have problematic behavior, and yet despite that, like, just has like nothing but good intentions and just an overall like really great person. As opposed to like my grandfather, I would say arguably didn't struggle all that much and just has like some of the most insane worst behavior. Where it's like, yeah, I think my grandmother has every justifiable reason to be like bitter based off how she's been treated and her experiences by my grandfather, and my grandfather has like almost no reason except for the generational aspect to be such a not good person.
I'm not even making like a generational comment, right? Like, it's not even just about the time period in which they lived. It's also about like the circumstances, right? The economic circumstances that they had. Like, my grandfather's great struggle was just because the surgery did not exist at that time, right? Like, that's why the time period mattered. It mattered because it didn't exist, it had huge consequences for him. It had consequences for his wife, my grandmother. The fact that they were Catholic and that they were deeply Catholic meant that they didn't use birth control, which meant that they had 4 children, and there's a 1 in 4 chance that one of their children would have inherited the disease, and one of those children was my uncle. I mean, these are the sorts of realities, right, that are a part of your life, like when you just don't have access to this type of medical health care, which is more true like when you're looking into the past as opposed to the future.
I'm just thinking of Emma Willman talking about her mom now, because Corey Campbell brought up how unproblematic she was, where she said that she's like old school, prim and proper, but also like degenerate. So like she was getting slapped around in sex, and then she called her mom, was like, what do I do? And she goes, on a Tuesday? She wants you to smack her on a Tuesday? What's going to happen on a Friday? Get out of there. No, nobody's seen it. All right, whatever.
So Doobie, I saw
Context dependent jokes aren't funny. Got it.
Doobie, I saw
know what you're
your
talking about.
frog lips moving. Oh, before, were you trying to say something? I assume not because I don't hear you. Okay. But I have so that was super interesting, and I actually kind of want to at some point like circle back to that. That might be really interesting for like a larger conversation. But I have something else I want to like ask you guys about, like completely different, right? Completely different. So I I have had like I don't know how I'll start this conversation. It's I have a degenerate sleep schedule, right? Like,
As do we all.
yeah. I mean, I think I'm among friends here. But yeah, like I have like I'm a night owl. Have been for forever. And I love it. The night times when I'm most active and all that, right? But then I had this encounter with this woman, and she is like the opposite, like the exact opposite, and that she demands like 8 to like 9 hours of sleep, right? And like at a certain times, like it's like a 10 or right, like she like needs to be going to bed, or like she's like literally you can't even start talking to her after 10. She just like gets wonky, right?
She's a lady of the
And
day, not a lady of the night, right?
yeah, exactly. But yeah, she then she likes to have her and then even more. So it's she like needs it quiet. She needs it like quiet as a mouse. And in fact, she doesn't even really want anyone in her home, right? In her apartment or whatever when it's happening, right? And it's not like a me thing, right? It's like a thing for forever. And I believe
Just
her.
blanket rule. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just it is what it is, right? And it made me think of this article that I read a few years ago, like 3 years ago, on NBC News, from a woman talking about her relationship with her husband and how they sleep in separate bedrooms, right? And at the time, I didn't like truly appreciate what she was trying to say, right? Like, of course, married couples sleep together, right? Like, it made me think of like the fucking Brady Bunch, right? The TV show where like the mother and father are in separate beds. It's like, what the fuck is it? But they talked about like how like because of their sleep schedules or like their habits, however, they found out their marriage works better in separate rooms. And they still have a great sex life according to her, and like they get together, everything's great, but like
Great sex life could be no sex.
yeah,
For some people.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the he heads back to his place afterwards, like the other room. So anyway, the reason I bring it all together, for us who do have these degenerate schedules, like if you met someone like this lady that I had those experiences with, right? Like would you be okay with sleeping in separate bedrooms? What would you think of
So I've had, well, not only do I have some, let's say, some experience with that, but two, going back to the grandmother, grandfather, they lived in separate houses. I'm like far away, not cute, not cute side by side neighbors, as in like an hour's drive away, for a variety of reasons. One is like, yeah, successful marriage to keep the peace, because again, they couldn't really.
that? So they could murder each other.
Oh, dear.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, it was till death do us part, but like they lived in separate houses. And there was
Make sure that didn't come sooner. We got it.
yeah. And like, yeah, I've totally had the experience pretty much almost like exactly as you described, like with like a former partner, like after like 8 p.m., it's like don't even bother trying to like interact with this person. It's like, yeah, unless they're going to consume a bunch of coffee. It's just like, yeah, past 8 p.m. Not gonna happen, and they need to be in bed, and you're like kicked out at a certain time. Now the curfew is being enforced, and I would be totally okay potentially with separate bedrooms, to answer the question.
So my ex, that is my baby mama, my ex, right? wasn't great and super fun during the relationship before we had kids, because we were on separate sleep schedules. And also but I was okay with it because I have to sleep in a different bed most of the time anyways, because I'm 6'5", about 265 right now, and I kick in my sleep. So I will engage in domestic violence in my sleep and beat the shit out of you. Like I have discovered more than once, multiple times, I have discovered holes in my wall that just occurred while I was asleep, and I never woke up. I'll just punch a hole in the wall asleep because I can hit hard enough to go through sheetrock and not wake up. And then wake up and be like, oh, I guess I fucking did it again. And if that's your face, you don't fucking want to be there, right? I had night terrors as a kid, and then like sleep paralysis stuff. And
Sorry, buddy.
so I do weird shit while I'm asleep. But once we had kids, it was fucking amazing, because the fact that we were on separate sleep schedules was like, oh, it's 8 o'clock at night, honey, go to sleep. I'm wide the fuck awake. I got my son. Like I can rock him back to sleep. Oh, he woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's fine. Go back to sleep. It's okay. I'll wake up. It's fine. I'm a night owl, whatever. And then 6 o'clock comes around. I'm not waking up. These are your hours. All right. These are my sleep hours. Like, no, this is you. Like, I know you have to be at work at 7:30. Like, go ahead and put him back to sleep. So it was actually pretty good. Like it was pretty good.
Others?
There are benefits. I'm just saying.
I mean, I'm definitely a night person. I don't know. I've always been a night person. I don't know. I was gonna say one comment to that story is maybe move the bed away from the wall if you're punching through sheetrock. I'm kind of fat. I'd be
but that's not feng shui, bro.
Oh, well. What are we gonna do then?
Yeah.
It depends on the room. You know what I mean? Like there are some rooms where I'm not up against the wall, and there are others where I am. Like it just depends on the layout.
Yeah. Like FQ, what would you think if your partner, like you guys had differing preferences? Like, would you think it'd be acceptable to be in different rooms?
So, I mean, obviously it depends. So the situation that Scott brought up had to do with kids, right? It doesn't sound like you two have kids, as far as I know anyway. So that sort of changes things a little bit, right? Like if it were me personally, I would want to date someone. I wouldn't want to be involved with somebody in the long term if that person wanted to sleep in a separate room. To be honest with you, like
What about the house?
maybe in the house, no, especially not. No, for me, unless there was there was a really good reason, like maybe there's a medical reason, unless it was something like I'd have to be given like a really justifiable reason. But otherwise, I would take it as a personal insult. I would feel
Really?
insulted. I would feel less connected. I
You
personally
like to be
prefer.
hit, Fairy Queen? Because I mean, like we
No,
we
but I
can
like.
stay in the
I
same
like.
bed.
Uh,
You know what I mean? You just
I
gotta
like
take
to
a
be
few
cuddled.
punches.
You'd be
Okay,
insulted
like
if you don't hit her, really.
no, because
right, you know.
it just kind of like because here's the thing, like part of like I think anyway, just be personally, if you're going to coexist with another human being, right, that means that you put up with them snoring, right, the risk that they might fart when they go to sleep, right, the
There's no
fact
risk,
I mean this,
guaranteed.
like I mean but that like well but that's like what it is to really care about somebody else and to love somebody else. It is to accept to a reasonable degree that their humanity to a degree, like the fact that they are that they can be gross, that they can be weird, that they can be annoying, right? So when somebody tells you that they're banishing you to an entirely separate room, right? I don't know, I would feel I would feel very judged and rejected. But that's just me personally, and different situations certainly apply.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, it's really cold in Maine, so I expected that really. That
I am not from Maine for the last time. My family is mostly situated in Iowa, okay? Who you?
But so to be clear, right? It was a very short-term experience with this lady. It was not, it was not like an ongoing thing, right? It was just but it made me think of this because like she was so extreme, right? But anyway, Lactoid, you were shaking your head at what FQ was saying.
No, I was agreeing. I don't believe in such things as well. Yeah, I don't believe in the concept of.
I mean, fuck, I'm divorced, so like maybe y'all are right. I don't fucking.
What's the
You know what I
term?
mean? Like,
Somebody in the waiting room.
A breaking,
Thank you.
a deal breaker. I don't believe in the concept of a deal breaker. I just think.
Oh
that
yeah.
Yeah. My logic on this is just I think that everybody has a certain amount of points, like positive and negative points for whatever you want to get out of them. And so if you have somebody who you're looking to date, I think not being able to sleep in the same bed is a pretty big negative. I think there's a lot of negative points that would suck.
Yeah.
So they would have to be real rich and real pretty to overcome the barrier that they've set for themselves by having to sleep in a separate room.
It's funny that
Wait,
you
so
bring
there's
that
no
up.
deal breakers though? Like I want to hear more about that. There's like absolutely nothing that would be negative too many points to be a deal breaker. Like
Well,
say they
no,
were like a serial
there-
killer.
sure, but like, let's say you have a serial killer who did a large amount of negative points, okay? But let's say they had a fuck ton of positive points. Like I could
Like
think
Ted
of a serial
Bundy,
killer
if you were a girl, any
maybe
girl
not-
in America.
No, not like Ted Bundy, but
Bundy?
like let's say it was like a
I'd be
serial
loving
killer,
Ted Bundy. I'm just saying.
a serial killer that you knew wouldn't kill you and was a multi-billionaire who was going to give you half their money. I would date that person. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Well,
funny.
like, well, like, what if it was like a
wait,
justified
I'm
serial killer
curious.
too, right?
I'm
How about
Like,
curious.
he's
they only
Slade? I think
hunted
he
down
was Slade.
pedophiles.
I want to push this as in like is
Oh, Dexter.
for you, Lactoid, is being male a deal
Yeah.
breaker?
A lot of negative points, but I don't believe in deal breakers.
Okay, yeah, fair. I just testing the
Uh,
consistency.
I would
So-
get with Bill
so-
Gates. So if you're watching Bill Gates and you got it one, with
Well, you
enough
would get with
money,
Bill Gates?
Bill Gates can do better than you or I, but you know.
That's
anyways.
true. That's true.
And he has many times apparently.
I'm just saying, like, there needs to be like money involved. I'm like, you could, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's no deal breakers.
So
Oh, you
enough
first.
Bill. Well, like I'm curious, as in a guaranteed money, or it's like Bill Gates with the possibility of $1 billion.
You're getting
or-
too weird, bro.
It would have to be like a reasonable
He's-
risk. So how I think about
You're,
this,
you're
and this
getting
is how I,
you're getting so weird.
No,
This is
no,
all
this
so
is-
How about how I think about my
That'd be
hypothetical
weird.
gay
No, no,
relationships is
like just
right.
think about it this way, right? So with half of Bill
It's
Gates'
not
money, I could-
complicated.
I
You don't
could
need to
save so
explain.
many African children, right? And so I see money in terms of like African lives. It's like a unit of measurement. And so, like, as long as the overall utilitarian calculus adds up to more African lives, I will do whatever X for that
Fair
amount
enough.
of money to
Yeah.
save N plus 1. That's
I
the
can
answer.
respect that. Yeah.
Literally
So-
every utilitarian feels this way. Like it's like it's not great. Like you guys are being crazy for being like no deal breakers. His logic is so fucking obvious. Like this is silly. Y'all do
No,
silly.
he. I think I'm pretty sure.
I'm convinced.
Like
I mean, I'm
you
convinced.
thought about it, Lacto, when I asked you about the male aspect, as
Okay,
in you
okay,
didn't have a.
Okay, let's
I
circle back.
was trying to think about like which one would be worse for
I'm
me,
gonna
like a
circle
male
back-
or a serial killer, and I had
I'm
a
gonna-
tough one.
I'm gonna circle back to the actual conversation, right? And not like what Lactoid wouldn't do. What he wouldn't allow up his butt for.
Don't give me shit about the ANCAP siren song all the time. But like
So-
Lactoid come in with some weird fucking shit, and y'all be like, "Let's talk about IQ tests and voting for the next 4 hours," even though that's not the topic.
Speaking
Like,
of that,
It
I
was
think giving a
fun.
shit, you know what I'm saying?
You don't like fun? You're against the concept? Corey, did you have fun? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. You know, I understand if Scott isn't star of the show, it's really problematic for him. Like,
Yeah.
It's not problematic.
you know,
It's just not fun
you know,
anymore.
you know, it's not interesting, but you know, it needs to be on the grounds of like, yeah, Scott punching walls. That's like, you know, that's the domain that we need to go to. But like, asking Lactoid about his sexual preferences, that's a bridge too far. We need to talk about, you know, Scott's night terror.
No,
That's really
relax.
like-
I like this point system.
I'm just
a
saying the
lot.
logic is obvious.
Oh.
It's like I'm just saying you're smarter than this. Don't pretend to be dumb. Like you got it.
Okay, so
Like what Lactoid said
I-
made sense.
I am circling back to the topic, okay? All right. And to catch up our friend Aiko. Hello, hi, friend. Glad that you're here. Nice haircut. Just on the top though. Not anywhere else.
See, everyone keeps saying that, but I think my beard looks totally different.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is.
Don't
Now
let him
that
lie
I
to you.
look at it,
It
it is
does.
actually.
It
Yeah, you're
does.
right.
It looks
You're
good.
Yeah.
All of my students say only the hair, like the beard's exactly the same. Like
No, it's not. It's
no.
definitely not. No, you're right.
It's yeah,
Um,
you can tell a little bit.
So I brought up a story about like a woman I had encounters with. Anyway, that she had a very specific sleep schedule, right? Very like rigid sleep schedule, and I have a very fluid, non-traditional sleep schedule, as you might be aware, right?
As with
And
all streamers, yeah.
yeah. And so anyway, how that like interacted very badly with each other. And so I was asking would you be okay, for a person you married or like a long-term partner, if you slept in separate rooms? And I wanted to, because I just quickly elected, because you brought up like, someone who was rich, in terms of sodomizing you, but like, in terms of
Yeah.
like conversation,
Whoa,
the woman I was
sodomizing was
talking
not brought
about
up.
is actually, I mean, that's where we're going. But anyway, so the woman that I'm talking about, like, has like traditionally dated very, very wealthy men, like extremely wealthy, men, and she for one relationship, she was in like a
Are you dating
mansion,
Lav?
a lab. What?
Sorry, go keep going. Keep
Sorry.
talking. Sorry.
She was in her boyfriend were like in a mansion, and even him like in his mansion, far away, right? His presence there like bothered her. It was like she's like super serious about this. She just like
Yeah,
you
she's
can't
neurotic.
be yeah you can't be in her abode.
Yeah.
But
Well, hold on. Is she rich though? That's the question.
no, and I mean like this explains. I mean this very much explains why our
Not worth
interactions
it.
were short. Of course. But anyway,
Actually, I don't think it's.
go ahead.
If
I was just. I don't think it's that weird. I have a. My sleep schedule is fucked, I guess. But for me, it's always worked. Right. I sleep like 4 hours a night, and I've been doing that for as long as I can remember. Right, and it works for me. I actually can't sleep longer, like physically. But my fiance will sleep for fucking 12 hours somehow on the weekends. Just like a fucking log. Just sleeps. I don't know how she. Right. So, I guess if you had an issue where like you're getting out of bed and that caused you to wake their partner up or whatever, and this caused like problems or whatever in the relationship, I guess it would make sense to just get another bed, have a separate space. When we first moved in together, I had a problem because her fucking dogs would crawl into the bed with us. So it was the two of us and three little dogs on the bed. Fucking drove me insane. Okay, because it was like I think it was like a queen size bed at the time that she had. Within
With
like
your
the 3
legs
months,
over
I
the
had to, I
side.
had to upgrade.
Yeah.
I had to upgrade it right to like I upgraded to like a king size. Yeah, I updated. I was gonna get the California king. I ended up just getting the king, right? Because I needed the extra width versus the length, just because of the fucking dogs. Just they get on the bed and they lay sideways. They lay on top of you. They get on top of your head, and if I move, I just this barking scream out of fucking nowhere in the middle of the night, and then I turn my head. There's a little dog in my face, just growling like it's gonna kill me, right? So just not a good situation, right? So I can understand, and she just will not. She refuses to have them sleep on the floor. Right? They have their little beds. They refuse to sleep on the beds. They want. So I've kind of cheated the system. I got a bed frame that's very high off the floor, so they can't get on the bed themselves now. And sometimes I just sneak them off while she's sleeping. Right? Like and that usually works.
Oh
Yeah, I can
yeah.
understand
I hope
it's
she
like a big
doesn't watch
issue,
the
right?
stream.
Like I can
She
understand just
does it.
having your own space, having another bed.
Yeah. Okay.
do you guys
Interesting.
not do you guys not let your cats come in or your pets come and sleep with you, like your dogs or your cats?
This is a
Is that a
self-report
strange
right
thing to
here.
do?
Depends.
Yeah.
To me, it
The
depends.
most awkward thing. So yeah, I'm gonna get like to TMI for a second, okay? Waking up in the middle of the night, you're kind of horny, you want to have sex, and you got to like navigate around all these
Okay.
fucking creatures on
Okay.
the bed and get them out of the way. And they're growling at you and making faces. It's just so fucking annoying. I hate it.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Doobie, I'm with you, Booby.
I'd
So I
say
said
I
it
mean,
And you
depends.
get them on the floor, and then they're sitting there staring at you while you're trying to have sex. It's just so awkward. Like I don't want
You don't want to get the wrong ideas while you're in the act.
Doopy's a real one, man. I love
I
him.
don't want to pull a
Wow.
People have different sleeping arrangements. It's not that crazy, right? Like my ex would fucking like to watch reality TV shows late at night, and then I would come in to have sex, and everything would be great. And then, like at some point in time during sex, I would notice that the TV was on because I'm ADHD, and it would be like my 600-pound life. And I'm trying to have sex, and then I would just hear in the background be like, I need to get more of the sody pops. Mommy says if I get a diet one, that it undoes the sugars in the regular one. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, man? Like, and I'm like trying to like block it out now. And now sex becomes like this mechanical thing
Yeah.
where it's just like becomes like a rhythmic fucking habit that I'm not enjoying because I'm having to like drown out like morbidly obese people crying about their abusive stepdad whilst they like shove French fries in their face and like, oh god, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just people do different shit when they go to sleep, and sometimes it doesn't match up. It's not that crazy that people get around that behavior because they still love the person by like having different arrangements or doing, you know, making compromises. It's not that crazy. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems weird.
Yeah, as
And-
for the pets thing, my animals have a will to live. I'm just imagining rolling over on one of them in their sleep. I won't have that cat no more.
I just think it's interesting that I wouldn't get anything from old Tom, or I don't think I go in this situation yet, so I want to hear from them as well. But like, I think it's interesting that FQ and Lactoid feel the way that they do. And I'm not trying to like turn this into a debate, like that you're wrong or anything. I'm like exploring
Debate panel.
I know. Fair enough, right? But I'm not trying to say like you're wrong to feel the way you do. And again, like I felt that way previously, you know. But like because you said FQ that like within reason, right? You're supposed to accept your partners, right? Like, well, like what if their sleep schedule is just unreasonable? Like, I had a roommate in college who was like he did the ROTC, right? And me being up late, like watching TV. I remember I had the TV down to the lowest possible volume and like had my ear to it because I wanted to try to be considerate, but like I just can't be asleep when he's asleep, right? Which is normal times when he was asleep. And eventually he just had to like change rooms because of that, right? He was nice about it, but like clearly like this wasn't working. And if he was like an attractive woman, which would have been nice, but if he was, right, I wouldn't want to let that relationship go just because of that, right? Like, and I feel like I don't want it to seem as like an insult if I suggested to her that like maybe we should sleep in separate rooms, you know. And remember, when you're sleeping, you're not like doing anything, right? Like that's the time where you're like deactivated. And so like we can spend all our time our waking hours together. She can come to me, I can come to her. And but like why looking at it as like an insult I think is like interesting, you know? Like
It's subjective. Like, I mean, other people on this panel have said that they like have agreed to different sleeping arrangements because that's what worked for them. And like, I think that's fine. I'm just saying that my knee-jerk reaction, like if my partner were to say that to me, I would take that as an insult. And probably I would feel like my knee-jerk reaction would be to feel upset and to ask why. And even if I logically understood it and accepted it at first, in the long run, I think I probably would feel a bit bitter. To be honest. And different people have different expectations. They have different desires for what they want out of their relationships. For me, I want a spouse that wants to go to bed with me at the same time, right? And stays with me until the next morning, right? And I will go so far as to say I think that's probably a normie take.
yeah, I think you're right. I think you're correct on that.
Yeah.
Tom Foolery and Aiko, curious what your thoughts are. And then we can move on to our actual topics.
Yeah, I definitely would rather be able to sleep in the bed with my partner. But right before this show, I was talking to somebody about the fact that like my sleep schedule is so fucked right now. I'm sleeping like 4 hours, then awake for like 4 or 5 hours, then sleeping another 4 hours, then awake for another 4 or 5 hours, then sleeping 4 hours. And it's just so messed up. I can't like get a good schedule and I can't stay asleep. I just can't do it. And it's just getting more and more fucked. And I've always had problems with sleep schedules, whether it's like going to sleep at 6 a.m. or something like that. Like I've always had problems with this. So while I would much rather be able to sleep in the bed with my partner, that would be much better. I also know that I'm like definitely a problem. I'm like my shit is fucked. And even when I do go to sleep, I need to like watch some shit and pass out. Like I need to be so completely tired that I cannot possibly stay awake anymore to finally fall asleep. And other people may not want to deal with that. They may not want like TV playing all night or me fucking around with video games all night or some shit. So it would totally make sense that, yeah, they wouldn't want to deal with that. I'd probably be a little offended, but I'd also understand because, yeah, in order for me to be able to have a partner, I would probably have to be willing to make some concessions like that with as many problems as I have with sleep.
Quick side note, because Scott also brought this up. He talked about the TV in the bedroom. None of that. Like, I've always had a TV in the bedroom, like when I've been solo, right? I've always had that, but like no, none of that with a partner. It gets in the way of sex. So having that. But Aiko.
Yeah, this to me is strange because everything in a relationship is a negotiation, and it seems like something like this is also a negotiation. And I've never been in a relationship where we went to bed at the exact same time and got up at the exact same time. And so it's really more that sometimes you're in the bed by yourself, and sometimes people are, your partner's like arriving and leaving at different times, or you might be in the bed, working on your laptop or doing some reading or something while the other partner is asleep or something like that. And I definitely disagree with you about the nothing's going on when you're both asleep sort of thing, because that's probably when some of the most important intimacy occurs, is when you're just like asleep and the positions in which you're asleep, just cuddling, being aware of each
Getting
other's
punched
presence,
in the face, maybe.
sort of getting used to your partner's like breathing rhythms. Like there's so many like aspects of that you sort of become super accustomed to and become like an intrinsic, like almost critical part of your relationship are those moments. And I think
Tearing the
that
blankets off you.
so that doesn't mean that there aren't hours at a time at night where I might be awake and she's asleep and maybe I'm not even in the room, but that doesn't mean
your
I'm
arm's
sleeping
asleep.
somewhere different. Yeah. That happens. Yes, right. The true test of a relationship is whether you'll shove her off your arm because she cut off your blood flow. Yeah. Yeah. So I think that you have to. There are those moments when you're going to be alone, but I don't think I'd ever get to the point where I'd rather sleep in a different location. I think there are times when I won't be asleep at the same time, and I think there are times when I doubt if we even wake each other up when one of us arrives or leaves. I don't think that really happens. It just becomes so natural.
FQ.
So, on the question of negotiation, so I put this poll out. I guess it's almost exactly a month ago, and this is the poll, and I'm curious to hear what you say, and then I'll tell you what the results of the poll were. Over 300 people answered this poll that I put up on my Twitter page. So this is gentlemen only. You meet your ideal partner, beauty, brains, the works. She has a full-time career and she makes $100,000 a year. She wants you to be a stay-at-home dad, to cook, to clean, and to be sexually submissive. Would you marry her?
Only 100K?
Fuck no.
Only
Okay.
100K?
Right?
no.
Like first of all,
Ugh.
like median income right now is about 60K. So that's not even wealthy. That's like barely middle class in America. First of all. Second of all, sexually submissive. I gotta get pegged for just barely getting to fucking six figures. Fuck off. Second of all, I don't really care what the analysis of the Twitter poll is because it's a Twitter poll and it's based off your audience, right? Like, so who fucking know? Or people troll on
A
them.
pro-pegging
even so,
audience, we know
that's-
that for sure.
Right, like, who knows? But like that is wild. And even if you do want to do it, like that shit's not gonna fucking last. Like, yeah, maybe it lasts for some people, but let's be honest, that relationship is doomed to fucking fail.
Okay. Interesting.
There is a hidden perk though for the people in relationships who don't sleep together in the same bed, which is that if it ends, you don't have to worry about having to like get used to that, right?
That's true.
True.
And
It's a terrible benefit.
well, I mean, to answer FQ more specifically, yeah, it's just like I mean, it's basically we're back to lactoid here, right? Like we're back to like negotiating as to like the price. Of course, there's a price, but that 100K is just not there, like not anymore.
For enough money,
Okay.
I'll stick around long enough to get the alimony payments. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody else want to answer? Do you want me to give
No,
the?
I'd be open to it. I don't know exactly if it's as Scott described of sexually submissive. That means automatically pegging. I interpret that as multiple. I interpret that as
I was
multiple.
being hyperbolic.
I was deliberately vague. I did not explain what that meant.
You guys are so serious tonight, man. I mean, every joke I tell, you guys are like, "Oh man."
Oh yeah, we're so serious. As you're like harassing me, no, don't talk, don't question lactoid. No, let's get off this. Let's get back to my night terrors. Yeah, super serious.
I never said that. You did.
But yeah, I'm open to that arrangement potentially, depending on exactly what sexually submissive means.
Yeah, you got to explain that, right? Because the submissive,
No.
does that must mean something with the butt? Because if it means something with the butt, we're talking like.
Listen, I never explained.
Then we're back to Bill Gates.
Lactoid, you've already
It's a
defined
big
what
difference.
submissive means.
Yeah.
No,
It's like, if submissive is just like,
We know in detail what you think submissive is.
I have a whole,
Like,
I have a
there's-
whole like
right,
theory
you know,
on this,
like,
yeah.
like what if she's a dominatrix, but she's really cool about it, and then like, or was she like a muscle mommy that's like trying to Amazon you? Like that could be fun once or twice, I guess, but like, you know, you guys
Does
never tried the
anyone- is that
Amazon position?
lactoid-
It's fun.
Is that
Try it.
lactoid's deal breaker then? The butt stuff.
It's a lot of negative
For
points.
100K.
No,
It
for
is.
100K, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
for
100K.
yeah.
But if it
100K.
was Bill Gates pegging you, that'd be a whole.
No,
she's
no, no,
gonna
no, no.
finance
No.
my fucking
100K.
2019 Hyundai.
That's the number.
Ooh.
100K.
Yeah, 100K. That's like 100K. So no, I'm not
No.
gonna. Absolutely
No.
not.
100K.
Okay. You guys want to know what the results of the poll are?
Sure. Oh, well,
Well, I
I
was
go.
just gonna
It's
say.
left wing men. I'm guessing
I
that
go?
are mostly taking.
I was
this
just gonna
poll.
say, for me, like,
Oh.
right up until the sexually submissive part, I was okay with it. I took a vow of simplicity years ago, so the 100K part wouldn't bother me at all. And being Mr. Mom wouldn't necessarily bother me, but yeah. So right up until the very end there, I was okay with it.
Okay. All right, folks. This is the drum roll, please. This is what the results of the poll are. Out of 308 votes, okay, 71.8% of the respondents said yes. They said yes to it. And 28.2% of the 308 people said no. So make of that what you will.
It's because they're Twitter users. They can't
Yeah,
imagine
it's a
100K.
fucking
It's like
Twitter
holy
poll.
shit.
Exactly. Right?
And I have to tell you, I died when I
$100,000?
got these answers.
Yeah, these people do these people live in third world countries where $100,000 sounds like a good
Yeah,
deal?
like-
Like what the fuck is going on?
Are they?
I gotta-
Are they
This is the tweet that
Canadian
I have
and then
the-
like they're not used to like
That's
real money? They're
literally
just using
poverty
Canadian
in
fund
Los
bucks. and-
Angeles.
People.
Like
And I'll
A
tell you
lot of
something
maple
else.
syrup, Prime. Don't judge.
I have
The highest
never had
rates of
more
depression are
engagement with
among
the tweet
people-
than I have with this one. This
Wow.
is the number one tweet. The most
They just don't want to
comments,
work. That's
the
a
most
problem.
likes, the most retweets, the most everything.
Let me just say,
Hilarious.
the highest rates of depression are among people who are the highest earners, the one who may make the most money. That's
I'll take that.
and the highest suicide rates as well.
I'll
okay,
roll the
sure,
dice on
but
that
like
shit.
there's right, like so
Mm-hmm.
the research shows that like you don't gain any additional happiness really. You just gain stress that usually outweighs the happiness once you're able to live comfortably, which is you no longer stress about bills. You
Right.
you never worry about whether or not a bill is paid, and that you have enough money to
Mhm.
go out on the occasional yearly or bi-year vacation. So like once you can leave your area and once you have enough money to pay all your bills, like you don't, there's not that much there's basically almost no difference in happiness between someone that makes
That's
like
right.
150, 160K a year and a millionaire. But like, but also, right? Like if I'm going to get pegged, like I want to ride a wave runner. Like I want to do cool shit if I'm going to get pegged, you know, that's all I'm saying.
I've seen stats. I mean, maybe these. I've seen new stats where you see stress increase as income increases.
Yes.
Up to a point, right? I think it was like when you hit 200K or something, then you start seeing stress decline, and then you get to like the 500,000 range. and
It's
then
probably
it's
because of the
relatively
type
low.
of work they're
Yeah, they're-
doing,
they're-
right?
they're-
Like that kind of
there are
range.
trends.
Yeah.
If you get more, the more specific you get, the more information you're going to get, and the more you're going to see different trends that bulk the trends. This is true of
Yeah.
any statistics, right? Like it's like, oh, this is true, and it's like, okay, well, let's look at Asians. Well, Asians are 4% of the population. Cool, things changed. The trend
Yeah.
changed, right? Anytime you get more specific, you'll see that you'll see either the trend stay the same or change, but that doesn't mean that the trend is no longer valid. It just
think-
means that the specific cohort isn't.
I think we should have a conversation about being able to buy happiness, because I've never been on this train that, like, at some point it peters out or something. I think that there are plenty of reasons why money can make everything better. Like everything better.
You can
But
buy an
I like
aircraft.
that.
I mean, Bill Gates could buy like
No
what, 3
point. That's
aircraft
true.
carriers?
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
yeah. I mean,
well,
it's
we
just,
can have
that's
that
the thing
debate.
too. Is like Lactoid said, right? Like let's say you're an ER doctor, right? If you're an ER doctor, you're probably making 180K if you've done your residency and everything, right? And yet you're paying like 60K in medical malpractice insurance and all of these other payments. So you're really only making like 120. Oh, and by the way, you have a horrible sleep schedule and you deal with death and dying and tragedy and the most stressful shit over and over again. So like, yeah, you're rich, but like that's a horrible fucking job for like your sanity.
Let's do this maybe
This is-
next week then. But so just to, because now we're gonna move on to the actual real topic. I just wanted to say the one last thing on the actual thing that I brought up is that when I was having those experiences in the past with this lady, right? There would be I mean, every fucking time, either, actually both of these would happen. I'd be in bed with this woman and I'd be trying to get to sleep, right? And like not moving at all. To be as loose as disturbance as possible. My presence there was still a problem, but like just like not moving. And then waking up later on and also like not moving and like being in hell. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't imagine like years of this. Like years of being in bed like this, like trying to avoid. 'Cause it stressed me out. It like stressed me out. Like just trying to be kind to her. I didn't want to be rude, but like, so I just it wouldn't have.
I'm glad you got
That's
that off your
one-
chest, Prime. I'm glad you got that.
It wouldn't have worked for many reasons. That relationship, but like that's a big one. And I can imagine a person who I'm more compatible with, right? Like having a similar issue, and I just don't want to lose that, if there's like a solution, a workable solution. Anyway, let's move on to the actual topics. Hello, all. This is the Reverie Roundtable, which we have 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fantastic group of individuals here. Let's combine intros with your opening statements, so we can get to this faster. But yeah, we're gonna have a great time. Thank you, Wick, for the raid previously. And here we go. Topic 1. In recent weeks, there has been an outbreak of measles across the U.S. and other parts of the world. Responses to this highly contagious disease vary, but Florida has left it up to parents to decide if their children should quarantine. An article contrasts this with Ohio's response to a previous outbreak, where it was made clear that parents should follow CDC guidelines. In a time when unvaccinated rates are at an all-time high, is Florida's response reasonable? Should we vastly limit the number of MMR exemptions given? Or do parents really know better than so-called experts as to what is best for their child? So yeah, this is like an ongoing thing right now, is this outbreak that's happening. It was centered around this one school in Florida, but apparently the outbreak started because of international travel or whatever. But in any case, like the virus has found a home here because there are a lot of people who are unvaccinated, and for small children, right? Like there a few who just can't get vaccinated for all kinds of reasons, right? And so now the head of Florida's public health department or whatever has said, yeah, the parents can decide this on their own. And there's been a lot of consternation among epidemiologists about this. But like, how is this reasonable? I'll just leave it there. So Lactoid, start us off.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So I'm going to be a little bit careful with this one. I think we all know why. This is a little bit of a landmine you've set out, Prime. But my take on this is that Florida's policy is really not all that different from Ohio's here. and I think both are pretty reasonable, which was recommendations and guidance saying, hey, please take this, and hey, if you do get sick, please don't send your sick kid around other kids for a period of 21 days. I have no problem with that. What I think is perhaps the more pressing question that this is hinting at is, should we force kids to get an MMR vaccine? Well,
Aiko, mute
generally
yourself.
speaking,
Mute yourself. Jesus, we told you.
Is that
Is
me?
it Aiko?
Yes,
Whichever
you're
one of you
typing
is
over top of
typing,
people.
Aiko or Tom.
I'm not typing.
Okay, sorry. Then I
Really?
apologize, Aiko. Tom,
Sorry, I was being mad.
Stop framing Aiko, Tom. All right, let's go to Lacto. Sorry.
Generally speaking, I think the nuclear family has benefits, and I think that allowing parents to raise their children is important. Obviously, there are circumstances in which the state may have to intervene if there's abuse or if the kid's being put in unreasonable danger. Do I think this meets that unreasonable danger? I don't, but I could be convinced otherwise. If there's significant reason for me to believe this could be it, like denying a kid a vaccine could be tantamount to child abuse. If you could prove to me that is the case in a way that's satisfactory to me, I can change my mind. But right now, it just doesn't seem so.
Majid BMAC, thank you for gifting the 5 subs to the channel. Much appreciated. You guys support the community so that I can be providing you all these fun conversations like the ones we were having earlier. If that interests you, consider subscribing to the channel. Get the bits gifting subs, hyper chats, or super chats on Twitch and YouTube. I also appreciate they get read, and we'll interact with those. Okay, let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so no shocker here from anyone that's heard from me before. Oh, sorry, I'm Fabian Liberty. I'm streaming on YouTube, which I haven't streamed since April of last year, and so I decided I was going to start streaming on Mondays to do some other things. So if you want to check me out, you can find me Fabian Liberty pretty much everywhere. Check me out on YouTube. So no shocker here to anyone that's ever heard me speak that the anarchist here doesn't want the government putting vaccine mandates on anyone. Obviously, this is a landmine topic, as Lactoid put out, because certain arguments are no longer allowed on Twitch or YouTube. And YouTube still has asinine policies, such as it is against their policy to contradict World Health Organization, and this includes the World Health Organization contradicting the World Health Organization. So technically, it's impossible to talk about vaccines without breaking their TOS, because it would be impossible to broach any topics that the World Health Organization has ever talked about because they contradict themselves. So it's always against YouTube's policy to be able to have certain conversations at all, no matter what your opinion is. That being said, setting aside the censorship on this topic, I think that's actually shouldn't be set aside, because that's going to exacerbate the problem we have. After this, using the word, we'll say pandemic, and all of the other ways that you can say that word, the medical community has devastated any trust from parents and from people that aren't necessarily educated on this, because they have lied over and over and over and over again. And the United States government and many scientists to this day and doctors to this day have been spreading medical misinformation over and over and over again. But they're allowed to do it because it fits the narrative of the state. So no, I don't care that there are guidelines, and I don't think the guidelines not being strict enough is somehow a problem. If you want your kid in a place where there are vaccine mandates, then that should exist in a public school. In a private school. There should be absolute. If you're going to provide a service, then you don't get to then that is mandatory, that the state forces you to go to. You either have to have a private school education that they agree with, a homeschool education that meets their standards, or public school that they provide. Then you don't get to restrict access to it because people don't do certain things with their body that you don't like. Okay? Like it is insane to think that you get to force people to take a vaccine as a means of that. When we're talking about MMRV, right? MMR really isn't given that much anymore. It's MMRV is what's usually given. Varicella has been wrapped into the measles, mumps, rubella. We're usually talking about diseases that aren't necessarily that dangerous to children, right? Even if you catch it and you're vaccinated, in modern medicine, the likelihood that you die from measles, mumps, rubella, et cetera, is basically zero. What we're worried about is immunocompromised people. And we're worried specifically when it comes to rubella, we're worried about pregnant females, right? Pregnant women, like they lose children left and right when it comes to rubella and sometimes measles outbreaks, right? So that's the actual danger, not the kids at school. It's pregnant women that we're concerned about, and that's what the herd immunity is for, right? Herd immunity being vaccination of a sterilizing vaccine, right? I think we all know other vaccines that are not sterilizing vaccines, but a sterilizing vaccine such as MMRV, when you're able to get the infection rate below 1.0, that's kind of what we're searching for. And so the concept here is really a collective one. And that's, I think, where the right and the left really start bumping heads here, is because you need a certain percentage of people vaccinated in order to ensure that infections and outbreaks don't occur or don't spread beyond the kind of the random spots they pop up. But again, if you want to solve this problem, then you should privatize education and abolish public schools because they're evil, not try and demand that people take drugs, especially after years of lying to people via medical misinformation, and try and push the same bullshit you did before. We don't trust you anymore. And that's unfortunate because we should trust science, but it's terrible and it's trash.
Let's go to a scientist now, Corey.
Well, I'm going to attempt to keep it brief, but sort of, I think I could be wrong, but on the topic of misinformation, isn't it true that you streamed last week, Scott? Or am I mistaken about that? That you were on YouTube last week?
I brought up that I streamed 1 week ago, and then before that, it was April of
fair
last
enough.
year.
Then I stand corrected. But yeah, so I'm Canadian, so I'm
That's not
operating.
medical misinformation.
I didn't say it was medical misinformation. But so yeah, I'm Canadian, so I'm generally operating under the framework of, let's say public education. So like, yeah, when it comes to public education, in terms of like, yeah, I think, so when it comes to vaccine mandates, or rather to go to public schooling, requiring vaccination. So I'm in favor of medical exemptions, but at least how I understand them in the United States, or let's say for most of the states in the United States, they allow for medical exceptions for religious reasons or like philosophical reasons. I'm pretty much all in favor of like abolishing that, and that you need a justifiable medical reason for a medical exemption. And overall, I'm in favor of the guidelines in terms of enforcing MMR vaccines for public schooling children. And I'll leave it there for now.
Ew. Gibbs, please.
Yeah, so I'm kind of torn on this one. I'm not like a sitting here prominent conservative anti-vaxxer type. That's just not who I am. I do have concerns sometimes when vaccines are pushed out too fast, as I kind of thought with the COVID vaccines, right? However, something like measles has been around for ages and we've had vaccines for, I'm a little less like lenient on. So the way I look at it though, is it comes down to this really for me. I'm not a scientist, and I really but on this flip side, I just don't really trust the government. And so the idea that the government has bodily autonomy over me, and that they wouldn't lie to me about something they're putting in my body, even then, it's not a foreign concept to me. I think that they would. And so I feel like you should have your right to whatever you put in your body, and that's the bottom line, I guess, in my opinion.
Thank you so much, FQ.
So here is my thoughts on this. First of all, I agree with Lactoid. I think that Florida's policy isn't that different from Ohio's. I think it's reasonable. But I also agree with Corey. I think that I think that it should be required by the state for children to have to be vaccinated against measles. And I think that and I kind of want to get quickly to the back and forth, but I think like the core key aspect of our question that we will get to, I think, is on what basis do parents have rights on over their child's health care? And I would contend that people who are against this policy, in my opinion, like most of the arguments that I've heard, essentially regard parental rights as an extension of property rights. And we can get into more of that later. But essentially the intrinsic reason why I am for the state forcing you to have your child vaccinated is because I think that the idea of thinking of your child as a piece of property is absurd. And we can get into more of that later. But that's where I'll leave it for now.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Tom.
Yeah, at first I'm on YouTube. I don't normally have many problems with the TOS. I have like a ton of vaccine debates here, so I'm fine with you guys making whatever arguments you want. I don't think it's gonna hurt me any. So I'm definitely in favor. Yeah, I want to get to the back and forth as well. So I'm in favor of schools requiring the vaccines. From what I understand, most states are still doing MMR. It's very few that are doing MMRV right now, but I could be wrong on that. And then yeah, there's only 2 states now that are leaving it up to the parents. Everybody else requires it for schools. And I think that yeah, like once you're around everybody else's kids, it's not a decision that you're making for just you and your family. It's a decision that you're making that affects everybody else's kids and everybody else's families now. So I do think that the states should require these things, but I'm sure this is going to just turn into a debate about like whether or not government should exist or whether or not public schools should be allowed. So we'll skip this debate, I'm sure.
Well, I mean, we already know the answer to those. No, clearly. All right, let's go to go. Muted friend.
Awesome points as always.
At least once a stream. It's required that I do that once a stream. Yeah. I think I'm glad Tom ended where he ended with like talking about other people's kids, because I was just looking at, because the name of the game, of course, is herd immunity. It's the idea is to be able to protect society at large rather than just individual kids. And some people might bring up, well, what does it matter if your kid's vaccinated, then no other kid is going to be a threat. But then, of course, when you look up the efficacy rate of these vaccines, they're never 100%. So it's 96% for measles and 89% for mumps. If you invert that, that means a 4%, I guess, for lack of a better word, inefficacy rate for measles and 11% for mumps, which means that I can have my kid like I can do everything responsible to make sure that they're vaccinated, and they can still like there's an 11% chance with mumps that they'll still catch it and be harmed by it, like from some other kid because they weren't vaccinated. It's the way in which these efficacy rates multiply as you pass from one person to another person to another person that gets you to that herd immunity. And so I would say that the number of exemptions that you give out should just be dependent on how many exemptions would still ensure herd immunity. I think that's the formula that you would need to use. And then once you know what that number is, you can find out like who you think like needs that the most. And also, like, of course, when you're dealing with very large groups of people, even if you accept that just getting the measles isn't necessarily going to kill a large percentage of kids, that mortality rate might not matter as much if you wind up in a place where you start dealing with large numbers of people who get it, because then you can start to get a fairly significant amount of people who are like seriously injured or killed by it as well. Although I do think, and I'm interested to see that if you don't trust government, if you think if anybody here thinks there might be a civil solution to this, which is to say, if an outbreak can be traced to your child who was not vaccinated, could you hold them responsible civilly? And might that be a solution?
So much. Let's go to Doobie.
I mean, yeah, I'm totally in favor of mandatory vaccines for public. I think if you'd like to avoid that, I mean, I think that should be the point at which you're told to go to a private school or maybe attend permanently through online courses. Or I don't think it makes sense to say that the individual claim to freedom or bodily autonomy or whatever of these children or their parents is worth risking the lives of everybody else.
We heard everything you had said, Doobie, but you do sound a bit quiet, FYI.
Okay, yeah, I'll raise them.
Thank you. All right,
There you go.
open to the public.
I think we all agree.
So just a couple of things. I think Corey will appreciate this as well. Just so that we're clear when talking about vaccine efficacy, that efficacy is measured so it's defined by pharmaceutical companies, right? Like efficacy is not defined by any regulatory agency at all. What it is a pharmaceutical company says, this is what we mean by efficacy with this specific treatment, whatever the treatment may be, right? Then it is either approved for the label by the FDA as like basically, okay, this is what it means, right? So when we're talking about like 96, 97% efficacy, right? What what that most often means is whether or not an infection occurs, which is what iCal Rich was talking about, right? But the thing is that like if there's a 4% infection rate against someone that is against the population that is vaccinated, right? That doesn't mean that they have zero antibodies, right? So even of that 4% that were infected, they very often have antibodies. If you draw titers on them, you will find that they have elevated antibodies for whichever protein structures the vaccine is targeting. And so the severity of the sickness is often drastically reduced, which is of course something we heard with the last kind of thing, with the COVID vaccines, right? Obviously not much with like the Nova, but the Pfizer and J&J and Moderna is, there's a conversation. It's like, yeah, the infection rate is there, but there's some protection being granted here, right? And so then the question there's a couple of other things. So when we talk about targeting specific areas with certain percentages of vaccination rates, it's kind of impossible to do. Like we can guess, epidemiologists can attempt to make predictions, and they have plenty of models where they can find areas that are at risk and areas that aren't at risk. But the thing is that there's a lot of other factors that we just don't know, right? Like we can't measure how many human interactions occur. We can only just expect that they're higher in populated areas, right? We can't measure how cultural differences might change things, right? So like super spreaders, right? Like could be like, churches, for example, right? Like when Jews weren't allowed to go to synagogue in New York, even though, they were killing grandmas in nursing homes to hide the numbers, right? Like we knew that was a super spreader event for them to go to church, but not to put infected people in nursing homes for whatever fucking reason. But regardless, we can know that both of those are problematic because of the density of people, right? So if people are more densely together, then they're more likely to be infectious because more likely to touch, etc. The other thing we don't know is with all vaccines, even sterilizing vaccines, there is a very, 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 very small risk of ADE, right? Antibody dependent enhancement, but more so than just ADE, which is very, very unlikely under most circumstances. There is a risk of vaccine immunity escape, which is if you only have like, let's say 70% or 60% vaccinated, even though the vaccination rate is the infection rate is low, you start passing around this measles, and you pass it around enough to enough people that don't immediately kill the virus when they get it, then what you can have is a mutation where now you have a new variant of measles that is out there. And now if it is aggressive enough in its infection rate, everyone else that was already vaccinated is no longer protected. And now we have to try and play catch up to stop a larger outbreak. And then lastly, the last piece of like important thing is that certain communities in certain areas, there will always be outbreaks. And the reason is because when you have a country, just looking at America alone, of 330 million people, there will be little spots where for whatever reason, the virus got spread around a lot there, and there's like low vaccination rates there, or there's high susceptibility there, or factors that we just don't know about. So there's never a guarantee that you won't have outbreaks. It's really just about risk reduction, and that's mostly what the CDC and the DHS and Department of Health and et cetera, they're trying to look at risky areas and how do we reduce risk. And then that's where the conversation comes about like what rights can be violated to reduce risk, et cetera. And we can have those debates. But I just want to get those couple of things out there because I think they're important to even understanding what's going on in the conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I think you made a great case for getting vaccinated, the importance of it. Of like, if you let a virus take hold of just like one case, it can mutate and then spread to other cases. As in, there's a reason why I think prior to 2022, there was no polio case, I think since like 1993. But if you allow it to actually make a comeback.
There was a couple in North Africa.
I'm talking about the United States. I think I specified the United States.
Oh, I'm sorry. I my bad. Yeah,
like there been North continental shifts that I haven't been aware of? Is now
No. I didn't hear you say that. Or my bad. I was. Yeah.
But yeah, I understand. But as far as I know, prior to 2022, I think the last polio case in the United States was I think around 1993. And there's a reason for that, where it's like, yeah, if polio, the way that polio would make a comeback and for it to even spread is, yeah, a case comes and maybe it mutates, and I think polio vaccinations aren't really given anymore. But like, yeah, we eradicated that for a reason. All the more reason of like, if you're talking about, measles mutating, well, the best case to prevent that is to not have a case at all, and therefore to get vaccinated or to ensure that you have herd immunity, so that it never actually makes a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, there's no guarantee, obviously, but yeah.
Aiko, did you
Reduces the
have
risk.
your
Can I ask you
hand
a
up?
question?
I'm not. Okay, you didn't. Did you have a hand up, Aiko? Yes, no, no. Okay, good. Gibbs, please.
So I mean, this is a quick question. So I don't know the answer to this. But so I know that we like stopped giving out polio vaccines, right? We stopped giving out smallpox vaccines because we've like eradicated it mostly in the wild, right? So to like, since I'm not a scientist, to me, as somebody that tells me that there is some sort of risk with like giving people this vaccine, like the greater harm would be to like give everybody a vaccine they don't need, right? Or like whatever. So like, why eradicate that? Why eradicate and stop giving it out if we're worried it might reappear? Why wouldn't they just give it to us in perpetuity? What is the logic there? Tell us, lay people, somebody here.
Because
So when it comes,
go ahead,
oh,
Scott.
go ahead.
No,
No, I think
go
we're
for it.
both knowledgeable enough to answer it. It's fine. I talk enough on these panels. Go ahead.
Because at least residentially or whatever, locally in the United States, countrywide, as in I think the example that you gave of like I think polio or like is really only like in Pakistan or a few select countries where it's like, yeah, it's eradicated. Like the virus doesn't exist here, at least in the United States, Canada, and largely developed countries. And so there should be, assuming our science is correct, which there is an overwhelming body of evidence that it's correct, that like it just does not exist. So unless it's going to pop into existence somehow, it's like exceptionally low, or you have some brand new evolutionary event of like once in a lifetime. It's like, yeah, it's just like doesn't exist,
Yeah.
and so there's no risk.
Well, even
So-
these
so
outbreaks are
actually
related
answer
to
the question.
travel as well.
Usually. So just to be clear, to actually answer, right? Like you gave a good reasoning, but not the actual answer, which is it's a risk assessment, right? There are always going to be contraindications with certain people that with vaccines that we don't discover until they get vaccinated. There are usually vaccination problems with like these old school ones are like injection site area. They're not that big of a deal. But like there are some people of any vaccine that you give that we find that just have serious medical complications. Now, is it one per million or 10 per million or 20 per million? Right, like it becomes then a risk of like, ought we mandate it? Like obviously you guys know my answer is we ought not mandate anything because it's your body, your choice. I'm pro-choice, unlike some of you other people that aren't pro-choice. But regardless, being the pro-choice person that I am, like I understand that would be my position. But even still, there's a risk reward kind of scenario here, right? So, for example, smallpox, right? Smallpox used to be really, really prevalent in America. Well, we don't give it anymore. So why don't we give it anymore? Well, one, who the fuck catches smallpox in America? Not that big of a deal. It just we don't have that many cases. It's very rare that we have a case, and it's usually traveled on. The other thing is like smallpox, for example, you have to use a bifurcated needle, and you have to use a live attenuated virus, right? Like much like nasal spray for the flu, as opposed to injection site flu. So what that means is it's not like Novavax where you have like a kind of like a synthetic spike protein, if you will. That's not technically right, Corey. Don't jump on me. I'm just trying to like not go into long, boring science, right? Kind of like that, right? And so it's the same situation here where like with smallpox, you can actually risk an outbreak of smallpox by getting smallpox because it drains it there's ooze and there's pus, and you have to be very careful to make sure you wear like flip-flops in the shower so that you don't accidentally get smallpox on your feet if you have any open wounds in your feet. Like you have to really take care of that. And so if we just gave smallpox to a large cohort of people, we might accidentally give smallpox to a bunch of people. Same thing is true with like yellow fever. We don't have sandflies that are like spreading yellow fever and leishmaniasis. So like we don't vaccinate against that here in America. So yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to know how this interacts with parental rights, right? Like I thought, like FQ, you were going someplace interesting. You were talking about how you feel people look at this as a property right.
Yeah.
And
I do.
That's a problem. Yeah. Could you elaborate more on that?
I think that it is a problem. I think that so when I hear people say, and it intuitively makes sense. It's the parent's right to make this decision, right? It's the parent's right to decide whether or not my child is vaccinated or not, right? But then you ask them, okay, well, on what basis does that right really exist? Like, why do parents have this right to decide this for their children? And I think the answer for most people that I've argued with this is really it boils down to a sense of ownership, right? So it's, I have the right to make this decision over my child's life because I have ownership over my child's life, because this is my child. I made this child. This child belongs to me. And so you, the guys of the state, have no business coming into my house and telling me what to do with my property, aka my child. And I think that if you really follow that logic down the line, like just as Scott has accused me and many others here as having a pro-genocide position, what you wind up with is a pro-slavery position. You wind up with a position where they're really, like, from that justification, I don't know why there wouldn't be a justification for you to do pretty much whatever you want to your kids, right? Why, like, because if if your child truly is your property, the reason why you have this right over your child's life is because you made them. They are literally the product of your labor. You created them into being, and you had every right to create them into being. They belong to you. Well, why can't you do whatever you want with them? And I also and the response that I get with that, well, that wouldn't be reasonable. Like, because when they turn 18,
Who are
they
you
can't have
arguing against? Can you
you
keep
specifically, and also
no, not me.
lactoid.
Not me. That's not my position. That's silly. That's nonsense. I'm just curious.
No,
You keep saying
I know
people
you don't
say
want it to be.
this. No. You keep saying people say this, but you're arguing against a person that isn't here. So I'm just curious. Before I disabuse you of this nonsense, can you tell me who are making these claims?
I typically speaking, like when we have the conversation, I've spoken to other people. I've
I
argued.
would
have
say
any
your
names?
kids are practically your property. I would definitely.
Before I disabuse you of the
Okay, so Tom,
what a sentence.
Why aren't
Okay,
they your property?
so children are not your property because children
Why?
have bodily autonomy. You are
Why?
making the argument first. I will answer that. Don't you worry. I got you. I love to explain philosophy to people that don't understand it. So first and foremost, you are making the argument that the child is state property by saying that the child and the parents that are in charge of what the child can and can't do with their body, that they do not have that right. That the child does not have bodily autonomy because the interests of the state and or the presumed interests of the people that the state are representing have the right to enforce things against their bodily autonomy and their wishes for the greater good. So first and foremost, you're arguing that children are state property that are collectively owned by the people. So your position is pro-slavery, definitively, first and foremost.
Well, no, but but my retort to that is that the other option is that they are the property of their parents. So they're property either way. It's just a decision.
They're
of
not
who
property
owns
of children. No, they're not my property. My children are not my property. My children have bodily autonomy. No,
why?
No.
They don't really have bodily autonomy.
Let me.
They have like
Yes, they do.
We get rights like over time, like even
no, we
like,
don't. Rights are given.
Give him a try. Give him a try, Tom. Go ahead, Tom.
Rights are extant. You're born with them. And it's also true if you believe in the Constitution.
Rights, but you get more.
All men are created equal, are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. They don't magically get them at 18, right? So if you believe in the Constitution or you're a libertarian.
Let Tom respond, Tom.
You gain the ability to like consent to things at 18, sign contracts, own property. Like you get more and more things over time. Even at like at what is it in the third trimester is like when all of a sudden a baby would have a little bit more rights than they would in the first or second trimester, right? Like there are some rights that are given over time that you actually gain more and more. And yeah, if you're not able to consent, if you're not able to make your own decisions, if you're not able to own property, somebody else has to make those decisions for you. So it is kind of like they said, it's either your parents making those decisions for you or it's the state. The state can have requirements of what it is the parents have to do, but it's still the parents who like are making those decisions over time. In like a philosophical sense, the kids practically
this is a pro-slavery position for the record.
Correct.
So you both have pro-slavery positions.
No, you have the
pro.
On what basis?
No, you're the slaver.
On what basis? On what basis?
You both explicitly stated. State
ownership. Scott, let me ask you. Okay, why do you have a natural right to property? On what basis do you have that right?
Oh boy.
Here we go. Buckle up.
Why?
On the
argumentation ethics 101.
This
In
is
the
yeah,
beginning.
On the
You
basis
guys
of
have
bodily
an hour and a
no,
half.
it's very fine. No,
This
it's
is
fine. It's fine. I don't need to go all the way back to like Aristotelian logic, right?
No, feel free.
Do you have a right of bodily
We'll
autonomy?
start with the basics. Does A equal
Yeah,
A?
if,
and then we
in,
can
four,
move
in,
on from
in,
there.
Right.
in 872, the
You have a-
Kuzcons conquered
No,
the
You can meme all you want. You can meme all you want, right? But Fairy Queen, you have made the argument that the state owns children. Tomfoolery, you have made the argument that parents own children, and I am the only one making the argument that people are not property and that they're not owned.
And
I made
I'm
that point.
saying that
I made
you're
that
So
the
point.
found,
that's
and I'm saying something else. I'm saying the foundation about why you have a right to property in the first place, because you put labor into it, because you work for it, because you have an exchange
No.
of goods for it. If
I'm not a
that's well,
communist. I don't believe in labor theory of value. I
then
don't believe
why
that
do you
labor
then
makes
why
property.
then why do you have an intrinsic right to property?
Because there is unowned property that does not exist, right? That exists but is not owned by anyone. And there is a first user principle. When I am the first user of said property and I am border and I say this is my property and I create something that is intersubjectively communicated with whomever is around me, I'm communicating that I am the first user and I have first principle rights to this property. It's not the
Then why
mixing
doesn't
of
a
my
child
labor.
fall, then why doesn't a child fall underneath that definition? Why does you having sex with a woman and bringing a child into being not fall underneath that?
Because people aren't property. I can't own other people. They have bodily autonomy. They're capable
That's
of
a bad
being
response.
moral agents and moral actors.
And I agree with you, but I still think that, like, Scott, the problem that I have, like, okay, you said because I'm on a
Right. The
first
problem that you
user
have is
basis,
that you just
because I'm the
you don't
no,
understand
Okay,
libertarianism.
Scott. Okay,
So you're straw manning me.
Neither does
I'm not
Lacroix,
straw
though.
manning.
He's
I'm not straw
libertarian.
manning you. Listen, I'm responding to what
I'm a
you said.
socialist.
You're
Yes,
over and
that's
over
right.
again saying that I'm pro-slavery
Let
and that
me
children are
answer you.
property when I'm
Listen,
explicitly
I'll help
telling
you
you
get there.
no, and then you're going, but no,
I know you don't
actually
want
know
it to mean that. I
Why?
understand that it doesn't taste good to feel it, but like
Here,
I
let me
think
give a
that's
socialist take on libertarianism. I
you-
can explain this.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
right,
so Fairy
exactly.
Queen,
It's fucking stupid.
No, so Fairy
No,
Queen.
it's not.
Here's the idea. So I actually don't agree with Scott on some of what he said. I do think that when you mix your labor in with some kind of unowned piece of material, that creates property because now that property is inextricably tied to your life. A human being is this really weird kind of exception, and it's in its own category for a reason, right? Because yeah, you're right. Like you do create a child, right? But like since a child is a person, right, and a person they themselves are also growing themselves, right? There is a ownership, and you can't own something that's already owned by somebody else, right? Unless that ownership is transferred. So I guess you quote unquote make the child, but I'm not even sure I like to think about it that way. The child sort of makes themselves also, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you essentially that's the reason why you can't own a person is because a person, when formed, whenever you think that a human life or a person begins, is they form themselves, right? As the individual unit of person, they are the thing that creates themselves, and they are the thing that
Okay,
now
so
owns their body, right? The body
okay,
is the irreducible self.
so can I'll answer the question. So suppose you have a piece of property, you have
Someone
land,
needs to
and you
burn the
plant
bees
orange
conversation.
trees, and you plant
Yeah.
orange trees like in the front yard. Do you not own the orange tree because the orange tree develops and grows of its own accord, even if you go out and you plant and water it every single day?
You do
Orange
own the
tree's not a
orange
moral
trees.
actor. You're being
Right.
silly.
Hold on. You do own the orange trees, but if the orange trees were people, then they would own themselves.
Okay, well, okay,
A
so
person is the only thing that can own things. It's this unique category, right? That's why when we're talking about like
Private
human
property
beings,
rights
yeah, but your
stem
answer to me,
from
like on why
private
but
property rights
Well,
stem
businesses are
from
people,
the
though,
right
Gibbs,
of
right?
bodily
Right.
autonomy. You can't use it. You
And some
can't
trees.
use private property rights stem from the right of bodily autonomy. Okay, so you can't violate bodily autonomy by some argument that my private property right supersedes your bodily autonomy because that's where they come from. Right? Do you see what I'm
So-
saying? Like
Well, and
Okay,
even
but
the
one
idea
initiates
that,
the
parents
other.
have
that
any
the
kind
child
of any right
develops
at all
itself
to
is
say
just a
what happens
horrible
to the
idea.
children or whether children are okay.
GB?
1 second. Would you guys say that parents have any sort of right at all to make any decisions about what their children are exposed to, or what they're like, what kind of medical
Yes,
surgeries
absolutely.
or okay, well, where's that?
Yeah. Right. So again, if you stop the assumption that the child is owned by the parent and you instead start with the assumption that the child has bodily autonomy, but is incapable of expressing consent because they're not developed yet, then what you understand is what the parent is actually doing is homesteading the will of the child. They are the first user, the female specifically, in natural childbirth. They are the first user, the first person that takes this will. And if you look at like a will of a child, kind of like a last will and testament, but now imagine that this last will and testament, you own a document that gives you the legal authority to distribute all of the belongings of said dead person, right? Now imagine that this will is, instead of being a document you gain instantly, is a document that has to be translated over time. And you can never perfectly understand anything in that document until they reach the age of majority. They reach the age of adulthood. And so as they get older, they're able to express their desire and their will a little bit better. But we recognize that a 13-year-old obviously can express their desires more than a toddler. But a 13-year-old still lacks the capacity to consent because they lack the ability to actually understand what the consequences of their actions are, what it is that they're doing. There are all these hormones, et cetera. And there's a certain place where we as a society
Yeah.
No, it's not.
These are contradictory statements.
Hold
to
on,
say
like, how
no, they're not.
autonomy
Let
Right.
they
let
can't-
Doobie
give me the
try.
contradiction.
That's what autonomy is your ability to consent. That's what autonomy is. You can't
No, it
say
isn't.
both those things.
Let Doobie
Yes,
give it a
yes,
try.
I can. You just said it's a contradiction
Oh my
because it's a
God.
contradiction. Explain it.
That's what autonomy is the ability to consent.
Before we go down this track, I want to Doobie.
No, consent is a behavior.
Oh my God,
while the autonomy is a right.
guys! Let Doobie give it a try.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to flesh out like why age of consent laws, for example, are not inherently like restrictions on bodily autonomy. So if that 13-year-old decides that they want a 25-year-old boyfriend, and they express this and they try to have sex with this boyfriend, not only does I assume, I hope that the parent will come in and try to stop them, but the state itself will come in and try to restrict their autonomy to carry out this activity.
Yeah, I already
It might
answered this
punish
question
them
in the thing. You're
and
just
the boy-
memeing.
I'm not memeing. Hold on. You're saying that this
Yes,
is
you
not,
are.
that
You're trying to make a
restriction on their
pro-pedophile
behavior,
argument.
on whether
Make a fucking
I'm not.
argument.
That's so silly. I'm not.
I've
trying to make a
already said why.
argument. No, you didn't.
My answer is the
I'm
same.
trying to get
is
you to
that they're
explain
incapable
why
of
this
consent
is not a restriction on their bodily autonomy.
because they're incapable of consent. They're incapable of being able to understand their actions. The 13-year-old does not fully understand what it means to be engaged in a sexual relationship with a 25-year-old. If you think
What do you
that,
think the
I
difference
think you
between
belong in
consent
jail.
and autonomy are? What do you think
Consent
the difference is?
consent is an exercising of a right. Bodily autonomy is the right itself. What I'm saying is that you are born with that right by nature
you
of
have
being,
the
just
right
because
if
you're
you
not
can't
capable of
exercise it?
exercising it doesn't mean that you don't have said right.
That doesn't make. Hold on.
Don't
they're
laugh.
capable
Use that
of
argument.
carrying out this-
basically-
I'm going to use
They're
that against
capable
you
of
in a little
making
bit.
this decision, right? We might say that we would disagree with
Okay,
the ability to make
Doobie,
a decision.
do you have
We
a
might
right
say
to
that we
buy a
disagree
Wave Runner?
That they're making the right decision, right, based on
I
our
could
like
get pegged
social
for a Wave
standards.
Runner.
But we are still restricting their bodily autonomy when we tell them they're not allowed to do.
Doobie can afford a
Doobie,
Wave Runner.
do you have a right to buy? Do you have a right to buy a Wave Runner?
I guess I don't.
Right. Okay. So you have the money to buy a Wave Runner. I'm too broke to buy a Wave Runner. Does that mean that you have a right that I don't have? Or does that mean that I have a right to buy a Wave Runner and you have a right to buy a Wave Runner, but you have the means to exercise that right and I don't have the means to exercise that right? Are you saying I lack rights because I don't have the money to buy a Wave Runner?
I don't think these two things are comparable, right? Because what
That's
we're
the
talking
ability.
about isn't that
Yes, because they're different things.
They
The
lack some
exercising of a right is not the same
lack
thing
money.
as a
What we're
right.
saying is
That's a
that
great way of
they
putting
have
it,
the
actually,
ability to have
Scott.
sex. They'd like to have sex. They have the will to have sex, but they're not allowed to have sex because we're restricting that part of their bodily autonomy.
No, but because we recognize that they don't have the capacity to make those decisions.
Maybe the end of your sentences
yeah.
are
Sound
cutting out.
gates. Your sound gates probably a little messed up.
Your
Yeah,
noise
but we
gate
can
is
understand most of what you're saying though. but yeah, so you're saying, Doobie, and Gibbs, I see your hand there. Fairy Queen, her hand is like doing a little a thing I saw. So yeah, sure. Um, and I'm gonna
I do love when this gets thrown into this because they realize I'll fucking stomp them
and
on
we're gonna
vaccine knowledge,
we're
and that Corey
gonna.
Campbell and I are the only people that know what we're talking about
my
here.
God.
So now we're getting into meme
Oh
territory
my
about age of
God.
consent because you pathetic fucks can't handle it.
And then we'll go to Tom
I love
Foley
knowing I've already
afterwards.
won.
Oh my God, FQ, Admiral Gibbs and Tom. But before then, Doobie, you're saying these things that Scott is uncomparable because a child has the means, the capacity, like we'll say like a teenager, just to keep things a little simple here, has a capacity to engage in sexual intercourse, but like we are specifically keeping them away from it, rather than like there is something intrinsic that they're lacking, like in this case money, to like buy an object, right, Doobie?
Right. It's an activity they can do with their own body, with what they have access to every day. There's no extra thing they need to get or produce to have the sex, or to show somebody their tits or something. Okay, they can do this. They have the ability to do this. Many times they have the desire to do the thing. But I think it doesn't make any sense to say that our restriction, us making a law around this, saying you're not allowed to do this, isn't inherently a restriction of their bodily autonomy.
Okay, so your argument is the state makes law A. Law A says you can't do a thing, therefore the right doesn't exist. So here's the problem. Here's the problem with that logic, is that the moment that you make the argument that the state determines what a right is and what a right isn't, is the moment that you make the argument that rights do not exist in any capacity other than being granted by the state. So Hitler actually never violated any Jews' rights because the state had determined that it was okay to genocide the Jews. So therefore, there was no rights violated of the Jews. Right? Like, I know that that's an extreme example. Forgive me. You went to fucking age of consent laws, so I'm not really fucking feeling charitable
within Germany,
here and using more appropriate.
Yeah, within the context of Germany, he didn't violate the rights. These were their rights. These were the legal capacity of.
Which makes you right. Which makes your argument right. Your argument is now might makes right. What is moral is who has the most power. So it is morally acceptable for me to rape your fiance if I have more power than you, because your fiance is nothing but my fuck meat now.
I don't think that makes any sense.
If I have more power than you, it's right.
No, okay, but you're misunderstanding. When you say somebody is right or moral, it sounds like you're making some kind of like spiritual claim. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that two people or two nations can disagree about what rights, quote unquote, somebody has, right? So the set of things that nation or that society has decided it's acceptable for a person to do or they're allowed to do. So two nations can disagree. Just about every nation does disagree. That I don't think any of these nations are actually right.
Well, nations don't disagree.
It's not written anywhere. God hasn't come down and written it down on a stone. Yeah, but the nations are made up of people, right? So these nations disagree. Okay. So in Germany, in your like bullet, I guess. Within Germany, in the German context, it's true that in their like legal state or whatever set of laws they had, Hitler wasn't actually violating any of the rights because they didn't have any fucking rights. So they do whatever the fuck they want.
Right. So you agree with me? You agree with me? If I have the power,
but other nations can disagree
to violate rights.
I would disagree with you. Just as I would disagree with you raping my fiance or raping anybody. Then they disagree. They fight it out, and whoever wins gets to say what's right going forward. That's how all nations.
Right. You're agreeing with me. Right, you're agreeing with me that might makes right, and that rights only exist by power.
I don't think it's like a spiritual status that we're giving to these rights.
Okay, I'm not giving a spiritual status. What I'm saying is that rights are extant, and that they can be logically derived. If you don't accept that, and you believe that might makes right, then you recognize that the concept of right, at least in your opinion, is a made-up thing of power dynamics. Congratulations, you're a critical theorist, and we get it. You love CRT. I know it's your favorite thing, the sport.
I love CRT.
Right, but right. I know you love CRT in school because you have the exact same opinion as the critical race theorist. You and Ember McKinney, your philosophy is 1-to-1.
Doobie, can I ask you a question? When you said when you were talking about the disgusting thing that you're talking about earlier, well, they could do it. You would agree with me there's a difference between being able to engage in sex and being able to consent to engaging in sex, right?
Sure, sort of. I think that when you get into the consent thing. A lot of that is going to be built up around like social understandings of what consent even means, right? There are plenty of cultures around the world where they do believe that a child can consent to sex.
I'm not asking about those cultures.
Let me,
This is
hold
why I'm
on,
asking you.
wait, stop. I'm going to expand it a bit. Okay, I'm going to take it away
And
from the
I know
children.
Papua New
This is
Guinea.
something-
I know Papua New
This is
Guinea. There's some weird shit going on
I wasn't
over
going to
there.
do it. I wasn't going to do the sound music, okay?
All right.
But this is something that I actually was thinking about like pretty deeply. I was really disturbed by a show called Love on the Spectrum. My fiance loves these fucking dating shows. Yeah? And there are the people on the show who seem like perfectly kind, wholesome people, but they're very obviously like mentally like not all there, right? They've some issues. I mean, it's called Love on the Spectrum because they're on the spectrum, and some of them are very, very on the spectrum. And these shows are like that, you know, they're trying to get them to find love because these people want to find love too. And watching some of these interactions felt very, very fucking like wrong, right? Because I felt like we should not be encouraging these people to have sex or to kiss or to date or anything like this because it just didn't seem like they really understood anything, any part of it, right? So I think that in my instinct there is to say that, yeah, these people probably shouldn't be allowed to have sex. They probably shouldn't be dating people, right? Even other autistic people or whatever, just because it just seems like they're not able to fully grasp the situation. But I say that understanding that would be a restriction of their bodily autonomy. So I don't know how we can make a law around something that like
No, I
something as
can
simple as
use your
sex.
example
So
very
that
clearly.
law isn't restricting.
Super clear. Super clear. So in your example, using your example, right? Person A that is super autistic, right? You say we should restrict their capacity to engage in sex because we recognize that they lack the capacity to consent. Okay? But what you wouldn't say is that, but I can go fuck them whether they like it or not. Right? Because you recognize that they have bodily autonomy, that they have a right to their body, and that they have a right to not have someone have sex with them if they don't want to have sex with that person. But you also recognize that they lack the mental capacity to be able to appropriately consent to when to exercise that right that they have. They don't lose the right to not engage to their bodily autonomy or lose the right to not engage in that behavior. If that was true, then we would treat severely autistic people the same way you think we should treat dogs, and I'll put peanut butter on my dick and just let them fucking go to town if they really like peanut butter. We don't do that because that's fucking wrong because they're a person that have bodily autonomy.
You do that with dogs?
Okay, well, one second.
No, Doobie has said multiple times he would.
Yeah, of course. I love letting dogs suck my dick, of course. So, really quickly,
You know
So I think-
why they're in the bed with you now.
I think
Makes
it
sense.
is just. I think maybe we are just using the word rights differently.
Nice.
Because I would say, so for example, if the United States banned hate speech, quote unquote, whatever the fuck they decide that means, I would
Right.
say, well, hey, you don't have free speech in the U.S. You don't have a right to free speech because, hey, here's a law restricting your speech, right? So clearly, you don't have this
Yeah.
thing. You would say that despite this law, you do have the right to free speech. It's just being like unfairly or illegitimately,
Actually-
compromised.
Actually, as a full-blown anarcho-capitalist, I would say that you can say whatever you want, but you don't have like the free speech is something that only exists because the government exists, right? So like you don't have a right to free speech on Twitter, right? But because the government exists and the government's involved with Twitter,
Well, I mean, we
and
can use
paying
gun
the money,
rights.
etc.
Or gun,
Yeah,
gun
yeah,
rights
because
or
that's
right
just
to-
private property rights. Yeah, you have a right to own gun ownership.
Yes, you would say
Sure.
you still have that right, actually, but the government is unfairly attacking it or punishing people for.
Yeah, I'm
exercising
saying
that
rights
right.
are extant.
Okay, yeah, then
Yeah, it doesn't matter that the government is infringing on them. They still exist as the founding fathers
So-
stated, right? When they wrote the Declaration of
Sure,
Independence,
sure.
there's certain all men are endowed by
we're
their
gonna have
creator with
to
certain
move forward. We gotta
unalienable
move forward.
rights.
We gotta move forward. So we gotta go to Gibbs, FQ, Tom.
All right, so I'm gonna change a little bit because I'm gonna be honest. None of this pertains to my argument at all, and I don't really give a shit
Or the
about it.
topic.
Yeah. So, like we're talking about rights, and I think one of the big things we need to factor in is that like we don't live in anarcho-capital land. We live in a real world, right? And so we have to talk about the issues at hand. And I think the issue that really comes down to the hand in this one is custodianship, right? And so this is the governmental custodianship versus parental custodianship of a child, right? We agree that kids
Yeah.
are a sliding scale when it comes to like their rights. Like say you commit a crime, you might get charged as an adult. You know, they have Romeo and Juliet laws. I don't want to dive into the sliding scale or say but arbitrarily, we pretty much decided 18 or 21 or where you get your rights on these things, right? 18, I guess, is when you get out the house. 21 is when you get get liquor, like all these things. Those seem to be the arbitrary numbers our society has decided, right? And so parents at that time have basically custodianship over the child, right? And then the government, in some sense, since we've given our power, we live in the real world, has some sorts of custodianship over us, right? This comes down to states' rights, federalism, all this bullshit, right? And I think the real issue I'm having with this is not over property rights, but I mentioned bodily autonomy in it. And it's that, yes, we've given the government some power, but why should the government have the right to like make like a decision for me and my own? I get the argument, I think it comes down to this like kind of the sliding scale I mentioned earlier with like, is it measles, is it smallpox? Is it going to affect all these other individual people? Like, yeah, that's one thing, but why that's one bad thing, right? But what if I don't trust the government, and what if they do something? It's not like we haven't seen governments in the past take over this right and say like, we're going to use this to like round you up. Like y'all mentioned Nazi Germany, or we're going to use this or whatever to like in the Tuskegee Airmen or like any of the CIA stuff, and they just do this behind your back. So it's not like we don't have examples of our own government doing these kind of things. So for you to sit here and tell me, it's a bodily autonomy, it's individual rights, no, it's a custodianship issue, and it comes down to I don't trust the government, and why should I trust the government to do this if I want to have the ability to object? Now, if I trust the science, I can choose to opt in, and if enough people opt in, as far as I understand, that's great. But I should die of smallpox if I'm decide to choose I want to die of smallpox.
If it's so Gibbs,
Yes.
so I'll respond
100.
to that. So Gibbs, I would respond to that. So I would agree that you, Admiral Gibbs, can make the decision for yourself as to whether or not you want to die of smallpox or not, whether or not you as an adult want to be vaccinated for smallpox or not. But because, as you stated before, like this is an issue of custodianship, right? Like, and the issues of custodianship necessarily has to involve what is in the best interests of the child, like what is in the best interest of the healthcare of the child, and that ultimately is decided by the court, right? So the question I would proffer to you, right? So there are cases of children who come from families of Jehovah's Witnesses, and there are cases where the families do not want their child to receive a blood transfusion, and they are sued by it in court. Do you think that they should be allowed to refuse treatment for their child if there is no other way, and if the child will surely die?
Well, that gets complicated because I know children in some cases like that do have the right, so if they're old enough, they can emancipate themselves, or they could go
But
against.
suppose they're not. Suppose they're 5.
Suppose they're not. I mean, I guess I'd say tough titties. It's the smaller problem in the scale of things. Like I really feel bad for that kid, but if it becomes
You don't
down
have
to
to
that
bite
kid,
that bullet. No, I don't
I
even
am
bite
gonna,
that bullet.
I'm gonna bite the bullet. If it comes down to like
No.
It's wild.
little, hold on, here, hold on. If it
No.
comes down to little Pedro and them like doing this like one time, this one rare instance of the Jehovah's
Gibbs.
Witness, and no, but hear me
That's
out.
property.
Gotta hand it to Gibbs. He does
No,
bite those bullets.
Yeah, I am gonna bite the bullet because I feel like it's
Are you a
bullshit.
patsy, dude? Do you ever?
No, it's
fucking
not a
make
patsy.
arguments that conservatives actually believe
This is
in?
really I do make these
Oh.
arguments. You just don't let me finish them because you go on your philosophical rant for 30 minutes. I even have a timer going for your timer right now, and you have 8 times the amount of time everybody else in the panel has. Like, if we really want to get down to it. So I don't want to hear nothing out of you till I'm done. So
Say
I
something
want
about
that.
you
I want
then.
that data, by the way, Gibbs.
I got it. I'm writing it down as we go here. So we're sitting here and we're looking at it like this. All right, yeah, it sucks. One person died. And we hear this argument for the greater good all the time. That's the argument they're going to make. Oh, these people being able to opt out.
No.
Why should like that sucks for that one kid, but the government
No,
should
the principle is, do you as the parent, if it violates your religious principles, if it violates what you believe, do you have the right to refuse life-saving healthcare for your child?
Well, I don't
Do you
know.
have the right
I
to
don't base it off
refuse?
religious, but I think the parents should have full custodianship up to a certain point.
So
Yes.
they should be able to allow their child to die if it violates the religious principles to receive that healthcare.
Up to a
That's what I'm
certain point
asking.
is a very important qualifier.
Yeah,
Like you're gonna have to specify what that means.
I mean, exactly. That's kind of where the debate
So this is why
I mean.
libertarians have the only answer to this actual question.
We
because
got it.
Oh, here
You're
we go.
both
But not
arguing the
lactose, not
exact
libertarian.
same thing. FQ and Admiral Gibbs, you're making the same argument. You're making the argument that the state
the
has more
argument I
ownership
want
of
to
the
focus
child,
on is actually
and
what
Admiral
parents
Gibbs
engage
is that the child has that the parents should have more rights, and the
Yeah,
actual argument
okay.
is custodianship. Admiral Gibbs, you already said it, custodianship, right? It is the parent's responsibility, duty, and or right to be a custodian of the child. The moment that the parent is interacting in such a way that it makes it impossible for their injuries to be healed, that their bodily autonomy is protected, which includes the preservation of their body in its natural state, is a moment that the parent is superseding their rights as a custodian and
No,
infringing
I
upon the
disagree.
bodily autonomy of the
Okay,
child.
so-
If that is the
hold on.
case, if
Here's
that's the
argument
case,
against that, though. Here's the argument against that. If you're not religious, right? Say you are religious and you deeply believe that if by giving this child a blood fusion, you're sending them to hell and they're going to burn for eternity, would it not be your custodial like job as that person then? If that was your true belief and nothing could convince you otherwise, wouldn't
No.
you be doing the right thing? Oh, that's the
I don't
debate.
care that
I
you're
guess.
crazy.
Okay.
I don't
Right.
care that you're crazy.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
me,
Right?
but
You're
I'm
infringing
saying-
So
upon their
I
body.
gotta move on. We gotta a little time. So FQ, it's your turn. Tom, Corey, Aiko.
A very simple question for you. So if that's true, then why not the vaccine? Then why not force like parents to administer the vaccine to their children? Why does it not
Is the
meet that
vaccine
bar?
a natural state of your body? Number one, is it a natural state of your body to be vaccinated? Are you
That's
born vaccinated?
No,
you-
but are you born
Okay, so
with
we're no
pulling
longer
teeth? Are you-
preserving. Listen, we're no longer preserving the natural development of the child. We're now using medical interventions that may or may not be necessary in order to preserve their life. Okay, so now this
So-
becomes.
hold on, though.
Okay.
There's,
You see
but
the
you can hold
problem here?
two things
No,
here.
no,
You can
I
hold
don't-
two things
I
here.
got no.
Like-
Sorry. Gibbs. We just gotta move on. We gotta keep pushing. We got a few more people.
I think Corey had his point, but so I'll let him go and then I'll go.
No, FQ, you go, and then we're gonna Tom,
So
Corey. we'll
because
go
it's
Tom,
an
Corey, Aiko.
unnatural state, I mean, so in that case, like that could fall in. There are so many things. Like the natural state of man is a loincloth and a spear, right? The natural state of a person is to die before they turn 30 with their teeth falling out without getting
That's not
proper
true.
dental care.
And ambulance
Okay.
is
true.
unnatural.
You
There
can
are lots
right,
of
proper
things
dental
in
care.
life that
Listen,
are-
proper dental
I'm
care, as
sorry,
you just
Scott.
examined.
There are lots of things in life that are unnatural.
Right. I'm
Asking your
just
kids to brush their
proving
teeth
you
every
wrong
morning
over
is
and over again
unnatural.
because
Okay.
because
Do you
you
think
thought you were
fluoride?
prepared to
Do you
debate
think-
against
do you-
libertarianism, but you don't understand what it is. So again,
Friend, I need you to be quiet.
dentistry
for
Hold on,
is
you
the
gotta- you gotta-
preservation
Okay.
Are you
of
against
your teeth.
brushing their
That's
teeth?
You
Are you
wouldn't let me
against
go.
kids brushing
You
their
wouldn't let me
teeth?
go. I got a whole different thing. Other
Yeah,
libertarians
you
for the
keep
5,000th
arguing
time.
against straw man. You're being
Are you
hilarious.
against
No,
kids?
again,
Answer the question.
are teeth
Answer-
natural?
it's a
Do you
simple-
grow teeth? Do you grow teeth?
Are you against kids brushing their teeth or not?
Do you grow
Answer the
teeth?
question. Yeah, answer the question.
Do you
No,
grow
I
teeth?
couldn't keep going.
Fluoride
Do
or
you
not,
grow
Scott?
teeth?
Answer
I'm
the
gonna
goddamn
help you
question.
understand
Are you
basic
against
logic.
crust?
Yes,
Do you
yes,
grow
you grow
teeth?
teeth. Oh my God, yes, you grow teeth. Oh,
All right. So since you grow teeth, what would brushing them be? Would that be preserving the teeth that you grew?
Oh, you mean like vaccines? Like preserving yourself from getting measles and from getting polio and
That's
from
not a
getting
preservation of a thing that you grew. That's
not a
something that to
preservation of your
interact with a
health. It's not a
potential
preservation of you
outside
getting
threat.
sick. Really? You think that getting a vaccine is not a preservation of your health? You don't think so? You don't think it's at all
Look,
similar
if
to
you
you
want
brushing
to,
your
if
teeth
you
in
want
the
to,
morning?
if you want to redefine that all preventative
It's
medicine
a very simple
against
question.
any
You don't
potential
think these things are the same?
No, they're not the same. They're not the same, right? Because saying preventative medicine is that all forms of preventative. So, like, let me give you an example, right? So, if a child eats a poor diet, right? Well, that has potential risks, potential issues, right? So, if you by your argumentation, if you the one you're trying to create for me, the straw man you're trying to create, if I were to ever feed my child chicken nuggets and French fries, right, then I would be abusing the child. I would be engaged in child abuse, and it's not that difficult to see how CPS, in a different dimension might get to
No.
that point. At some
I'm not asking
no,
you.
no,
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 we're
no,
not
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
a bad thing
No.
that you're giving your child. We're talking about a good thing that you're giving your child. Brushing their
Right,
teeth.
you're
giving them a
allowed to brush
vaccine.
their teeth because it preserves their body.
So
It
why aren't you
preserves their bodily
allowed? Why is it?
autonomy.
Do you think that? Do you think that if a kid goes into a classroom and you could visibly see that they have cavities and their teeth are falling out, do you think that the teacher should call CPS and complain? Do you think they have a basis to complain?
I don't think CPS has a basis to exist, but nevertheless, I think it is a sign of potential other abuse, right? The fact that a child has cavities isn't necessarily proof of any abuse, right? But it certainly points towards neglect, and we would want to investigate that neglect and see if the child isn't being fed properly, if the child isn't given some forms of interactions to maintain the health of their body.
Right.
These
So
things
if
When
a
you're
kid-
talking about a
Yeah, so-
vaccination,
Right. So if a kid shows up to class and they have measles, am I not supposed to pick up the phone and call CPS? Why is that different?
why would so if a child has a cold,
They
you're
haven't been
supposed to call
vaccinated.
CPS.
Suppose it's not required. They're not vaccinated and they come to school and they have measles. Should I not be able to? Is it wrong?
They call it a childhood sickness.
Yes, that
What's
was
your
preventable. That was preventable.
child-
A preventable one that they could have had a vaccine.
so
That's what
is-
they could have
right.
brushed their teeth to keep their teeth in their head.
Well, first of all, even if they were vaccinated, there's no guarantee that they wouldn't get measles. They're just way
Nevertheless,
less likely to get
there's no
measles.
guarantee you
There's
won't
a
get cavities if you brush your teeth
96%
every day. But
guarantee.
No, because it's no longer a 1-to-1, right? So the moment that you start saying, "Oh, well, it was preventable because there was some action that you could have done that would have reduced your risk," is the moment that I can say, "Oh, you got measles? Well, what's their diet look like?" Because there are actions you could take in their diet that would make them healthier. And since you're not feeding them a proper diet, we're taking your children away because you gave them chicken nuggets. chicken nuggets is not the most optimal way to maintain the health and body of the child.
Yeah, but it's a
The
question
difference
of
is
degree
no.
does
The difference
matter.
is
Like you can't
degree is
say
not the
that
issue here.
A 96%
It is
reduction
black
in
and white.
risk is not the same as a 2% reduction in risk.
I don't think
I
it's
think you
black and
have
white.
to
Right,
make
I
that
agree.
difference.
Listen,
Yeah.
I agree. I agree that a 2% reduction in risk is different than a 96% reduction in risk. What I'm saying is that when you say that percentages based off of data that is determined by politicians and scientists that get government fucking grants is how we decide as a
Is this the
community
fake
where the
news?
rights end
Fake
and
news is
begin.
the reason
No,
you shouldn't
but hold on,
vaccinate your
I
kids.
wanna-
We do
I
that
wanna jump
anyway.
on that. If
Oh,
I
do
do
you
that
want to
anyway.
fucking debate vaccines? Because I'll fuck you up. You can't even touch me. Like if you want to
I
talk
I
about
don't
it.
even
But the
care
thing
about
is
the debate
we'll
the
get this
vaccine
shit
thing.
taken
I
off
wanna
YouTube
talk
in a
about the
heartbeat.
thing that she's
Oh
talking
God.
about.
Okay. So let's go. So Tom, Corey, Echo. Sorry, I Lactoid. You'll get the final word on this.
Yeah, there's a number of things that I wanted to address. The first thing is the slavery word, like it's kind of like a buzzword that we use to describe things. Like generally, yes, you are in charge of your child. You're able to decide what they do and don't do. That includes whether or not they're doing chores, whether or not they're homeschooled, go to a private school, go to a public school. You get to decide if they have to mow the lawn today. You get to decide what they eat, what they don't eat, when they eat, when they go to bed, when they wake up. Like, yes, you decide all of these things for them. You can call it
I have
slavery
kids.
if you want. We'll also call it
That's not right.
we call people working in prison slavery. We call people who have to work wage slaves. We call all sorts of things slavery, and we use this buzzword because we think of chattel slavery, but it's not chattel slavery. So if you want to call it slavery and say then you're pro slavery, then yes, then I'm pro slavery, but it's not the same thing as though like it's chattel slavery. These are insanely different things. And so yes, you practically own your kids. You are in charge of literally everything within their lives, and you
I
decide
don't agree with
all of
that,
those
but
things for them within a limit. But and then the other thing that like kids grow themselves is like a kind of like saying like cars drive themselves or turn themselves on. Like you're doing all of the actions to make these things happen, and because of
What?
your decisions and your actions. So if I like turn the key for my car, there's a ton of other things that I'm putting in motion that make the car turn on. When I turn the wheels, there's a ton of things that I'm putting in motion that make it turn, but I'm still the one driving the car.
Can
If you
children run
but you
away
would
from home?
call that them driving themselves, right? I
Can
make sure
children
that
run away from home?
I mean, if you abuse them, yeah.
This is an
I mean,
asinine
there's a
argument.
ton of
Children
things.
can run away from
yeah,
home.
sure.
Right, like they
Well,
can do
they
things completely independent
they
of another human being. A car can't. A car can't run away from
they're
home.
not even
This is a
born
silly
with that
argument.
Wait till we
thing
get the
within it.
self-driving
No,
car,
they're not
Scott.
even.
Then the
They do
argument
not
changes.
even. They do not even start growing, or it can even have the ability to be born until you put these actions into play. So yes, there are like
Doesn't
it is
matter.
your decisions in the things
Children
that you're
have a
doing that
will
make
of their
them
own. They're
grow,
humans.
just like you turning a key
Cars
in a
don't.
car.
Cars don't get abused by car owners and then run away from home. Okay, it's a stupid argument. They're not the same thing.
I don't know.
Maybe, maybe
How that
Tom,
they're gonna
Tom,
be
maybe
a-
here's another way.
They're gonna have
Here's-
self-repossession cars, right? So maybe.
Tom, here's maybe a different way of looking at it, right? Like, just because I can put a key in a car and drive it doesn't necessarily mean that I own the car, right? You
Right.
could have somebody, yeah, you could have somebody else own that car, never drive it, never do anything with it, and I could be the sole user, but I still don't own that car. I could
Yeah.
I could have the
And if
complete
you don't
say.
take
I-
care of the car's not going to exist at all.
Sure, I could have the complete say over how that car is driven. I can have a say over what kind of conditions that car is in. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the title, I don't own that car. Even though I have control over that car and I'm telling the car what to do, I still don't own the car, right?
I actually have an
Okay,
answer.
what is
I,
this
I,
supposed to?
So,
I have.
so what I'm trying to draw the analogy here of like you own your self-ownership is like the one. It's kind of like a bedrock principle of like of all facets of libertarianism, right? This concept of you own yourself, right? It's almost tautological, right? You have to kind of boil it down to some kind of base level principle of like what's the base level of ownership? Well, you have to own yourself in order to own anything else afterwards. And so if the given of you own yourself here, like yeah, parents can have a say over what kids do. That doesn't mean that they own their kids. That doesn't mean that the kids are their property. They are granted a level of, like Gibb said, like custodianship to look after the kids, to make sure the kids are doing their best and in their best well-being. In the same way that, like, if I am borrowing your car, perhaps I have the duty to look after your car and make sure it runs the best and make sure it does the best. Even though I don't own the car, I'm just doing that for the owner of the car. In this
Yeah,
case,
but
the kid
I'm
owns
not
themselves.
understanding the
I-
differential because even if we talk about like actual chattel slavery, they like those people still had the ability to make the decision to not do what it was they were told to do, and then they would get some sort of punishment afterwards, because they
That's why it's
refused to
wrong.
do it. But
I-
that's not
I-
like, well,
I-
we're not talking about right or wrong. We're talking about like the fact that yes, even though you have the ability to
am-
make the decision, it didn't change whether or not we called them property.
FQ, if you got a quick response, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, I have a response to that. So Laxoid, you mentioned just because like you use the car, just because you click your key into the ignition, it doesn't necessarily mean that you own it. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have the title, right? But suppose, for instance, I go to my backyard, I get a bunch of scrap metal, and it's 50% of the metal is mine, and 50% of the metal belongs to someone else. And we get together and we build this car together. Do I not own the car?
Again, a human being is going to be like fundamentally different than any other thing that you can think of, because this is like the base level moral subject that we're talking about. I see it actually in my mind. I envision it more like colors a little bit, where you take yellow and blue and you put them together and now it's green. This green is unique. It's its own color, right? It owns itself. It is green, right? Yes, it took blue and yellow to make it, but now it is distinct. It is no longer like something that like necessarily flows from one or the other. It is a unique thing which on principle has self-ownership.
That might be I still think that there's a case to be made that like it's at least 50% yours and 50%. I think that you could like follow that logic train down, right? Because like, why do I own myself? Why do I own myself in the first place? And it's tautological. I get that, like,
Base level
but
axiom, yeah.
yeah, I understand that, right? But if I truly own myself, then I own all parts of myself, including my genetic material, right? Meaning that if I choose to reproduce with myself, that's my genetic material
You
within that
do.
person, which means I own that person because
No,
that person
again,
is an extension of my genetic material.
you do.
They
You
are
own
a piece of me.
you own your genetic material just in the same way that blue owns blue. But once half of genetics gets mixed with half of another person's, it has taken on a completely unique character. It's not just like irreducible to half. This is
It has its own unique human DNA.
it's a unique human DNA. It's a human being. And I agree with you that in any other context in which we don't have like a person established, then it would make sense that the ownership would just simply transfer to whoever had put in the effort, right?
It's moral actor. It's really that simple. It's moral actor.
But the fact that there's like this is a person, it is in a whole category of its own, because personhood is like the basis for property ownership, even having like
sorry,
we
got to move past. We got to move past.
I know. Please, personhood is the fundamental basis for property ownership, even being coherent. Because without personhood, who gets to own property? What does it mean to even own property if you don't even have people? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so quick question. Quick question is not a quick question. Like, but TLDR it for me. Lactoid. Would you own your clone, your fully grown clone?
If it's a person, no, you can't.
But you said like it's half of the DNA. Once you mix it, that's the point where things change.
No, but
that's why I said moral actor.
Right, it's a different person. It's a unique person.
Okay, all right. So you don't actually mean the mixing of DNA. It doesn't matter. Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see ownership as necessarily like transferring along like DNA.
So sorry, I know Corey, you wanted to go, but I have more questions about that.
I'm sure we're going to revisit this in the next topic. I'm pretty sure there's space to explore this in the next topic.
Fair enough.
But yeah, a couple questions. Well, first I want to point out, Lactoid used, a color analogy, and I think Lactoid previously said that he doesn't see color, so a little bit suspicious. But a couple of questions to Gibbs and Scott, just to maybe clarify. So Gibbs, you mentioned previously, I think, is sort of, I understood, like, custodianship up to a point. So I'm curious where that point sort of, if you can flesh out where it lies to. As in, I asked the question, do you think parents have the right to corporally punish their children or spank their children? Is that permissible for you?
Yeah, I think they absolutely have the right to spank their children.
Interesting. And well, yeah, we would disagree there. That's another story. But yeah, I strong disagree. And so as okay, yeah, great. And Scott, sort of to maybe clarify your position to hopefully
Mm-hmm.
understand it better. So when you were engaging with Fairy Queen, and I think I understood you brought up this concept when you were talking about the vaccine of like, sort of preserving the natural state of the body, and that the MMR vaccine doesn't fall into that category. So I'm curious if, let's say, for example, your child happens to get bitten by a rabid dog. Do you have the right to deny the vaccine after biting, since the guidelines stipulate that rabies is essentially a death sentence, and the CDC guidelines recommend
There's a
that
key word
even
here. It's very quick. Yeah. The key word here is after. Right. So if you're bitten by a rabies infected dog, right? Then the presumption here is as soon as possible get them this, even though it's not necessarily 1-to-1 that the dog is rabies infected, right? Which I think is where you're going with this.
Yeah, well, I said
So
rabid dog, like specifically. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, right. So, I mean, you could even take it further, right? Which is like, we assume the dog to be rabid, but we don't actually know, right? Same thing as like you step on a rusty nail, tetanus
Yeah,
shot,
tetanus,
right?
etc., etc.
Right. So post injury, right? Now we are discussing a medical intervention to restore the body to its natural state. This is not the same thing as giving a preventative medicine that is presumed to reduce risk of potential harm. Do I
So-
think you should give your kids the MMRV vaccine? Yeah. I think you're an idiot if you don't.
Okay, so I'm
But
curious.
like I don't think you get to force people to do so via state mandates when there isn't any rationale there other than the state has a right to force you to your children to take things that are medical interventions because we say it's in the greater good. Like rotavirus. I fucking hate rotavirus. Why is rotavirus on the vaccine schedule? We all know why. Because Dr. Paul Offit owns fucking rights to it. That's why it's on the fucking vaccine schedule. Your kid doesn't need fucking rotavirus vaccinations. Worst case scenario, they get rotavirus. You know what happens? You fucking squirt some saline in their mouth and they're fine. We have access to clean drinking water in the U.S. We don't need that shit.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, as in if the MMR vaccine functions the same as the rabies vaccine, then you'd be okay with pretty much that's a violation of rights. As in, if it's a pretty much after the infection, it's really just the preventive aspect that you take issue with.
Exactly. Like Fairy Queen gave an analogy of Jehovah's Witnesses, right? So their kids in a car accident. Blood transfusion is designed to restore the body's state to its natural, state, right? If you're denying saline, you're denying lactated ringers, for example, right? To pull interstitial fluid, which, I think Jehovah's Witnesses can use lactated ringers. But blood transfusion, right? If you are denying a blood transfusion because the evil blood, right? Like fuck off, right? This is a medical intervention designed to restore the body to its natural state. It is not the same thing as a vaccine.
Then I'm curious. Just to clarify quickly, when you say natural state, how does that intersect with congenital birth defects? Or
So for example, I understand. So like if you have a cleft palate, right? The assumption is that the natural state of the body is to be normative, right? Without that, right? So it's perfectly reasonable to fix a cleft palate because the assumption there is that this is some form of mutation that hinders their development and growth. However, if the child was, let's say, 16 and never developed any breast tissue beyond like a super low A cup, it would not be in the child's development to just give them breast augmentation because they want it, right? You need to wait until they're an adult.
I mean, I agree with you there, but there's more that I want to unpack, but I'll set it aside.
Well, to Corey and to FQ, write down like your questions because I really do want to it pains me that I'm interrupting these conversations because they're really interesting. So please write down those questions. And maybe we can okay. So let's go to Aiko, and I promised Lactoid the last word. Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to, let's say I agree like with Scott when he's talking about preserving the natural state as opposed to like introducing something new into the system. That still leaves a question of should the state be mandating that those those normal states like be protected. And it sounds to me like, I think with the toothpaste question, it sounds like Scott was agreeing with a state mandate here, that the state mandate that, you know, parents like require their children to brush their teeth on a regular basis, and if they don't, that's child abuse. And even if I got that wrong and he wasn't agreeing to that, I do think that he would agree, because he said even earlier on the conversation about someone throw them in jail if this happens or whatever. I think he agrees that abusing children it should be mandated against, right? So there is a point at which you do trust the custodialship of the government over that of individual parents, at least when there's abuse happening. So it seems to me that there are at least in principle, we're agreeing to the possibility that the state sometimes has greater authority than the parent.
It's super quick because I know you got to be fast. Super quick. It's not about state mandate. It's about forestalling guardianship. When you abuse a child or neglect a child and you fail to be able to take care of the child, feed them, or you get them to brush their teeth, you are essentially saying, I no longer care about this child. Anybody that wants to take care of this child can come and take care of this child. Should the state do it? No. Should a private adoption agency or a family member do it? Yes. But if the state does indeed come in and remove a child from a parent that has neglected them, that is just a different actor, because the parents have lost any rights to say that they're a custodian if they have neglected or abused the child, even if it's not their fault, right? Like if a woman has no money and can't afford to feed a child, you know, she might want to keep her kids, but sorry, you're not feeding your fucking kids. They're not your kids anymore. Like, you have neglected them. You have not given them what they need to survive. And you have said, if someone else wants to take care of these kids that actually can, go ahead. You have done that via your actions.
And the state is on that list of people who have that authority.
No, but I don't want to get into anarchist theory. I just want to say that, like,
Okay.
the state existing is a problem, right? But like, it should be a family member or someone else, right? But if the state does it, it's like that parent didn't have a right to violate anyways. So like, yes, the state is violating the child's rights, but if the child, you know, would be better off in a different situation.
Okay, but then
That's
you're
a different-
talking about individuals who are going to then have conflicting claims as to the custodialship.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
So
right
what?
there,
So, like, you have to have something that adjudicates between these disparate parties that have claims to custodialship of the children.
Yeah, I don't want to. Like I said, I didn't want to get too deep into it. Like,
Okay.
I just wanted to correct the thinking there. But yes, I'm willing to have that conversation, just not right now, because I want him Prime to move.
Yeah, Lactoid, final word on this, and then we'll move on to our next. Again, write down your questions, because we can maybe circle around to this, but go ahead.
Sure. So final word, property rights based, self-ownership based, but I actually wanted to ask a question.
Of course you did.
Can't have the final word.
What
with
do
the
you,
question.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I
it's
have to.
unanswered.
It's very important. Corey and Fairy Queen, and I've heard it argued to me that circumcision is essentially like a vaccine, in that you are, like, quote unquote violating the bodily autonomy, if we depending on what our definitions of bodily autonomy here are. But
Male
there's, like,
genital mutilation's bad. Yes.
yeah, there's some, like, very small, like, reduced chance of, like, certain diseases and certain conditions in the future. Would you consider a parent that refuses to circumcise their child to be, like, more neglectful or more abusive, even to a marginal degree, than a parent who did circumcise their child?
So
Go ahead, Fairy Queen.
my answer is not going to be very satisfying. It depends. It depends on the level of risk. It depends on the level of benefits. It depends on how much of a benefit there is, as opposed to how much of it outweighs it. I know that's not very satisfying, but it's essentially a risk analysis. That's what my unsatisfying answer to you would be.
Me, I would say I agree. It's a therapeutic, or rather, it's a risk analysis. But yeah, pretty much in virtually every case, there is no therapeutic benefit at all to circumcising your child. Even with data of HIV transmission, et cetera, it's not really good quality data. It's like, yeah, there's, and that is reflected in the overall guidelines, both in Canada and most of the developed countries. Of like, yeah, there's actually no therapeutic value whatsoever in circumcising your child.
So there's a lot of medical institutions in America that say differently, and maybe they're spreading medical misinformation. So if they're doing
they mostly
shame on them. But I think, besides maybe Scott, I think we're all in agreement that there's some level of risk which I think I even started out by saying, like, there's some level of risk where, yeah, it's unacceptable. Like, you should have to do this, but like, there's just a real question where we can't just be going in and legislating every single thing all the time about how parents raise their kids. And if the risk profile is low enough, then perhaps it's not something that the government needs to be involved with. And the real question here is just, does this MMR vaccine fall within one category or the other?
Rothbirdie gave 100 bits. If you're still here, Rothbirdie, Barty, excuse me.
Was it like 3
says
hours ago?
it probably. FQ calling me out there. You're really calling me out
You're
there.
right.
FQ taking property rights to the extreme. FQ real libertarians. Scott and Lactoid fake libertarians. I think that's a message we can all agree on. In the end, something to bring us together. All right, so
True.
let's.
That's what a real libertarian is. I don't want to be it. Fucking Pete Quinones in here now. I'm now a post lib.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I do. This conversation is fascinating, and we didn't even get to Tuvek's question. Right. My friend Aiko is bringing the real interesting philosophical debates there, and hopefully maybe in the after panel we could talk about that. But that it's a really interesting discussion. Justice for Tuvix. Really interesting discussion on this sci-fi character, but like it relates. It does relate. Anyway, let's go on to the second topic. And before we do that, guys, if you've been enjoying this, oh, god damn it. So Mock Gaming Bot, thank you for resubbing 22 minutes ago. Shut up, guys. They say, LOL, why does Fabian get free reign on this shit, but others get cut? Why does Fabian get free reign over this? Here's the thing. Everyone, like, go back to that conversation. Everyone's responding to Scott. Everyone's like, as a question. I'm like, hey, FQ, like, what do you have to say? And she's like, she's got a question for Scott. Gibbs, right?
I ran an SRP clinic and have given like thousands upon thousands of vaccines. I was more than willing to just talk about vaccine science and data and engage in internal critiques of y'all's system. Y'all wanted to fucking make it about Ancash.
Yeah, to be fair, it was Fairy Queen that
it was the woman.
Interesting,
it
isn't
was
it?
the woman.
Do we really regret
was...
going down this road?
I regret it. Yeah. I regret it quite a bit.
We always go in a different direction every time. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gibbs.
Yeah, but
it's literally part of the show, the plan.
Yeah, but to like address what they're trying to say directly, not just about this, is that like Scott's entertaining, and he participates with these questions like deeply, right? Like he has things to say, because this is a question people like bring up with me, right? Like yeah, he's got like a lot to say and like interesting things, things that I may disagree with, right? But interesting things, like, on a consistent basis, and so it kind of just, like, stacks up the amount of time. Like, if Gibbs is telling the truth, he was actually timing Scott.
I have it. I have it right here, all the notes. We've been clipping it. It's been a whole meme on my thing for the whole panel.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, no, okay, well, yeah, fair. So, yeah, I'm addressing this. Is that, like, he, like, consistently is engaging, and then people want to engage with the things that he says, right?
Yeah, it's our fault, right? Because even when you get off of him, we just ask him a question.
Yeah, I try. I'm like, go somewhere else, and you guys go back.
I'm guilty of it too. I am.
Yeah. So okay, but I think Scott, because he is like involved. Like I say this to him, seriously. Like I thank him for his. Yeah.
You're welcome for making your show so fucking entertaining. All right, let's move on.
All right. Okay. All right. Subs to the channel, give us a good subs or hype chat, super chat. Thanks. All right. Moving on. Topic 2. The Alabama State Supreme Court has handed out a controversial ruling that says embryos used in IVF are considered children under state law. This has caused a panic, as damage to these embryos could theoretically leave a clinic open to serious criminal charges. Many clinics have now paused treatment in response. Furthermore, some out-of-state clinics have refused to see Alabama-based patients, as they are afraid that it could open them up to litigation if something went wrong. Conservatives have long said that life starts at conception. So does this ruling make sense? If so, how should cases of damaged embryos be handled? And is the damage done to fertility services worth this cost? Yeah, I mean, I think most of you understand what's going on, what we're talking about. This is a new thing that just came down. And like, I mean, I think this is an interesting exception. There's so many things I want to talk about in terms of like the politics of this. I'm not sure we'll really get to hone in on that, but the politics of this moment, watching the Republican Party navigate this in the wake of Roe v. Wade being eliminated, right? Like there's just so many interesting parts to this. But at the very least, I want to get to like the if it makes sense, this narrow ruling in terms of IVF, and expand on it later on. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
All right, so I have not read this full decision in complete depth, but I have read through it in not complete depth. And based on what I can read, there are some things here that make sense, and there's some things that don't make sense. So, the specific statute, wrongful death of a minor. This is important, right? So Alabama has a statute that was enacted in 1872 called the Wrongful Death of a Minor Act. Allows the parents of a deceased child to bring a claim seeking punitive damages when the death of a minor child is caused by the wrongful act, omission, or negligence of any person, provided they do so within 6 months of the child's passing. The act does not define either child or minor child, but the Alabama Supreme Court has held in two separate cases, 2011 and 2012, that the wrongful death statute allows an action to be brought for the wrongful death of any unborn child, whether inside the womb or outside the womb. So there is some settled Alabama law on this, which would indicate, look, the law says this from a textualist argument, right? It says this. This is what it, this obvious reading of it. It's not an exception for whether or not it's in a woman or not in a woman. So obviously, you should be able to bring damages. You should be able to bring a suit for these kind of damages here if it's determined that there's a wrongful death of a minor child. Later on in the opinion, they start getting really biblical. The Supreme Court does, directly quoting the Bible, directly quoting Thomas Aquinas, directly quoting specific spiritual Christian theology as to the sanctity of life. And I'm a little bit troubled by that. I don't like the idea that the Alabama Supreme Court is siding with such authority, the Bible, in their decision. It seems a little bit creepy. Well, not creepy. It seems a little bit unconstitutional, if that makes better sense. Specifically, the First Amendment. I think there's some issues there. But I think that there's a strong intent originalist argument against this, which was, when this was created, nobody would have thought, I mean, this was created a long time ago, reaffirmed a couple times recently, but nobody intended for this to apply to IVF. Now, IVF wasn't around in the 1800s, so obviously it wasn't going to intended to apply to IVF. So you can make an argument, well, if they knew about IVF at the time, then they wouldn't have allowed it. And I guess that's a whole discussion to have there. At the end of the day, I see why Alabama came to this decision. From a legal perspective, it probably was the right decision. Just don't cite the Bible. That's a big no-no.
Thanks so much. Scott, please.
I agree with Lactoid here. No surprise here on this one. I think
Socialist?
we're almost 1-to-1 here. Well, I can agree with socialists on some things. But I'll add there's a couple of things here that I think are interesting. So when we talk about IVF, what we're usually talking about in a process here, the majority of it depends. It depends on who's donating the eggs, right? If the eggs are donated by the female that is attempting to grow, it depends on surrogacy. Like there's a lot of different things. But under most circumstances, what occurs is that you have a batch of eggs that you fertilize. And then what ends up happening is we look at the strength of those embryos, and then we go, yeah, none of these are really viable. So we're just going to we're going to destroy these. So the thing about IVF, assuming you're pro-life, which I'm an evictionist, which changes some things, but that also makes me pro-life. Is that like you are killing fertilized eggs intentionally, as part of the process of trying to find the best viable egg, and on occasion you may even have multiple viable eggs. Now, if you look at this from a consequentialist perspective, there really isn't anything wrong here, because like we don't know, but it's somewhere between like 50 to 90%. It's a big category, but almost certainly a majority of all fertilized eggs end up killed in the womb anyways, right? So if your argument is, well, God wouldn't want it that way, it's like, well, God's a genocidal motherfucker because he kills a lot of babies in the womb. Like he loves killing babies. He's killed more babies than humans have ever existed. If God allows this to occur, right? And it's not some free choice, free will thing. So it's a silly argument to use the Christian argument here. Unless, of course, the Christian argument is just using Christian ethics to determine that the right to life exists. And if a right to life exists, as I think it does, then IVF in most cases is murdering a fuck ton of babies. And so what does it mean if we stop doing this? Well, what it means is that the cost of IVF skyrockets and the viability of IVF plummets, right? Because it takes a while, right? Like you have to make one. If you have to make one at a time, it's going to be a long and arduous process that for many women is going to not have a viable embryo to implant past their ability to give birth to children, unless they're using a surrogate.
Past their ability to pay.
So yeah. Or that too, right? But in terms of like the fact that Roe v. Wade federally changed, and so like this is a state of Alabama issue, surrogacy is retarded expensive. So we're mostly talking about super wealthy people here. And so like if it's super important to you, like I don't want to make the argument that you can just move, because I don't believe that. But if you're a lefty and you believe that, then like it's really not that much of a concern for you, because these are upper middle class to rich wealthy people that very easily could move. So that's kind of a thing there too. But I'd be interested to see what you guys say about it.
Thanks so much, Corey.
Well, I don't see fertilized eggs / embryos as whatever persons are having personhood. So pretty much I have no problem with them being destroyed, although with some caveats. It's not haphazardly destroyed, or rather, from what I understand, a lot of this was brought on by like an incident of like some person just like wandering around and like dropping a bunch of eggs. So I'm not in favor of that. But like responsible disposal of the embryos, I'm totally in favor of. And yeah, I just like Lactoid, I haven't read the entire ruling. But I read some excerpts, and like, yeah, it is particularly disturbing to me of not only how much they're like quoting a lot of biblical text, but they're also like, it seems to be from what I observe in the media, like the people that wrote the rulings, like they're explicitly proud of like them citing the Bible, of like they want to move more like in this direction, basically theocratic. And so I think also you're seeing pretty much as usual, sort of the confrontation that religious people have to confront with technology, as in like this is affecting I think religious Christian conservatives as well, because they want access to IVF treatment, and there's some stories of pretty much them being denied, or pretty much having to put their fertility treatments on hold. And so, yeah, as I think you pointed out in the opening, Prime, of like conservatives will have to grapple with this because it's affecting their own base. As much as if they want to be staunch about this, they got to bite that bullet, and then you will be denying IVF treatment to a certain amount of Christian fundamentalists. And so I'm very curious to see how it will play out. I'll leave it there for now.
Donors.
Republican base is wealthy. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs, and a wealthy individual right there.
Yeah, so yeah, as a wealthy Republican, I don't know, wealthy is the right word, but doing all right. I would say that this is really the abortion ruling, the Roe v. Wade being overturned, has really been what I would like to call a poison pill for the Republicans, right? Like maybe it's because this wasn't an issue that I thought was forefront in my mind, when I went to go voting, because there were so many others, or the timing of it, et cetera, et cetera. It's been a massive poison pill. It's a massive issue. But I'm going to stick with my guns on this one, which comes down to I'm not a fan of government overreach. This seems like government overreach. If we're going to sit here and like talk about like what is life, what's the definition, and now we have the example of religious overuse case. Like, it just also seems disproportionate. Like to what they're doing. They're going to charge a woman for for a crime for trying to have a baby in a process that seems like where it's fraught with inherent dangers, like in the whole process as a whole. It seems like it's going to disproportionately affect women and like their treatments for the in vitro and whatnot. It seems it's heavy-handed, one-sided. And then if we're going to start doing this, what's like? It's also a slippery slope. What's next? Are they going to come for the sperm banks? Is that what they're coming for next? I mean, it just seems like once we start with one, why are we going to keep going? It just seems we need to draw a line in the sand and stop government overreach, whether it's conservative or liberal overreach, in my opinion.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I like that. Let's go to FQ.
So I'm going to copy what Corey said. I don't think that embryos, up to a certain point, they have achieved personhood until they achieve consciousness, which is the justifiable reason upon why I think abortion should be legal, because we value conscious human life. And so I would agree with Corey. I do have a quandary and a question with that. And the question that I have, and this is more for me maybe than for anybody else in the panel, if we see a woman, and if a woman is pregnant, and let's say like she's only a few weeks along and she's murdered and she's shot in the head, should the court be able to sue for double homicide? Like, that's sort of the question. That's the sort of rub. And I can't justify it based off of my position, but it seems like you should be able to. It seems as though, like, if you're somebody and if you're pregnant and if somebody
Holy Spirit.
shoots and kills you, listen, man,
Holy Spirit acting in you.
Okay. Listen, you were like early. We can talk about spirituality. Okay. I think your whole color thing that your friend over there was talking about sounds like a pretty spiritual reason to me, but we'll get to that later. It seems to be the case, like, if that happens, that you should be able to like pursue double homicide. And if there is someone on here who can justify it and can agree to that, I wonder, like, if you can also why this wouldn't also count as murder on the same count. We can get more into that. That's sort of the question that I had.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Tom.
Yeah, these are like stuff like this is a little bit more complicated for me. I grew up pro-life. I would still consider myself pro-life. I don't think the label doesn't mean much these days because there's such a broad array of people who fall under pro-life. So I would say that yes, like morally, I think that life begins at conception, but also when it comes to like legality, I think consistency would fall into like something having rights based on whether or not it has a heartbeat and brain function, just as we would consider something dead generally once it doesn't have heartbeat and brain function. So we'd consider it a life at that point and consider it that personhood. So generally I would like legality, I would put rights around like second trimester, beginning of second trimester, but the so I would like agree that like it would be a double homicide just after second trimester, not before. But as far as like the embryos go, I don't understand like how the state would be able to sue for these things. I could understand somebody who has a personal investment in those embryos wanting to sue for like financial reasons, or even for like their own emotional investment in those things, but not for the state to do so. That doesn't make much sense to me. So I don't like the idea of the religious part being added into this either. I haven't really read much of the Alabama's decision, so I'll probably be reading on a lot of that during this panel. But like I grew up like involved in the March for Life and a bunch of pro-life orgs and stuff like that. But I think that the directions that they've gone has been pretty puritanical and ridiculous. And I was super happy with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, just not really what the states have done with it since. So yeah, that's my opening statement.
Thanks so much. And to address the very beginning of your opening statement, I mean, we're finding out that pro-choice is apparently a bigger umbrella, as we discovered in the first topic. But thank you so much. Let's go to friend Aiko.
There's some
pro-choice? Meant pro-life. My bad.
There's some
No, you didn't say that. I was making a joke about Scott.
Oh, okay.
No worries, man. Go ahead, Aiko.
Yeah, I have some questions about this that maybe, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit later Corey can answer. Like, one of them is, Like, because in the prompt it talked about life starting at conception, right? But my understanding is that conception is when a fertilized egg attaches to the uterine wall, right? And these things are not attached to the uterine wall, so conception has not happened yet, or at least that's my understanding as to what the distinction is. How much that matters morally, I don't know, but that does seem to be a sort of a technical distinction that gets made here. But I'm also very interested in like how all of this works out in terms of the internal consistency of what the Republican Party is willing to do to placate its base. One of the people I'm surprised nobody's mentioned yet, who was affected by the politics of this very heavily, is Mike Pence. His son is the product of IVF. And he's been asked about this in the past, and it's really hard to square his statements on life at fertilization, which is often where the GOP is now starting to go with this, not just at conception, versus like his own actions. And so I know a lot of these donors, I know a lot of rich people have like gone through IVF specifically, and I just don't know where they'll go. I've had many conversations just in the broader topic of abortion. I remember back in the day where people were sort of libertarian leaning and were voting for Trump, and guaranteed to me that there's no way Roe v. Wade would ever be overturned. And if if it ever did, then they wouldn't vote for Trump anymore. And so those kinds of conversations make me think that they're really like between a rock and a hard place in terms of where they're going to go with this politically. So I think there's that pragmatic sort of political question of where everything goes, and of course the question of hypocrisy, right? And then also the sort of technical question is there a distinction to be made between these embryos and something that's attached to the uterine wall?
Thanks so much. And finally, our friend Doobie.
Unfortunately, I think I agree with Lactoid. I think potentially.
Unfortunately.
I think, yeah, unfortunately.
The socialist.
Yeah, terrible. So yeah, I think within the I think it's internally like within the perspective of the Republican Party or conservatives or what the fuck, it seems to make sense, right? Like if we're gonna say that somebody an embryo that's been fertilized immediately after it's fertilized is like that's now a child, well then yeah, it makes sense to say that these IVF embryos are. I don't agree with punishing anybody, obviously, for disposing of embryos that aren't not valid. What's the word I'm looking for?
Viable.
Viable. That's the word I'm looking for. Aren't viable. And I think it's terrible that this ruling has led to people no longer wanting to see people from Alabama. I think it's terrible that this has like ended a lot of practices in Alabama that were giving people access. And I hope somebody stops it. I think this.
Okay. And again, you're so quiet, Doopy, but we did hear what you said. All right,
Okay.
open to the.
I want
I
to jump out the first before. I'm going. I just want to. Mine will be quick. I also want to point out the motive, and this is a big thing I think that really about Alabama's Republican Party is missed is the motive for these people. Like the people doing IVF, they want to have children, right? They're picking like the most viable candidate of these embryos, as far as I understand it, to have children, right? They're going for it. It's a lot different than like say. Like you're getting, I'm pregnant now. Now I'm getting an abortion. Now I'm going to kill something that's already, debatably alive, right? Kind of thing. This is like they're picking the best option because they're already having like issues having a baby anyway. Like they're trying to give life to the world. So I don't know why this is suddenly the crowd they're going after. I think it's kind of dumb.
Like that.
So,
Real quick question, Admiral Gibbs, super quick. Did you or did you not know that the Supreme Court justices of Alabama are elected every 6 years?
Hey, well, that's why maybe they can vote him out.
I mean, it probably
okay.
has to be like
Yeah.
consistent, though. Like
Not
they
this
have to
again.
have some
I'm
sort
just
of
teasing. I'm
consistency.
just
If they
teasing.
are
I was
saying
just teasing.
fertilized legs. If they are saying that fertilized eggs are like conception, then yeah, consistent. Like in order for them to be consistent, they probably would have to say that these are some sort of life.
Like that.
So a couple things. I wanted to correct myself. The Bible shit actually came up in the concurring decision. The primary decision for what I'm looking at actually doesn't have the same kind of biblical stuff that the concurring decision have. Now,
Mhm.
now the concurring obviously is a vote in favor of the decision. So there's at least somebody there who thought it was a good idea to cite all that shit. But it's important to note that because the actual ruling that's going to be cited later on going forward doesn't have that stuff in it, which is good. The other thing is kind of in line with what Gibbs just said. I actually think that I think this demonstrates the level of principledness and consistency that pro-lifers have. For a very long time, what I've seen is people very angrily yelling about how this was all just a ploy to control women's bodies, but how all of this was actually because, like, people hate women having freedom and et cetera, et cetera. And these are the real motivations behind the pro-life agenda. But you mean here you see with IVF an almost complete opposite situation of like abortion, right? You have instead of like somebody who's pregnant, right? I've heard people make the argument, well, they just want to turn women into brood mares of the state. That's why we got to stop the pro-lifers. Well, in this case, you're actually stopping somebody from getting pregnant and having kids. And the question is why? Well, to be frank with you, it probably is because they're just being fucking consistent. Like they think it's murder and they think it's wrong, and here's their definition of life, and here's how they're applying it. There's probably I'm not seeing like this ulterior evil motive that pro-lifers have. It probably is them just being principled, and so for that, I give them kudos because I think that's what it truly is here.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
Echo, go ahead.
yeah, here's your ulterior evil motive. The Donald Trump, and therefore by definition the GOP, because they're one and the same at this point,
Yeah.
are opposed to this decision. Okay, so there's your hypocrisy that you're looking for. Yeah, it's true that there's some true believers on the Alabama Supreme Court. Okay, but the party itself is being just as hypocritical as you would expect, and is trying to back away from the consequence of this decision. Because maybe they do see women as brood mares.
Okay,
or
that's
something.
now you're talking about
that's
a different.
why-
Now you're talking about a different group of people.
Wait, no, but yes, this is not like principled pro-lifers, I would argue, and I would expect the reason why Trump and the Republican, if there truly is this massive outcry from the Republican establishment, I don't know if there is, I haven't seen that, but if there is, I would assume
they're
this
going to
probably
follow
is-
Trump on this.
I'm assuming this probably is a lot more to do with the political ramifications that happened during Roe v. Wade, and they're concerned about that having the same effect
Right.
this election
Yes,
season. So
that's my
it
point.
could just it could be that they're just like those specific people are more concerned about the election. But I'm talking about the principled pro-lifers, like the fucking Alabama Supreme Court here, right? Or and the people who've been arguing for the pro-life agenda for decades.
Or like Mike Pence.
Mike Pence is interesting because I think that if you sat Mike Pence down and explained to him IVF
process,
I wonder if he would still have the same position.
Have to explain. He's been through it. He knows exactly how it works.
No.
He's conceived a child that way.
Yeah, I think he knows. He's not
Elucidating
stupid.
the moral qualm is what I'm trying to point out is like if abortion became as technology in seeing fetuses expanded, you actually began to see like more of a pro-life movement because like our morality for most people is often dependent on just like how visual something is because most people like have a difficult time with concepts and have a much easier time with like abstracting concepts.
That's why
is
there's
more
so many
difficult, right?
laws for like forcing an ultrasound.
Exactly right, and why those laws are quote they're effective for the agenda.
And that
for the
creates
pro-life
a ton
agenda.
of misconceptions. Yeah, no, I agree. And that, in fact, that's why I wanted to point out. I wasn't going to bring this up before, but now, well, yeah.
You're against that? Hold on. Aren't you a
what?
Christian, like a hardcore Christian? You're against ultrasounds?
A hardcore Catholic.
I've never have I ever described myself as hardcore, but I'm Catholic. I've described myself as a very bad Catholic. But the difference between what I think is moral and what I think should be legal are two different things. But before I will get into that if you want me to. But what I wanted to get into, somebody else had mentioned earlier, the concept of whether or not these things are alive, and the question is isn't whether or not like these things are alive, because we know that they're alive. I mean, they have cell division, they have growth, they do all things that a scientist says are alive. They're absolutely alive. Question isn't whether or not they're human either. They're human. They're not pigs, they're not dolphins, they're not anything else. They are absolutely human. The questions really come down to personhood and citizenship. That's where the questions come, right? The citizenship will tell you what rights they have, and personhood will tell you like what their moral status is. And those are the questions that you would need to ask, right? But I don't think anybody should be debating whether or not a fertilized egg or an embryo is alive or human.
Well, Echo, we're not debating that. We're arguing the like a level of consistency here, right?
Well,
Because-
someone had brought it up before. So I
right.
just
What
wanted to
Alabama is
Thank you,
pointing
Leo.
out, though, in their like the main thrust of their opinion, which I think makes a lot of sense, is there is this strange hypocrisy where in most places in this country and in Alabama, like if you kill a pregnant woman, regardless of how long she is, that's double homicide, right? Now, abortion was an exception to this, where like, in fact, in my state's legislature, it's quite like the statutes quite literally read like, with this specific exception, with no others, it's going to be like considered homicide. And Alabama's reads that way. And now that Roe's gone, right? I don't know. That's a pretty reasonable way of
I
reading the
think you
statute.
misunderstand. I think you misunderstand. I agree with your statement that internal to the GOP logic thus far, you kind of have to go in this direction because their argument is that these not just are humans and alive, but that they are also people, and that I guess have citizenship rights as well, and that there's really just no way of getting around giving them that status as frozen embryos any different than if they were actually attached to a uterine wall.
Just to clarify, not only do I think that like from the pro-life agenda position, there's obviously the glaring argument there of why IVF is morally equivalent to abortion, but then legally speaking, like these laws are on the books and judges have the duty to interpret laws like reasonably. And the only thing keeping a lot of these states from enforcing this shit was Roe v. Wade. Now that that's gone, right? Like there's no reason for the Alabama Supreme Court to not read the statute this way. It's the most reasonable way to look at it, right? The statute does not specify whether inside or outside the womb. The statute does not specify any of this shit.
Right.
It just says straight up, like if you kill like an unborn child, born or unborn, right, and it's wrongful, then there's liability. This provides civil liability. And by the way, just a clarification what Tom said or what Tom was pointing out, this is not necessarily the state bringing criminal charges. This provides a private cause of action. So in this case, the parents could sue the IVF center that they gave the eggs and sperm to.
And
So,
also,
okay,
I mean,
hold
if
on,
these,
wait.
to the
It's
extent
the
that these are
I feel like
or the
I'd
person
update
who
that
was keeping
contract, you know.
Ask your
Is it the
question,
donor
Tom, and
or
then we got to go with Corey.
Well, no, that's a fair question. I'll have to clarify that, but it's a private cause of action, so it's going to be one of the. It's going to be one of the two.
in the article that we read, the lady seemed to be worried that she would get in trouble by receiving the embryos, and so it sounded like it was the state that was, or it could be a Texas
Yep,
situation where
that's
literally any
hysteria.
citizen could.
So it
pursue.
looks like what it looks like
Uber
is
driver,
both of them.
yeah.
What it looks like is both of them are listed in the lawsuit. James LePage and Emily LePage, and then also William Tripp Fondy and Caroline Fondy. So it
Well,
looks like
the
they.
one that I was looking at wasn't about, or maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing.
I'll leave.
I'm just the reason I point that out is it creates a private cause of action. It's not necessarily the state coming after you. It's, I guess, technically the state has the enforcing power, but it would be somebody like a private citizen coming after you.
Ali and Polar Knights, thanks for the individual subs you guys gave. Thanks so much. Okay. Who else wants to? Oh, Corey. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, Fairy Queen. I think in your opening statement, I think you brought up a really good question in terms of whatever the double homicide aspect.
Yeah.
Where and I also have a question for Lactoid later. So the way I think about it, whether this actually provides clarity or not, I guess we'll find out. But I view it sort of as a double violation, almost, not quite, a double violation of the mother's autonomy. As in, just as, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but we generally feel different, as in like a child being killed or murdered versus an elderly person. in terms of like just like the potentiality, as in like if let's say someone let's say in Canada who is pretty much like is going through the process of MAID and they're murdered, that would I think our intuitive, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but our intuition would view that sort of as a lesser extent. And I think the same thing would hold true of like the scenario that I imagine, sort of very crudely, of like, yeah, if a woman is carrying, an embryo, whatever, they're walking down the street, and whatever, they're sadly horrifically murdered. It changes the this. It would change at least sort of intuitively the scenario for me of like, if I found out, if this information was available, of like I found out they're walking towards like their abortion clinic because they have an appointment for an abortion, in terms
Okay.
of like,
Yeah. Okay.
and then also lactoid, for which, so I would ask you the question: would you say, to be consistent, in Alabama, to be really truly consistent, not to like go in this direction too heavily, but do you think that, given that they're recognizing embryos as children, that they should lower the age of consent by about 9 months?
What?
Oh my god.
No, I get what he.
I'm gonna be
Brain
honest, I
development
zoned
is the
out for
same
like
either
a
way.
minute there, and then I came back to lowering the age.
Yeah.
By 9 months, exactly.
I under the most, it depends on actually how the statute's worded. If it's attained 18th birthday or is 18 years of age. I mean, obviously, the originalist position here is that term has always was intended to and always has meant this specific thing. So that's
Just
what it's gonna
imagining like a
continue.
40-year-old dude, Your Honor, she was 17 and 6
Yeah,
months,
yeah.
which
I mean,
means
that's
technically she obtained her 18 years of
Right.
age 3 months before
Yeah.
this. Your Honor.
so that's what I think the position is now. For my straight, like if the most hardcore fucking
You want them to be consistent.
strict,
That's what you brought up.
But you
Well, no,
should
no.
be able to vote at 17 and a quarter.
Well,
It's just semantics.
So,
It's like
yeah.
it's
So
silly.
consistency is important. Like again, judicial philosophy here is important when we're talking about consistency, where you can be consistent along like an originalist frame of thought with the Alabama ruling, without necessarily having to go to like the strict fucking like this word means this word means this word means this. It has to do with original intent and what a reasonable extrapolation is of those rules. Now, could you if you were enacting in bad faith, could you read it that way? Potentially you could. And I want to see somebody try that.
You're a pedophile. Exactly.
Can I ask a quick question to Corey?
There's just quickly. There are some Asian countries where like your wife's as consensual.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So you gave an example where you were framing potentiality as an argument for the double homicide, right? Which is that although the child in the womb doesn't feel anything at a conscious level, there's some level of justification for a double homicide because of the potentiality. You've murdered a human. But that this would change if that woman was, outside of a Planned Parenthood walking in to go abort the fetus. That it's like you would feel that you would intuit that there's some lesser crime committed. I don't know that I understand your rationale behind that, because that would just, if you were being consistent about the concept of a right to life and murder here, right? That would just change the murderer from the woman to the murderer, right? So the woman was intending to murder her baby, and she was stopped from murdering her baby by a murderer who murdered her and her baby.
Okay, yeah, I understand. So I guess I probably understandably use confusing language. That's as in sort of the potentiality of like the actual woman. That's why I sort of a double violation of the mother's autonomy, where generally, as in what the mother wishes for herself, their potential, in terms of we generally see, or we generally view as in like, if I'm murdered, okay, for whatever reason, I don't have any children. I don't have a direct family. However, it's generally seen as more tragic if, it's found out that, someone who's a father is murdered because they have a family.
Okay.
It's the same thing, at least for me, that holds true in terms of this person wished to start a family. And we tend to place more value on that. I'm not saying that's a good thing, just as, like I said, if I happen to again, in Canada, if I happen to murder someone an hour before they're scheduled for maid, I think we would view that as less heavily as in if I murdered a child.
Yeah, but that's not any like that. There's no logic there for law. Like I'm sure if
I'm not
Martin
saying it, I'm not
Shkreli
making an
was
illegal
murdered,
argument per
right?
se.
I'm sure like if like some Antifa kid murdered Martin Shkreli, right? The guy that like jacked up the HIV medication because he got the patent and was like, this drug is way too cheap. And like, and his argument is
I thought
like,
it was insulin.
this will fund more research. It was HIV. I know because he made the joke when Shane Gillis was trying to mess with him about it. And Louis Gomez said, well, it turns out, isn't laughter the best medicine? And then after they got done laughing, Martin Shkreli interrupted and said, yeah, but it turns out laughter doesn't cure your T cells.
Yeah, but wouldn't
is
you
wild,
argue
right?
that
So
like
I'm sure
the way that we
if
feel
he was
about these
murdered,
things
right?
is human nature? Like to go
Yeah,
back
sure,
to his other point
yeah,
is that
I
like if we value these things, don't we value them because of some sort of human nature?
okay, sure. Humans value things that they like and they don't value things that they don't like. And some actions are going to be not valued highly or valued negatively by a majority of the population. But it doesn't change whether or not someone has a right to murder Martin Shkreli. Like, you might not like him, but if they're not one of his presumed victims, even though the only people that got charged a lot of money were Medicaid and insurance because they were working with groups to give out to poor people the medication
Well, it
at the
would
same
change how
price.
heinous we consider it on some sort of spectrum.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like you feeling like, ooh, I don't really give a fuck that guy was murdered doesn't and shouldn't change whether or not we charge people with murder or whether or not victims have a
No.
right to restitution and justice for their crimes.
No.
And the same would be said for the parents of a daughter that was going into maid. If someone murdered their daughter, that those parents have a right to seek retribution.
I take
that
issue
wasn't
with your
his
characterization of
argument,
Martin
though. He was
Shkreli, by the
talking
way.
about like an interpersonal value, not some random person, like how I value some random person in Africa or some shit.
Yeah.
It's more about like how I value my family.
But even then, I think
Right, but
there
you were
is
talking about the concept of murder here and the legality of it.
Well-
I'm saying that should be you should avoid the emotional rhetoric here.
I don't
as a
I don't
means of
necessarily
punishment.
I don't fully disagree, but I think there is some basis. Like obviously Canada's different, but like we like so we have as in like there's the distinction between like crime and like you can have more severity as in like as a result of whatever the circumstances surrounding the loss of life, it can result in a more harsher penalty. As in like hate crimes, there are hate crimes in Canada, and that tends to result in more harsher penalties. I don't see why you can't apply the same sort of approach of like, yeah, I agree, murder is bad in all circumstances, but based off of what we value, we sort of value murdering a father versus someone like me who is fatherless. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I think there's some intuition there that it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was saying I agree that we as a society tend to value fathers more than we do NEETs, for example, right? Like if Asmongold was never a streamer, but Asmongold got murdered, his obituary would say he's survived by his dad. People would be like, "Oh, sucks to be that guy," and they'd move on with their day. Whereas, like, if it was someone that was like a father and had done a bunch of cool things, people would be like, "Oh man, that's so tragic that these people." Right? Like, I understand that there's emotions involved, and that we tend to value certain things higher than others, but that doesn't change whether or not it's murder, right? Like, just like it wouldn't change whether or not the IVF destruction of viable embryos, because there's one that's slightly more viable, is or isn't murder. It doesn't matter that I don't feel as strongly connected to it.
No, but all I'm saying
murder.
is, yeah. Well, obviously, I'm just gonna. I'm more speaking to like Fairy Queen's specific example, as in like I think if I remember correctly, she pretty much gave the example of a woman who has conceived something, not a person for me, and they're like, yeah, we can see that as like if that person is murdered, that can result in more severe punishment as opposed to a woman who has not conceived an embryo. I think there's a rationale for that.
Yeah, sure. I'm
I think we
so you're
disagree.
thinking,
like
okay,
I
yeah,
think
I'm following your logic when I say sure, because I'm looking at it I'm trying to look at it from your perspective. That you're saying that there is there's rationale in your opinion based upon the level of development for double homicide in certain situations, as opposed
so that's
to
where I'd make the distinction. I would not
the
call it double.
rights. Okay.
I wouldn't call it double homicide, as in like
Okay.
this is still murder.
Yeah, but you're still arguing for harsher penalties, though.
Yeah, just as I would, as in Canada, we have harsher penalties for hate crimes, as in we have a special category.
So are your
as in, like,
harsher
as in like
are your
as in, like
harsh?
me
Where are you
assaulting
deriving it
someone.
from? Because
where I'm
you're
dri-
not deriving it from an additional victim, right?
No, I'm
And
not.
you're deriving it saying, well, the victims feel worse about it, therefore the punishment can be larger. And I don't know that being able to say that a punishment should be worse based purely off of the feelings of those that are victimized. Because if your only logic is that the father, let's say, of the 4-week embryo and the mother, right, he deserves a greater form of justice. And we're not going to call it double homicide, but a greater punishment because of this situation, based upon the fact that he values her at a higher level. We start getting into really weird shit where all of a sudden the subjective value of victims is what is actually at stake here. And if you start doing that, my friend, you're going to get into my territory of how restitution ought to be handled and how,
Sure.
and things of that nature.
I don't necessarily disagree, and like I'm not saying there's the I should make the distinction as like in terms of like how I think society should operate, and like given sort of somewhat analogous to you of like you understand that the state exists, and so you try to sort of like work within that framework on sort of uh, trying to divorce yourself as it you know where you want to go in terms of eliminating the state, but you recognize, especially in these debate panels, of like, well, the state exists.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. That's fine.
I know, but that's sort of what I'm as in like I'm not. For me personally, I don't want to live in a world, that we even sort of necessarily penalize murder in all circumstances. Like I think the context matters.
Bitch,
But
what the fuck did you just say? I don't want to live in a world where we don't penalize murder in some circumstances.
yeah, I think
What circumstances should murder not be punished?
But that's a larger philosophical conversation. But
Well,
yeah, I want to
wait,
know
the
because that's an
murder-
insane fucking thing to
If
say.
we say murder, we're already you're. It sounds like you're saying killing, not murder.
yeah, sure, that's fair. Killing, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
so-
you mean like
okay.
self-defense? It's okay, all right, cool.
Well, no, but even that, like we carve out
No.
exceptions for, no, as in
What
like,
exceptions beyond self-defense?
as in for those that we deem mentally incompetent, et cetera, et cetera. Like we're gonna get into like what is penalizing someone.
Okay,
where-
I don't want
Okay.
to spend. I do want to move
Okay.
on. Yeah. Doobie, you haven't said much. I would like to hear what you have to say on anything really. But if you have something to say now, go ahead. If not, I'll move on to someone else to give you time.
No, I have nothing to add.
Okay, well then I'm gonna come back to you, Doobie, because I want to hear you say something. Because I'm curious what you have to say. So we'll circle back around. So okay, moving away from.
Actually, I'm sorry. I do have a question.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You cut out, but I
Would
heard
you
an L. Are you
support-
talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, lactoid.
Yeah,
my
he's
friend.
talking to
Would
you.
you support this being like overturned or some kind of campaign to replace these justices to get this over? Or if this were being
You're
like
cutting
proposed
out
in your
again.
state,
You
right? So-
still got to lower your.
okay, if this
He's
were
trying
being
to talk
proposed in your
quietly to like
state-
not wake somebody up is what it sounds like.
No, I'm just a quiet person generally. If this were being proposed in your state, lactoid, would you support it? And if not, then why?
If this was being like, let's say this was legislation that was being proposed.
Yeah, it was a case that the Supreme Court of your state was looking over. Would you be in favor, or would you hope that they would come to a similar?
So I want to separate the two questions into if it's legislation that's going to be passed, or if it's like the Supreme Court's considering it. If the Supreme Court's considering it, they should rule what the law is, and like regardless of what I want from my own personal political perspective. So in that case, based on what I know of Wisconsin law, they should probably rule similar to Alabama in this case. Now, politically speaking, though, I probably would support legislation to legalize this due to a number of very complex reasons. I think the pro-life, pro-choice debate is super complicated. It's like one of the most difficult moral questions for me, and I sort of there's reasons why I'm in favor of abortion, which like utilitarian end goal reasons that I think would probably also apply to IVF, right? Where I mean, the kind of people who are getting IVF are generally wealthy, well-educated people, right? Like the kind of people that we want to have
Right.
more
Yeah.
kids.
Typically, it is very expensive. So yeah, typically.
Right. So like it's the kind of people that we want to have more kids and to like continue propagating.
Okay. Did you want more follow up, OTB?
No, I was just curious. I think. I mean, I disagree with this whole like I don't really care whether or not these are children or not, or the embryos or the unborn babies or children. I'm totally in support of abortion in just about any context, right? For any reason, up to like the day of the birth.
Jesus
So
Christ.
yeah, like the head could be coming out, and she could have said, you know, I don't want this thing after all, and they should abort it right there. So I don't know,
Crowning.
this seems like yeah, crowning.
Well, can she
Crowning.
stand over like a grind, like a
Maybe she just doesn't want to deal
wood
with the stretching,
chipper or
so
something? Are
she
you
wants
okay
to
with
cut
that?
cut this thing apart before it comes out. Okay. Any reason.
At what point?
We
at
deliver
what
the
point of
baby
exit?
and we make the baby comfortable. Okay, we're gonna make the baby comfortable until they have a decision.
Doobie, at what point
Fucking get the
of
fuck
exit?
out of here.
At what point of exit do you all of a sudden say, "Okay, we can't kill that"?
When the last foot is out of that coochie, it's a whole other.
But the
person.
umbilical cord's still there.
You know, maybe there's an argument for it not being free until the umbilical cord.
What if you don't cut
This
the
is like a
umbilical
meme.
cord? What if you don't cut the umbilical cord until like I don't know? Let's say it's possible 2 years of age. Then what?
Just in case you're not committed yet.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, well, no, I'm just
Yeah.
saying. Like, let's say it doesn't rot, it doesn't fall off. Like the umbilical cord actually stays attached for 2 years afterwards. Then can I kill the toddler?
I mean, there is a pretty interesting like argument that I saw a long time ago. And I guess it is kind of a meme, where for extending abortion to like post birth, right, up to like 2 years, up to like the development of an object.
Peter
permanence, I
Singer.
think it was. Yeah, so that's interesting. I guess I think it'd be kind of gross.
The logic,
a
yeah.
Society that allowed for that, but yeah, well, no, I'm exaggerating. I think that, you know, obviously, if you're crowning, go through the fucking abortion. Go through the birth. Okay. But I'm like much more accepting of abortion than I think most people even on the left, or on the pro-choice side. So I think that, I don't know, anything that gets in the way of that to me seems wrong, and I think this is like sounds like the Supreme Court inserting their religion into the equation here. Maybe not in their reading of the actual law as it currently is, and you know there are plenty of laws that are old, outdated, need to be reformed or written. But the fact that they included like Bible verses apparently in their in their
That's strange.
statement is really fucking weird. And I think that should be like, that needs to be snuffed out like immediately, like that kind of thinking, that it's even okay to include these Bible verses or to reference anything
So,
in
like-
the Bible when they're making this.
Unironically, right? I was waiting to put this position forward, but unironically, libertarians, hardcore ANCAPs, are the only people that actually have a workable solution within the nation state and within the legal apparatus, which is evictionism.
You have no nation state, right? That's the workable solution.
Regardless, well, yeah, true. But regardless, like the philosophical position of evictionism is the only one that actually maintains both of these rights. So a woman has a right to choose, and it is murder to intentionally dismember a human embryo or fetus or 6 month in the womb, etc. Right? So what is evictionism? Evictionism is very simple. Just like if a homeless person comes up to me and is starving, I don't actually have to feed them. I don't have to feed a fucking baby if I don't want to feed a baby. If I do IVF and I don't want to take these unviable fetuses and try and preserve them and give them food and put them in an artificial womb and wait for them to die at 6 months because I know that they're not going to make it, I don't have to do that. What I can't do is go into a woman that's, having a late term abortion at 12 to 14 weeks and like pull the baby out a little bit and put an ice pick to the back of its skull and crack it open and then take clamps and pull it apart piece by piece so that its body is in nice little chunks. But we got to make sure we try and make sure the chunks are big because we're going to use that for medical research. So the thing here is very simple. If you want an abortion, you don't get one. Go fuck yourself. But if you don't want this baby anymore and you want a C-section, then get a C-section. You don't have to fucking keep the baby. You can give it up for adoption. And if the baby dies because it's not viable, that sucks. You might even consider that immoral. But from a legal perspective, that's your prerogative. That's your choice. As it's the same as the violinist argument, right? It's like I need not be hooked up to make someone else live if I don't want to. And it's the same is true with the IVF, right? It's like, look, you might consider it morally wrong or reprehensible to not put those embryos somewhere, but legally, you have every right to not take care of things. Because to say that you forced to take care of something is to say that you are enslaved
at the theoretical level
to someone else.
That's not too different from the Roe reasoning, right? Which is why Roe uses viability as its standard. Now, maybe in terms of how its application is,
viability has nothing to do with this.
Well, it is with evictionism, right? Because you're saying, well, if you're not viable, you're going to die, and if you are viable, then
no.
It can be adopted.
I'm saying if someone comes into your house right now and breaks into your house, or is magically teleported against their will by a genie,
what if you put them
in your house? No, doesn't matter if you put them in your house.
That's important to this,
right?
though.
Okay, they didn't protest because they had an inability to protest, etc. Someone, some person poofs into existence in your house, right?
Is that how babies are made? They poof.
Yeah,
right. You press the magic button.
I got pregnant.
You press the magic button, and the button creates a fucking human being in your goddamn house. And then 6 months later, you're like, you know what? I don't fucking like this person. And there's a blizzard outside. And the blizzard is going to be outside no matter what for weeks on end. You are not required to take care of this person in your house. You can evict them into the fucking blizzard and let them die.
Scott, how far do you take?
Oh, die.
Scott, how far do you take this?
So all the way.
And the blizzard is a symbol for
I'm going to give you a reductio that you will not bite the bullet on because you can't.
I will always bite the bullet.
Oh no, I'm going to give you one that you won't. Okay,
Gibbs will always bite the bullet.
Gibbs might. I don't know. Who knows? But let's say I put a child in the position of being in a car seat in my car, my property. I'm driving 90 down the freeway. All of a sudden, I tell the infant, "You're no longer welcome on my property. You must leave." Okay. And the baby doesn't know what I'm saying. So I grab the baby and simply evict the baby. Now, I'm not killing the baby. I'm evicting the baby from my property.
No. You're not. That's not a right.
Gravity.
How are you evicting? No. It's important, right? Because
you have to slow down to 45. Give it a chance.
Right? We had this conversation earlier where you forestall or you abandon custodianship, right? Right? You can't abandon custodianship by like blowing out the kid's brains. Like, I don't want the baby anymore. Boom. Right? So when you're saying, well, it's okay as long as you're not the one blowing out the brains. No, what I'm saying is that the blizzard outside is everywhere. There is no area that isn't blizzard. And the reason I'm saying that is because that's what it means for, let's say, a 16-week-old fetus, right? Once they're out of the womb, they're not viable. They're almost certainly going to die.
Wait, so
they're almost certainly going to
die.
Wait,
you could take that baby
what I
and
mean.
put it outside.
No, it tracks. It
doesn't track.
It absolutely tracks. Where's the contradiction? Go ahead.
Okay, here's the no. It's. I don't know if it's a contradiction.
No, find the contradiction.
Hold on. I don't know if it's a contradiction if you're like thinking that the fact that the blizzard's everywhere and the pavement and the speeding car is not, as if that's relevant, right? The only relevant question here is you put a child in a specific position. Now the child is dependent on you to make sure that they get out of this dangerous position before you can just abandon all obligations that you have for them. This could be a speeding car. This could be a boat. I can't take a baby off my boat because they're trespassing. If I'm the one that put them in the fucking boat, or any other, like if I'm on a rope bridge, should I be able to oh, that's my rope bridge. I'm pushing you off the rope bridge.
No.
Like I put you there.
We'll take it.
Now I have the obligation to see you out of danger because I put you in danger.
I've dealt with a departurist argument before. Silly. Like, let's go through it.
Departurist. Okay. You got a word for everything.
Listen, bro, he had a word for touching
Because-
grass. You expect him not to
Yeah.
have a word for that? Come on, guys.
I mean, if you
Let's
came
go
up
to
with departurism
Doobie
on
and then
your own,
Fairy
that's
Queen
fine.
afterwards. Go ahead.
Yeah, so very quickly. So using the example of like, let's say a boat. What we're talking about here, what the distinction argument between the two of us, right? If we actually discuss what it is you're arguing that there's an implicit contract. And that implicit contract is made by creating the child. That I have a contract that says, I will not, just like if I were to get into a boat, and then the boat guy says halfway through getting from one side of the river to the other, you know what? I don't want you on my boat. And then they throw you into the water and you drown to death, right? That there's a contract that says, I'm going to take you from one side of the river to the other side of the river. Your argument is there's an implicit contract by creating the child that says, I will maintain and care for the child until such a time that they can be taken care of. I disagree. I don't agree that implicit contract magically exists just because you birth the child. I don't see the logic or the rationale. I mean, I see the attempted logic behind it, but I don't think there's actual foundation behind it. I respect
we all
that
agree
that's
you
the
can pull 'em up
departurist
for
position.
adoption, though.
I do respect that,
Wait,
right?
hold
So
on.
the departurist
Okay, what's your
logic
answer
then leads
to
you
the
to
baby, but what's your answer to the
the-
boat, the
the
baby
depar-
in the boat?
well, the baby in the boat is a little bit different. So the departurist argument that right would be then you'd have to wait until viability, right? You'd have to wait to evict until like 23, 26 weeks into a womb to someone else, right? And I can somewhat respect that to a certain degree. I disagree, but I can respect that opinion if that is your opinion. My answer to it is that I don't have a moral duty or obligation to take care of a life that I don't want, that I cannot give up in any capacity. I don't believe that there's an implicit contract that the mother makes when she gets pregnant that says, I will now take care of this child until such a time that someone else is capable of taking care of this child. I don't believe in that implicit contract. Just like I don't think if a homeless person, comes in and says, hey, can I get a bite to eat? And I go, yeah, come in, man. It's cold outside. There's a blizzard outside. And then the blizzard stays there for 6 months, that they go, oh, actually you have an implicit contract to let this homeless guy sleep in your living room for the next 6 months because you invited him in for supper. I can rescind his invitation at any point in time because there was no contract.
Scott, specifically the boat example. If I put a baby on a boat and I sail out in the Pacific, can I trespass the baby and then promptly evict the baby into the Pacific?
Hold on. You put a baby on the boat.
Yes,
And
I
then
put
you
the baby on the
trespass
boat.
the baby. What do you mean?
I trespass, I consider the baby a trespasser, and then I evict them from my property. My property is the boat. Right? I own the boat.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're the boat owner. I was thinking like
Yeah,
you're on a
I'm the
ferry
boat
and
owner,
someone
and
else
the
owns it.
baby that I grabbed and put on the boat is now with me in the Pacific, and I decide to evict the baby into the Pacific. Is this acceptable?
No, I would say that does imply an implicit contract.
Okay, so if that implies an implicit contract, why does creating a child not?
Well,
Yeah.
so the creation of a child is substantively different than putting someone in a process and then immediately stopping said process to evict them into an intentional homicide, right? Like you're throwing them in a place they can't live when you easily could just turn the boat around
Like
and put them in
outside of a
place where they
womb,
can.
yeah.
Yes, the difference here being in scope, probably time, right? So you could make the argument, for example, let's say there was hospital A and hospital B, right? And hospital B was way, way better than hospital A. Should I be forced to go to hospital B instead of hospital A to evict a baby because they'll have a better chance of living at hospital B, right? You can, and that logic can go on and on and on and on and on, right? So the question is, if the question of is there an implicit contract from the boat trip, and is there an implicit contract from the birth? Now, the implicit contract from the boat is that you are a guardian of a child's life. You have agreed to be a guardian of the child's life.
How did you
voluntarily agree? You communicated it. You communicated it by exercising those rights. You homesteaded it by exercising those rights to other people. You said, this is my child. This is my baby. I want this baby, et cetera, et cetera. I want
you can
like
give
this
up
is
that,
this, I put
that
it in a cute little
guardianship,
hat.
right? You can decide you no longer want to be held responsible for this baby and
Right.
evict it from
But
your
having already agreed to the contract previously, you are beholden to not abusing the child. if you don't
So
agree to
I-
the contract. So you can make the argument that say if a woman says, "Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I'm so happy. I want this baby," and then 2 months later she goes, "Actually, I don't want it." You could, I would accept the logic then that she's agreed to the contract. She can't
So-
evict
so-
until
Well,
it's violated.
then why wouldn't you say that
Can I let me
that
respond to
should
this. No, Doobie, you haven't talked a lot. You should probably finish, and then I.
Yeah,
No, I was
please.
just gonna
But we
ask,
can't
so
hear.
if the logic works for that, right? Why wouldn't you say that a woman
Mhm.
who was okay with being pregnant for
Mhm.
a month, and then decided later that she wasn't ready for the pregnancy, why wouldn't you say that that was her implicitly agreeing to the contract, and therefore she shouldn't be able to evict?
Well,
Yeah.
she'd have to communicate it to a certain degree, right?
Yeah,
Because
maybe at the
this
start she was
gets into-
excited to be
if she-
pregnant. She wanted the
That
baby.
is
and
what
she-
she's
yeah,
doing with
if
her
she goes on
actions,
if
too.
she goes on
That's what I'm gonna
Facebook,
do.
right? If she goes on Facebook or Instagram or whatever, right? Shows her baby photos and says, "Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I love this. Everything's great. I can't wait to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera," which you shouldn't do because, wait, because you might have a miscarriage. They're super common, but nevertheless, she does it, right? And then a month later, yeah, I would think that you go out of the domains of assuming a contract to where you have communicated said contract. Once you
So eviction doesn't
communicate
only
to
works if
others,
she's never expressed that she's happy to be pregnant to anybody ever. And the
not
moment that
about
she does,
not about being
she's
happy,
agreed to this.
but that she wants to take care of this child and that she doesn't want to get rid of it. What I'm saying is, for example, let's say you're raped, right? Under this circumstance, you're under no moral obligation to maintain this child until viability due to your rape because you never wanted said child, and you're not required to be connected to this person. In a lot of ways, it
Well, yeah,
mirrors
that's the
pro-life.
violent
I
argument.
understand.
Well, what if it's something
Right.
that's more common, right? So you're with a person, you get pregnant, and then the relationship
Mhm.
falls apart. Maybe they cheated on you or something. So you decide, okay, well, I can't handle this pregnancy on my own. This relationship fell apart, so I can't have. So in this case, if they expressed to other people that they were excited for the baby, that they wanted the baby previously, they wouldn't be able to evict the baby because they've already agreed to the contract to take care.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say you'd have to wait. You'd have to wait to evict the baby until viability. That's when viability comes in.
But the contract was
Because once you've already made the
on
contract,
other stipulations, right? Like that you'd be able to take care of this baby. And I see you, don't you would definitely get your chance.
I mean, maybe if you had an explicit contract, I don't think you would imply those exceptions.
Why
If you had an
why
explicit
wouldn't you
contract,
apply?
maybe.
Why wouldn't you apply? Yeah, the implication, the clear implication is that me and some supermodel, right? We're having a baby because and we're going to do it this together.
I can see it.
I can definitely see it too, me and the supermodel.
After beds,
we're going to. Oh yeah, sure. Then we're gonna take care of this kid, right? And she or me, I guess in this case, I decided to fuck off. Like now she can't do it by herself. She's distraught over my loss. So
Yeah.
why wouldn't that be implicit?
You're saying that any stipulation that I might come forward where I no longer like it is not implicit. That doesn't make sense, right?
No, I'm
implicit
saying
contract
it is
you agree to do a thing. Now, if it's explicit, right? Like if you have, let's say you're in a church, right? And you draw up a contract, right? And it says, we're getting married, and part of my marriage contract via the church is this is what we're going to do in the event of pregnancy. Then you can say, well, there's a stipulation here.
I'm just saying, why isn't implicit good enough in this situation? Like you're saying, in some cases, implicit is fine, and I'm saying this is very much implicit. That like, hey, we're going to have a kid together, right? Let's say we're on Facebook and we're like, hey, we're going to do it.
The implicit portion is to maintain the bodily autonomy and development of the child. Okay? You don't get to evict said child that you've communicated that you want and that you will take care of until such a time that you can reasonably evict said child, which would be viability.
Okay.
Well,
What
not
if
viability.
you,
because viability
what if you
technically
said
means
you
50%.
posted this on Facebook with the understanding that this would be like a healthy born child, and then a few months in, you find out that they are going to have some terrible defect, right? That might lead to them to having a terrible life, and might make it very difficult.
It's
for you
like
to support them.
Tay-X or something, right?
Yeah,
Sure, something.
Or
Right? So, like,
leftism.
why wouldn't we say, well, hey, now that this has entered the picture, right? This person, even though they've expressed their willingness to take care of this baby and raise this baby, was with the understanding that it would be a healthy baby. So
Yeah, so this is where
Shouldn't they still be able to-
evictionism starts. Yeah, this is where evictionism starts getting closer to pro-life, which is I don't care if your baby has Downs. I don't care if your baby has some disease. You don't get to kill your baby because you think it's going to die in the future.
Okay. FQ.
Right. So I'll just pose the question to everyone. It's the cabin in the woods hypothetical, which everyone here probably has heard before. So, woman, she has a baby. There's a blizzard outside, and she has no food, and the only way she can feed her baby is by breastfeeding her baby. Should she be compelled to breastfeed the child? What do you think?
Nothing's going to come out if there's
No.
no food, right?
No.
Understanding that the
That's
baby will
socialism.
starve to death if it doesn't
Yeah,
if it
that's what
doesn't
socialism
receive
is.
breast milk.
Yeah, that's what socialism
Yeah,
is. It's
I'm
like
a little
poor people
conflicted
are
with this
poor.
one.
We
I
need to
would
take some of
generally-
your money to make sure that they can live.
I think that we would probably expect them to do it, but I would have a problem with there being some sort of like I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
hard to say. I think we would expect them to do it,
I
but
don't
that
think she's
doesn't
a
mean
piece
that I
of
would say
shit,
that they're
you know,
wrong for
right,
not
but,
doing
yeah.
it, or that
Well,
there
I'd
should
need
be some legal
clarification.
responsibility.
Does the
for
woman
it.
I
have
was
no
gonna
food?
say she should eat the baby, but I guess I'm off the basis.
Yeah,
Totally not allowed to.
Right.
At least you gotta
Baby.
survive.
Maybe
You
the best.
can always make
Wow.
Just full-blown
Cannibalism and
I
child
mean,
slavery in one night.
Does
Well, she should cook herself
we do
for
it
food.
all on the Prime
You can always make a
channel?
new
We
one,
should
you know
substance
what I'm saying?
channel.
The
But
baby wasn't viable, so you had to eat it.
does the woman have
Oh,
food? Because she doesn't have food, she's not making milk. Right? That's what people in
That's my
Gaza.
my clarification was like, is there a risk to the mother of any kind, or
That's the
is
assumption.
it
The
safe for
assumption
the
is the assumption is like she can either breastfeed the kid and then she dies and the kid lives, or the kid dies. So I'm
That's
oh
not
well,
how
then
that
no,
works.
then there's not an obligation. If
I don't
yeah,
think that is.
if it's going
right
to
on
kill
that?
the mother to breastfeed
No,
the
that's
child,
not
then
that.
obviously
No, the assumption is not that there's a risk to her. It's that it's just it's not a complication for her. It's not that hard for her to do. Do we expect her to take care of this kid and keep it alive? Regardless of whether it's breastfeeding or if it's feeding the child or whatever, this isn't her kid. She has no responsibility to it.
No,
She
no,
has
no, no, no. That's
It's not
that's
okay.
not.
Okay,
That is
we're
not what
all
I'm.
under- we're
Can
all
I just
misunderstanding.
let's
can I
hear
just
it from her.
clarify
It's her
very?
hypothetical.
I'll just clarify
clarify
very,
this.
very
Let
specifically.
men do
Okay.
it. We were doing just fine
Yeah,
until you
come on.
interrupted us. So
Okay,
go ahead.
look. Okay, the mother, it is her biological baby. Okay, it is her biological baby that she has given. That it does. There
Oh,
are
it's
no
hers.
complications.
Okay.
Assume for the sake of the hypothetical that she is able to feed herself with solid foods, but she can't feed the baby with the solid foods. Don't ask why. For the sake of the hypothetical, it won't work. The only way she can feed this baby is by breastfeeding. There's no formula. She can't leave. She's snowed in, and she just doesn't want to do it. And
Okay.
that's literally
Wait,
it.
she's not even gonna
It's literally-
die. Wait, hold on.
She's not even gonna die.
Oh, then
No,
it's fine.
she's not going to die. It's literally
Oh,
should she be
okay.
forced to do it, okay? She
Oh, then
can't go
yes.
out. She's stuck there for 6 months, okay?
Absolutely. Not make it
Yeah,
20
yeah.
years.
Fuck.
Fuck it.
Yeah, she has to do it. Like I normally the way that I've always heard the cabin in the woods is that like it's somebody else's baby and that they're just like it's just a question of
I've
whether or
heard
not they
someone
have a
else baby too, yeah.
responsibility to take care of somebody else's kid. But yeah, if it's theirs, then yeah, they kind of
Yeah,
have to
of
do it.
course.
should be
It's
compelled.
wild.
I'm with the socialist lactoid.
Wait, Fairy Queen, what's your position on this hypothetical?
What's my position on the hypothetical?
Yeah.
My position is I've given the other answer. I have said no, she shouldn't be forced to give the breast milk. I would say that if you've chosen to have the baby and if you've chosen to give birth, you've accepted the implied contract, which means that if you don't breastfeed your baby, then that means that you are choosing to kill your baby. So therefore you should be charged. But I have given the opposite answer before when debating some very hardline pro-lifers.
Why?
What? Hold
Just
on.
a
Why?
wee bit of trolling. Just a
Wait,
wee bit of trolling.
are you saying are you saying that you intentionally lie in debates so that you can hopefully try to win and that you don't actually care if you're consistent?
No.
Or are you saying you
try out
changed your
different-
opinion since then?
I think she's saying her opinion has changed.
My short answer to you is that like when I'm in private, like talking to friends, like I try out a ton of different positions. Okay, I argue a
So
lot of
you
crazy.
You
things,
intentionally
okay,
lie to your
exactly.
friends?
No, she could be also like fleshing
And
out
also
an
trying
argument.
to
There's
follow
actually-
You never
the
thought
experiment.
exercise with
Yeah.
somebody?
Also,
There's actually a word for this in academic debate. It's called hypotesting. It just means that you try out different answers to see what the logical conclusion is and to see what you're comfortable with until you.
Doing that in like writing it down to see where the logic runs is one thing. Intentionally talking to your friends and saying, I've tried different arguments that I don't believe in, hoping that it will change their opinion, is manipulative and
Or that you're
lying,
not sure
Or
you
changing
believe.
and
your
it is
own
a
opinion.
shitty thing to do to humans.
No,
Like,
you wait.
those
Hold
aren't
on,
your
hold on. I
friends.
want to push
Your
back
own
against that.
opinion.
I want to push back that. What if you're in a group like this? Hey, we're all sitting here. We try a thought exercise. You don't ever flesh out your thoughts with your own. That's bullshit, and you know it.
Trying a thought
hold on.
experiment is not the
Back
same
to the
thing
other
as
thing. It is.
intentionally trying
If
different
you're intentionally
arguments
over here trying
to
like
convince
convert
people of
a
things
baby,
you don't
like,
believe.
You
nah.
can't start out every
You're a-
position with absolute certainty that
Yeah.
you already know your conclusion.
I said I
You
asked
have
if
to, like,
she's
think it
changed
through.
her opinion.
But no.
She's saying
Anyway,
she
back
hasn't
to
changed her
back to
opinion.
the
She's
baby in the woods
just
thing.
tried out different arguments, hoping that they'll be more effective, even though she doesn't believe in them.
Oh, that's cool. Listen. Anyway, back
That's
to the
not what I
baby.
heard her say.
Back in the baby in
I-
the woods.
She's
What
trying
if
it
it's
out
your-
to convince herself.
Yeah, right. What about what if it's your
Yeah,
baby,
sure.
but you've already given it up for adoption, and
It's
somehow
fucked
you're
up.
trapped in there with the baby again? Well, does y'all's position change?
Sorry, what? So, repeat it.
I want to say, so say you have say it is your baby, but you previously given this baby up for adoption, not your baby no more, and suddenly you're stuck in the room with the baby again in the thing. All right.
Oh,
Does
okay.
that change the situation?
It does change my position.
Yeah.
Doesn't change
Not at
mine.
all
Just
for
happen
me.
upon a cabin in the woods and like somebody else's baby
Yeah, not
that
at all
used
for
to be
me.
your baby, but somebody
Yeah.
else's. I can say you're an immoral asshole, right? I can say like I don't think you're a good person, but
How would you put it,
legally,
Gibbs?
are you a
Tough
criminal?
titties?
That's-
Is that how it?
Well, so that's
Tough
the
titties,
like
tough
if you guys
titties,
have ever
yeah.
heard the hypothetical where like a kid is drowning as you're walking by the lake, like whether or not you have a moral responsibility to jump in and save it. That's what the cabin in the woods is generally supposed to be. It's the same thing. There's a baby in there. It's not your baby. Do you have a responsibility to take care of it, feed it, like make sure that it's safe by the end of the blizzard? Like that's the idea, and that's generally like it's a hard question because I think that like you would expect that person to do it, but it's hard to say that they have a moral responsibility, and then saying that you expect them to do it kind of is a moral responsibility. So it's like a pragmatic expectation of like, oh, I would think somebody would do this, but that doesn't mean that they have to do it. That doesn't mean that I like think that they're like it doesn't mean that I think
but
they have an
the drowning
obligation to
analogy.
do it.
The drowning analogy is different though, because there's a certain risk you take, right? Whereas the one Fairy Queen has proposed.
Normally,
specific version
anytime
of
I've
it.
heard the drowning
Doesn't have a
Normally,
analogy,
risk.
there's no,
that there
there's
isn't
no,
much
normally
of a
there's no,
risk
there's
and
no
that
risk other
can
than
make-
like you might wet your shoes or something. That's typically the
Yeah,
risk in the
the
drowning.
drowning analogy
Okay.
always says that there is no risk.
Well,
and
when
that
you say
can
they're
just grab
drowning,
them and pull 'em.
I
in my
think of a
head, I
deep
just know
river.
that
Yeah,
people that are
the same
drowning.
here.
We have most people that are drowning. It's actually really dangerous to try and rescue drowning victims, and they often
Yeah, but
No,
if
no,
it's like a
it's
toddler
actually
and like a
it's actually
puddle,
Bruce
or
Willis
there's
in
Yeah,
no
I get what
Unbreakable
like
and like a puddle of water.
yeah, there's no
It's
risk.
just
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, or Naruto, you can just like stand on the water and just like pull them out of it.
Yeah, you're standing on a dock. They're drowning there, and you can just reach from the dock and pull them
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Like it's a
Yeah,
Lactoid.
Yeah, I just wanted to put a little bit of a pin on the prior discussion with the baby in the boat, which is the baby in the boat is kind of a modification of the famous violinist argument. But I always thought the violinist argument really misses the mark because it just assumes, right, kind of like the poofing into existence that Scott was talking about. It just assumes that all of a sudden there's this violinist that just appears and now suddenly needs to like to hook himself up to you. When in reality,
it's an analogy for rape. It is an analogy for rape, like
It's a
because you didn't
stronger analogy
consent
for
to being
rape.
connected to them. Yeah,
right. It's a stronger analogy to being rape, but even then it's not perfect because if it's a rape analogy, the death would be caused to the person who did the moral action, the rapist, as opposed to this third party who did not commit a rape, which would be a more accurate representation. So there's a couple like uncomfortable.
No.
Like,
It's a rape analogy 1-to-1.
Well, no, you're not
It
hearing what I'm
is
Because
saying,
the
Josh.
concept
it
is a
is a rape
violinist.
analogy.
No, I understand. I
violinist
understand. Like
didn't do the action.
the violinist. To my understanding, the violinist argument is the violinist is the one that will die if the
Yeah,
violinist
he's saying
doesn't
you
get
would
your
have to
kidneys, right?
connect the rapist to the person. So he's saying the
Right.
person who put the violinist in that scenario,
Y-
that you would connect them. So it's like saying if you hit somebody with your car, do
No,
you
no, I
have a moral
understand it.
responsibility to keep
Yes,
them
Tom's
alive?
right.
No, I
Kind of
I
like-
understand it. I'm saying it's a 1-to-1 with rape because the
Okay,
baby
no,
is the
you're- Fabian,
violinist.
Scott, you're not hearing me. Okay.
Before
say-
before
here,
you do that, hold on, hey guys, we are.
I think he is.
Just
I think he is hearing you.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna like
I'm
to.
hearing
Don't worry. I'm gonna give you the moment to do this. Just letting you know that it's past 11:30. So anyone who like you can leave. You have like if you feel like you gotta leave.
He's not holding us hostage anymore.
Indeed, not anymore. Not anymore. The guns are like
You
me
have
out.
Been here
a
since
moral
5:30.
responsibility
Do-
to finish
do-
out a plan.
We're no longer attached to the violinist.
Nah, no, we've finally cut the umbilical cord, right? And now you can
We're
go
born.
into the thresher.
We
Final
can go to the
string.
snowstorm.
Doobie, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it, friend. And I had a fun time hearing from you. I know you gotta head out, so yeah, thanks, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Really
Yeah.
appreciate it. It was good to talk to all of you. See you.
Well,
And
you
guys,
know,
support the
See you, bud.
channel by subbing or gifting subs. If you've been enjoying this, consider supporting the channel so I can do more of this for you. Subs to channel, get biscuit subs, hyper chats, super chats, all those good types of chats. All right, go ahead.
I've
Frank.
been rating you on YouTube for like the last month, and I don't think you ever see all the people.
Do they
flooding
come?
here.
They don't type. They don't type. Like
They
Wood
don't,
rates
it's
me.
actually true. When I raid other people, they flood in with like tons of emotes. Every time I raid you, nobody says anything. It's kind of weird.
If
You'll have like 80, 90
Because
viewers.
he
and they're
doesn't
all
he's a
just
moderator for a panel. He doesn't like talk to chat when they come in that much.
True.
Whereas
if
like, if you raid like one person, like they'll immediately be like, "Hey guys, welcome raid." You know what I mean? Like you're gonna get more.
I think it's
You're
because
gonna get more from that.
maybe
Maybe.
if the comment section doesn't fill up from a raid, did the raid even happen though? I mean, can we be sure? Who knows? But I'm sorry, Lactoid, go ahead, please.
So the reason, okay, I think the violinist argument is a bad argument in terms of it's just not comparable. So a better, like I think the baby in the boat example is a much better comparison to like the person who made the choice to put the baby in the boat. And the hypothetical doesn't even change if there was somebody else who agreed to help you put the baby in your boat. If you agreed to that and then you sailed off, I still think that you have an obligation to see the baby through, even if it takes 9 months to cross the fucking Pacific. If you put the baby in the boat, you got to see the baby through. Now, I'm
Yeah.
curious on what the answers here are going to be. We can turn it into a rape hypothetical, which is what if somebody put the baby on your boat without you knowing? And then like a month later, while you're out in the Pacific, you find this baby. Does anybody here think it's okay for you just to toss the baby overboard?
I mean, that's one
So-
amazing baby that survived a month without
This
any
is
care.
yeah. I was about to
Yeah,
say.
I
Okay,
think
fine,
put the
fine.
baby on the boat,
48
you have an
hours, but it's too
obligation.
late to turn back. Okay, can you just throw the baby out into the water and another baby
If you
dies?
put the baby on the
didn't
boat, you
ask to be
do
put
have
there.
an implicit obligation. Like you made the choice to put the baby on the boat. You have a responsibility to the baby now. Yeah.
I agree with that if you put the baby on the boat. But then the tough question is, what if somebody else put the baby on the boat and you didn't agree to that?
That's
And now the
not a
baby.
tough question. You still have a responsibility.
You shouldn't have
Well,
left the dock then.
legally, you
still
don't.
have the same. You're
Legally,
still
you don't have
agreeing
any
to it by
responsibility.
leaving with the baby there.
Legally, you don't have any responsibility. Morally, obviously, I would say that that's a bad person, right? Like it's a very anti-life position.
Well, this
Like,
is
do
the
you
rape
know that the
hypothetical.
baby's
no.
there when you leave the dock? Do you know it's there,
Yeah.
or do you find it like a?
No,
like
it
a-
No,
doesn't-
no,
it
you
matter.
don't. You find the baby a day or two later.
No,
right?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't
You
matter
get-
whether or not you know.
To me,
you
that
know
makes
the
all the
baby.
difference. Is that
Well, no,
yes,
the
if
reason-
you're leaving the dock with the baby there, then you are agreeing to take care of that baby. Yes.
No, the reason why it doesn't matter
Oh
is
my
like
god,
for one reason or another,
you're adding new shit to it.
for one reason or
Sorry,
another,
really.
you did not agree to the baby being on the boat. This is a rape hypothetical, right? So like, should a woman who's a victim of rape be allowed to
Yes,
get an abortion? That's the question.
Oh well, if it's a rape hypothetical, then yeah, I would say that they should be able to get an abortion, which means that they didn't know that the baby was on the boat. They didn't agree to the leaving the dock with the
So-
baby on the boat.
So
And
I
they
can
found
toss
it
the
a day
baby
or two
overboard
later.
if I find the baby.
It's not
I
a
would-
1-to-1 because tossing
Yeah,
the
I don't
baby
think you
overboard
can
is an
kill
act
them.
of killing, right? It's not
Yeah.
evicting.
But that
why-
doesn't mean
no,
I
it's
have to
evicting
feed
them from
them
my
and take
boat to
care of
certain death. It's the same thing.
No,
Maybe
no,
maybe
there's a
I'll
difference
bite that
because-
bullet.
Hold
I'll
on,
bite that
wait,
bullet.
Hold
No,
on,
I'll
wait,
bite
wait,
that
wait.
bullet.
Hold on, no.
You're not a fucking
you're
evictionist.
killing them is one thing.
You literally
Having
just
to
heard
take
about it
care
today.
of them is another thing. These are two completely different things. So to say that like that you have to feed them and take
Right.
care of them and make
The
sure
boat
they stay
is the
alive
womb.
is totally
The
different.
boat is
But
the
if
womb.
you-
Do
but
you? No,
throwing
you're
them
not. You're not
overboard-
understanding.
I am understanding, but it's a
You're not.
baby
It's
that's
okay.
already born.
The sharks
The
are waiting
bait,
outside
the boat. The boat is of the womb. The question is, can
understand.
you
With
get it
lasers in
off
their
of your
heads.
property?
They're like,
I get it. Yes, I understand.
Boat is womb as
I-
ocean is to outside.
It's hard,
Okay,
right?
that's the...
So
I'm
in
pro-life.
the situation of
I understand.
evictionism,
I'm saying no. You
right,
can't throw
in the
over the boat.
listen, in the
So then
situation
why do
of
you think a rape victim
evictionism,
should be able to get an abortion?
God damn it! Shut the fuck up! You don't understand the fuck. God damn it!
Let him speak for
You
once.
keep trying to.
Been
Oh my
trying
god!
all night.
Scott the nephew. Go ahead.
Jesus, in the evictionism analogy, right? And this is why I spoke earlier about going to hospital A versus going to hospital B. Like, are you required to go to hospital B as opposed to hospital A? And the answer is no, but you are required to go to a hospital. You are required to communicate to those around you that you are evicting a baby, and that if someone would like to take care of said baby, please come and take care of it. You don't get to, for example, do an at-home C-section and then leave the, like, let's say 28-month-old baby in development on the floor and be like, well, that's not murder because I finally got it out. Like, you have a responsibility in some regards, right, to one, you are forestalling guardianship, just like if you had a child, right? Let's assume it's the child's already been born and they're 4 and you're done with the child. You're like, I hate this fucking kid. I don't want to take care of this kid. The kid, all it does is cry. I don't like it, right? You want to give the baby up for adoption. You don't get to give the baby up for adoption by just putting it in the middle of the freeway, right? Like, you have to drive to the adoption clinic and say, hey, or to the fire department and be like, hey, I don't fucking want this. Like, you take it, and then you're good. You have that right. So your responsibility is the transportation of the child to the next caretaker. The question is whether or not that contract requires that even if a caretaker wants to take care of a child, some level of viability. I do not think that implicitly requires some level of viability, because that's just a game of percentages. Viability currently medically, I think in America, is like roughly 24 point something weeks. That just means that there's a 50% survival rate. Okay. Right. So, like, well, we could say, well, that's not high enough. You've got to wait to 8 months, or you have to wait till full term. Or, well, some children die of COVID, so therefore you can't give up your kid for adoption because kids die of COVID. No, what it is you have to transport it towards someone that is willing to take care of it as a means of getting it out of your body. And so the same is true if you're in the boat. You don't throw the baby into the water. You go, fuck, there's this baby here. Well, next time I'm at the next dock, I got to go, I don't know whose baby this is. Who fucking wants it? Because I don't want this baby.
Yes, this is what I'm trying to explain, is that it's like this analogous in that way, because when we're talking about a body, we're talking about bodily autonomy and the reason that you can evict from your body. But in the boat analogy, I wouldn't say that this is analogous, because yes, this is an already born baby that is not physically
you're not
attached to you. This is
transporting
not
it
a
to the
bodily
next person.
autonomy thing. And so yes, so I would say that in this case, you can't just throw it in the water, because now you're murdering it. So you have to transport it to somebody else. Whereas like in an abortion, when you're raped, I would say that yes, you can get an abortion, because there is the question of bodily autonomy in that case.
FQ.
All right, so I have a question. I want to modify the boat analogy just a little bit, because some of this is, I think, affected because we are talking about a baby, and it makes sense because if you're pro-life, you think it literally is a baby. But let's modify it a little bit. So let's say instead of you just go to your boat and you notice that there's this baby, and you didn't know the baby was there until you found it out a month later, right? That's the original one. But now instead of that, let's say that before you get on the boat, a man comes to you with a 2x4 and he beats you senseless. He beats and thrashes you in front of the boat. And then you go on and he leaves you on the boat. You are unconscious on the boat. And then you wake up on the boat and you are doing your business. You are fine on the boat. And then a month later, you find out that this man's brother is downstairs in the boat. Do you think you have the right to take your gun?
Well, let her finish
Do you
it.
think Do you think you have the right to take your gun and to shoot the man on the boat?
They absolutely
your
do.
boat?
The brother?
They
The guy that
absolutely
didn't beat
do.
you?
Do you have the right to
yeah,
shoot the brother of the man that beat you senseless?
Is it your
So
boat
that
though?
it's your boat. It's
Oh
your
yeah,
boat.
bang bang bang!
They absolutely do. They absolutely do.
Wait. Hold on, like you don't get to shoot random family members of people
No,
that
No,
Scott.
he's on my boat.
committed
He's on my
crime.
boat.
He
I don't
stole your
know.
boat.
I'll answer. I'll
Matter
answer
who
the
he is.
question. This is going to be really
Well, I'm
hard to
saying-
say, but I do think that you should be able to shoot the brother. And to be frank with you, unless you put the baby on the boat, you should probably also be allowed to toss the baby overboard. But if you put the brother on the boat, then you should not be able to shoot the brother because you invited the brother and put them there. So consensual sex, no right to abortion once it's a baby, rape, abortion rights up until birth.
Well, hold
Well,
on.
so
With the
the-
boat analogy you just gave doesn't even
What
fit
did the
that.
brother
Though.
do?
Yeah, hold on. Well, it doesn't matter what he did.
Stole
He's
the
on my
boat.
On my
He's
boat without my
on my
permission.
boat.
That's
Stole the
trespassing.
boat.
Trespass, whoopings time.
They're
Like
off
on
the
purpose?
boat.
Is he tied
You-
up?
you-
Did he
it's
get
more
beat
than
up
that,
by
but
his
it's
brother?
more than
Like, what
but
happened?
it's more than that. It's more than that. The point is that this person who is on your boat, right, is related to the person that beat you senseless, so that he could put his
Oh.
brother on your boat. That's the point.
The
Okay.
That's the
relatedness doesn't
reason.
matter. The relatedness doesn't matter to me.
Right,
Like
it
it
doesn't
could be a
matter.
friend,
It
it could be a
matters-
brother, it could be.
I mean, she's trying to
That
tie
is
it
why
to,
he's
to,
on the
to
boat.
childbirth, obviously.
I understand, but the critical element here is again, if you put some, this is a general legal concept too, right? If you put somebody in a position where now they need you, otherwise they die, you have an obligation to see them through. If I invited someone onto my boat and I kicked them off my boat, I'm getting charged, right? And not only am I getting charged, but I personally think this is horribly morally wrong because they need you now because you put them on your boat, right? And so if you put somebody in a position now where if you take them out of your womb, they die, seems kind of like a one-to-one comparison to me.
So, and so the evictionist argument is simply this: if you put someone in your house during a blizzard, you have the responsibility to like let them get in an Uber, but it's not your responsibility to determine, even if it's like the worst blizzard in 1,000 years, that they might die in said Uber, right? Like you got to let them get in an Uber. You got to give them to somebody else. You have to evict them from your house. Even if you're evicting them into like horrible conditions where they're almost certainly going to die, you don't have a responsibility to keep them in your house forever and ever if
They
you don't
could
want them
swim.
in your house.
They could swim
La-
out of the Pacific, I suppose, right?
Well,
Well,
so
I mean,
I
if
think
there's someone there in a John boat, right? There's someone there in a John boat, and they're like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna make it." It's like, "Hey, have fun with the John boat," and they're just got a little trolling motor and paddles trying to make it. Like that's that's on you.
so
Well, it shouldn't. but,
lactoid.
you know.
So we've had this conversation before, which is if you have a party in your house, you invite all these people to your house, and then you wake up the next day and you see a child chained to your radiator, and they're chained to your radiator for 9 months. Do you have the right
Yeah.
to evict them? And you said no. Is that
Well,
right?
no. So
Just
this is a hypothetical that I gave to Michael Moreno like years ago, which I asked if somebody chained a child to your fence without your permission, do you have the right to shoot the kid? And he said yes. He bit the bullet and was like, yeah, it's fine. I am very hesitant to say yes to that question.
Give
So,
you a hint,
does-
say no.
Well, but does it change it for you? So suppose instead of it being a child, a person who is undoubtedly a person, who is undoubtedly a human being. Suppose instead it's a chimpanzee. Do you have the right to go and
Oh.
shoot the chimpanzee?
That's not going to change
right?
anything for lack, or rather. the
Oh, well, I
chimpanzee
don't
is
give
not
I
gonna
don't give any
matter.
rights to animals
I
whatsoever.
don't give
For
a
me,
fuck
for me,
about
the
Well,
chimpanzees.
I
fucking shoot 'em.
understand, but the point is like that your analogy is dependent upon viewing potentially the embryo or the fetus as a person, as having achieved personhood. That's the only way that we could make this work.
Yes.
So if you don't agree with that, then the analogy doesn't necessarily hold or carry over, depending on like how far along.
I don't disagree, and this is the reason why my current position, and my position changes occasionally when somebody makes a good argument. My current position is that conception is not the line. For me, it is probably 8 weeks or so when you begin having brain activity, right? That's kind of where my line is, where now we have a person, now we have a human being, and now you're responsible. You know, some people might even say up until birth. I think that you have a responsibility up until 18 years unless you can transfer that responsibility to somebody else who will take care of the child.
Why is consciousness I don't understand. I never understand these
Yeah, I don't.
never understand these arguments. Like if
The
consciousness is your
consciousness-
argument, then like
I didn't
you
say
can't
consciousness.
harm any
And
mammal.
brain I think
We
he's
said- you said-
prefrontal cortex.
I
or
said brain
activity.
activity, some kind of electrical brain activity, because
Right.
that's
So
I'm
if
very
that's the
consistent
case,
on that, right? Like if there's no electrical
you
brain
have to be a
activity,
vegan.
That's
Well,
why I
no,
say
I
heartbeat
don't.
and brain function.
So
is-
for
yeah,
me, this is
that's
I'm actually
common
very
nature.
consistent on this, right? So like if someone's brain dead, I consider that to no
Necessary
longer be a
but not
person.
sufficient condition. Like consciousness is one part of what has to be there, but obviously there needs to be more than that.
Right. Well, what
I don't even value
you just drew this magic arbitrary line. Like, what are you talking about?
Your line is
Like,
arbitrary.
if conscious,
Well, hold
no,
on,
if
it's not
consciousness is
arbitrary.
a thing,
Hold on, wait,
you're
wait,
not
wait.
being
I will
consistent.
answer your question. The reason that they say consciousness is because they believe that that is the thing that we value. It's human consciousness. It's the fact that we are human and our type of consciousness is the thing that separates us from all
Okay.
other animals. And so
Yeah,
that's the
but
thing
like
that makes
an
us
8-week-old doesn't have quote unquote human consciousness.
Right.
It has
then it's
achieved
a
some level of
potentiality.
consciousness
It
with
has-
human DNA.
It has human consciousness. It doesn't have fully
It
developed.
has a
human
primal
consciousness.
streak. It's like
It
an
has human
8-week-old
consciousness.
fetus
No,
doesn't even
its
have an autonomic
consciousness
nervous
is
system.
different from a lizard's in one way or the other. It's
Okay,
not
if
on a
that's the
spectrum
case-
where it's like it just born,
Okay,
now it's
right,
lizard consciousness.
right.
It's still human consciousness.
But it's arbitrary. That's arbitrary. You're just saying I value human consciousness.
is arbitrary. The things that we value are
Stop
arbitrary
it.
to some
Stop it.
extent.
Stop it. You're saying that it's explained when it's not explained. It's not a reasonable explanation. To say we value human
I don't
consciousness.
use consciousness. I'm telling you this
Right.
is why they use
Oh,
it. Is
oh my
because they
God.
believe that
Right.
this is the
Okay.
thing that
Well,
they
then
value.
why
Or
are
saying
you
it's
piping up
arbitrary,
to
and I'm saying,
defend
yes, of
someone
course,
with an
all of our-
argument that you
No, no,
don't
no,
believe, that you're also not willing to
hold on,
let me
hold on.
argue?
Because
This is
you're
dumb.
you're not actually engaging with what I'm saying. I'm saying that is the thing that we value, and then you say it's arbitrary. And of course, our values are arbitrary. to some
No,
extent.
but I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that if you value human consciousness, when that type of human consciousness doesn't exist in an 8-week-old human embryo. What you have is the beginnings of some level of consciousness that is extremely limited, and then distinct human DNA. You don't have human consciousness.
Sure, I think that they can make a potentiality argument at that point, but it's still human consciousness.
So
If it's a
I-
potentiality argument, then
I-
it starts at birth.
Okay.
Conception.
So
it's not on a
That's where
spectrum
viability
where
comes
it's like
in.
a
Move
different
on.
type of consciousness. It's
Gibbs,
still
I
human
feel like I skipped you
Well, dude, you're
previously.
arguing with a straw man.
you.
It's
So
hilarious.
Gibbs and Corey.
So while we're on the conscious subject, I think that's kind of interesting because I feel like conscious is kind of a really bad metric personally, because if we start doing this, what is consciousness, right? Like it's an octopus, sentient, is
That's
it
why I
conscious?
don't use it.
It's like
Exactly.
is that like an AI? What it like maybe not now. Is it sentient? Is it conscious? Do they have rights? Kind of thing. And like what point do these things what if like so we I don't know if y'all played Halo or seen Halo, but like Cortana, right? She's based on a human AI.
She's
like
more
a
fucking
human
conscious
yeah.
than we are.
Right. Yeah, she's based on a human brain, right? And so like that might be conscious. Do they get rights? Are they the same as like a clone, right? Like probably like we're just cloning parts. No, but it's a clone, with a brain that's active. Like, is that conscious? Or what if we just like
Exactly.
make them a clone, but they're brain dead? Like, is that like a person? Like so I don't know. I feel like conscious is kind of a real arbitrary thing. Where's the line on that? And like I know we keep throwing around arbitrary. Everything's arbitrary. I mean, that's why we're having the discussion, right? So like what is the line here? What's the difference between like, hey,
Yeah, the line is very simple.
well, so it comes back to the virus thing from the first one, right? So say we say an AI is conscious, right? All right. Do we have the right to like install computer antivirus software on there? Like
So it's really simple.
I would say the problem
It
is
has two
arbitrary.
things to have
like
rights.
the problem isn't that it's arbitrary. The problem is that we don't even know what it is. We can't even describe what
It's-
consciousness
I-
is,
it-
or like
okay.
what separates it from other
It's
things.
really
That's
simple.
the real problem.
Does it have a body? Does it belong to a category that is
define a body.
that includes moral actors? Material. Does it exist in the material world?
Okay, does a
Yeah, this is
fertilization
how
make that-
Peter
material.
Singer concludes that you don't have the right to live until about age 3 or 4, because you're not a
that's
moral
not-
actor at that point. He argues that
That's not what I said. You don't fucking try and put words in my mouth to make me fucking Singer. Okay.
Yeah,
You're
that's not
misunderstanding
the
me.
argument,
You're gonna say
I'm not pro. No, it's not the argument.
Okay,
It's a
so
different.
Scott supports Peter
I
Singer's argument.
specifically
Does anybody
stated.
else wanna...
I specifically said, does it have a body in that it exists in the material world, and does it belong to a category of species via speciation? I didn't add via speciation. Does it belong to a category of species that includes moral actors? Because mentally ill, toddlers, elderly, people in
talking about
comas, they all
essence.
belong to a species.
versus
If
accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I want to engage with that.
Orcas.
I want to. So then.
yeah, I'm slowly leaning towards the position that certain whales and dolphins might actually be
So-
considered moral actors, and it would actually be a violation of the non-aggression principle.
Uh,
They have their own language. They have
blubber
fucking languages
sucks.
that they use.
They have
They
cultures.
have languages that they have languages that they use specifically when they engage with other species. They have an intermediate language that they use that they change when they find other species of dolphin and whale. I'm starting to get to the point where it actually might be that the Faroe Islands might actually be genocide.
Okay.
I know it's crazy and I sound like a crazy vegan, but like I don't know
No,
if
I hear you.
I'm no
I hear
longer
you on that
confident
one.
that they're not
Corey.
that they're not people.
So to understand your position, Scott, like so a fertilized egg meets those two criteria for you. Is
Yep.
that like okay? So
Has a physical body and it belongs to a species that is obtained that has moral actors.
so does every cell in your body. So why is not every cell
Yeah.
in your body a separate entity? Like as in why are you allowed to wash your face? And that's not a mass genocide towards your skin cells.
Because my cells are a part of my body. They're not distinct human DNA.
Yes,
It's not
they
a
do.
distinct thing.
Yeah, no.
No.
Whoa, no. So are you making?
Hold on,
the
so you're saying
argument-
my skin cells are no longer my cells? They're their own entity?
Well, so yeah. So what is granting them their own entity? What's different
Their
between?
own distinct DNA.
Oh, okay. So that's the crux. You think every single genetic code in every cell in your body is identical?
No, I obviously understand that there are like errors in RNA transmission and that you will have individual cells,
DNA.
right, that will change the DNA because it mutated. And then does this then become a life in and of itself? Well, sure. If you want to add potentiality to it, we can as a means of getting around that. That's fine. I don't mind adopting the Christian argument there in terms of that.
Then with
But
technology,
what we were
potentiality.
talking about, right? What we are talking about now is we're no longer engaging with the philosophy. We're engaging with the semantic argument to try and find a way to weasel around what is the thing we're talking about, right? So if we have to go all the way,
You said
if we wanna go
you said
all the way-
you said
if we wanna
you
go
said body and you
all the way-
defined it as a separate
if you
entity.
wanna go
as
all
in,
the way-
you
if you
recognize
wanna
that
go
a cell
all the
body is
way
different
to
than a
its
dog
core.
body. You defined a
right,
body
if
in
you
a
want
very
to go
specific
all
way.
the way to
I'm
its core,
asking
right?
you.
Yeah, right. You are trying to find ways to change the concept of its body via linguistics so that you can make an
That's what you
argument that
did.
isn't
You-
commisserate with the concept
Okay,
that
so
I'm
why
putting
is a
forward.
dog body
Right,
different than a cell body that you just defined?
Why is a dog body different than a cell body?
Yeah, what about a
Is
giant
that seriously the
amoeba?
fucking
Because-
conversation we're having?
Yeah,
Why is
absolutely.
a dog different than a human?
He's
Right,
a
again,
biologist,
I
just
brought-
so you know.
Right. It's again,
Fair.
you're not
how do you-
engaging with the argument itself. What you're
I
trying
am.
to do is
You-
you're trying to
you-
use no, listen, shut up, shut the fuck up. You're trying to use the limits of the English language and the fact that it's sometimes difficult to convey concepts to avoid talking about the concept
and you're
itself
pivoting.
and trying to attack the language
So-
as a
so
means of
define
saying
me.
that you don't believe the thing that it is.
No,
I'm
no.
not going to answer the question is how is
Exactly,
my
'cause you don't want
mutated
to,
skin cell
because
different than
I
a
asked
fucking
you.
dog?
Everybody
It's
can watch. I
retarded.
asked you for your two criteria. I gave your two criteria, and then I pretty much deconstructed. As in,
So
when
hold
you
on.
said
When someone makes a typo on Twitter,
you
do you
said
immediately
distinct
discount
DNA.
their entire argument because they made a typo?
Well, so if you want
You
to clarify,
refuse to
your-
engage
if you
with
wanna-
any arguments with typos?
if you want to, yeah,
Change
yeah.
your argument.
If you
Your
wanna
or
clar-
your.
if you want to
Right, like,
clarify
they
your
forgot an
position,
apostrophe.
if you want to
Right?
clarify your position now, okay, if you want to, that's totally fine. As in,
Yeah, if
asked
I
you
need
to
to
outline-
clarify that
I-
the law of identity exists and we can recognize that this pin and this pin, right, are made of similar material components and designed to be the same thing. But I also understand that this is a unique pin and this is a unique pin and that they might have the platonic essence of pinness, right? But that they share fucking pinness, but that these are unique individual fucking pins. If you want to get that fucking nitty gritty because you want to try and justify abortion, then sure, we'll fucking go there. Okay, yes, the mutated skin cell is not the same thing as the individual identity that is named and created that is separate and will add potentiality to it.
So you brought up the word distinct, so I've asked you. That's why I want you to clarify. You put forward 2 criteria, as in this is
my
what
pen. I love my pen. Yes.
Yeah, and so that's why if you want to go down the road of distinctness, and that's why you want to backtrack.
Just engage with the actual fucking argument.
I did.
Instead of
How am
playing
I
these
not
silly
engaging?
games.
So make the argument as to why a distinct cell in your body doesn't fit the criteria for like personhood, and you have no right to kill it.
I've said multiple times that I will that we are talking about identifying a specific and different thing, and I said, sure, I'll add potentiality to that argument. I've said like 7 times, let's just add potentiality, right? So that we can understand that this species, that this thing, untrammeled by coercive elements of nature. Right? You know, we'll live in the fucking communist utopia where nature is no longer coercive and doesn't fucking cause miscarriages, right? And that there's none of these bad things happen. That it develops and grows into its own human being that is distinct by a Bayesian inference, right? We can use a Bayesian analysis to understand that this human is not the same thing as my human because it's not the same thing as a dead skin cell. It is something entirely different and unique in its own that eventually develops its own consciousness.
So, okay, if you want to add in potentiality, okay, if I'm driving down the road, okay, and I'll use your hospital analogy, as in hospital A and hospital B, somewhere down the road, the technology is I can use a skin cell and I can develop it into a fully fledged human, okay? If I slough off some skin cells as I'm driving, okay, do I have to go to hospital B that has the technology as opposed to hospital A that doesn't have the technology to develop my skin cells?
So the question is, your skin cells can become a distinct human being that's no longer part of your DNA?
Yes, absolutely. As in,
so it's not a clone.
It's not. Well, it potentially is not a clone, depending on if that is distinct. That happens to be the skin cell that has that one mutation, that one little base pair that's different. Okay, and then I have 2 hospitals. One, the modern, super advanced with the technology to fully develop the potentiality.
So potentiality. So potentiality here. You're adding human action into the potentiality equation, right? Which is you're not saying the skin cell left untrammeled by coercive elements in nature, right? Like you're not saying, you're saying that a human has the capacity to go somewhere and create human life based off of skin cell in this futuristic world, right? That's different because that requires human action in order to engage. The potentiality requires me to interact in the world and create life. What we're talking about is life that has already been created, left untrammeled by our actions that stop said life from being created.
Well, so
these are 2 different. These are disanalogies.
Then I'm curious. Then for you, it's presumably permissible.
I'm sorry. Someone in my chat just said Cody is a dog-faced pony soldier, and I had forgotten about Biden saying that. I'm sorry.
So then, is it permissible for you if a woman has an embryo that they've conceived that they basically, how does that intersect with let's say risk? As in, if they go on a hunger strike, okay, and that increases the risk of miscarriage, is that whatever legally or morally permissible for you?
Yeah. This is so all of the other shit that you were doing before was hilarious and disingenuous. This is a genuine question, and I'll engage with this genuine question separately from all of the other bullshit that you were spouting.
No, I just clearly deconstructed your criteria, and it's on display for everyone. I have no problem.
Yeah, no. It's fine. It's fine. I would love for people to show it on display and clip it because it was amazing. I love you.
You even changed it.
Moving forward to this argument.
Let me just move on.
Yeah, like 17 times before you accepted it. So anyways, here the question is a hunger strike some means of are you required to do this? So I would say, as an evictionist, you're required to, if you so choose, to give up your child, to follow the gentleness principle in the sense that you are to transport them to where they can be evicted. If you are attempting to keep your child, but you're doing things that will intentionally kill your child without giving up your child, it depends upon, I would say this is where it gets weird. I would actually have to add some level of mens rea here, right? Because this is at the limits of my philosophy here. Actually, I'll admit that. That's fine. I don't know. I'll go with that because like smoking cigarettes, right? Is that murder? Is it murder to smoke cigarettes? Is it murder to eat an unhealthy diet? Right? Because we know, statistically speaking, that a lot of miscarriages that occur within the first trimester are simply due to improper pH balance. And if women took better care of their of themselves and had a better pH balance, or for example, if
Or drive
men
fast down the highway.
were more careful, if men were more careful in having sex with women, to the point where they made sure that they were showered and clean and that they use unscented lotion, then that might less adversely affect pH. But like you can take this to an extreme degree. And so I don't know where the line is there, and I don't want the line to be arbitrary. So I don't have a perfect answer for that question. Whether or not a hunger strike is considered murder. I can't.
So
I intuit that it is, but I also understand that there's a problem with accepting that because the reductio to that would basically make all human action that isn't perfect health.
You said interacting with the environment with my car analogy and driving to the hospital. So I think that poses some problems for you.
So let's go to Admiral Gibbs, Aiko, then Lagtoid. I'm sure FQ has something to say, something brilliant, and so I'm going to put her in line because she'll come up with something at some point. So Gibbs.
So this is two parts and they're related. So don't cut me off at the first one. All right, that's good. All right. So the first one, right?
All right, Aiko, if you can just.
No, so
Yeah.
oh, go ahead.
Sure. I'll just say quickly, like, I think the reason
My bad.
Corey went with the direction that he did with the skin cells and all that stuff.
I'm sorry.
What? What do you guys?
It's my fault. I'm dumbass. It's okay.
I'm sorry, Gibbs. No, Gibbs, please,
You
please,
just
don't be
started off
mad.
like, okay, I got a long thing. Don't cut me off. And then you're like, all right, man. So here's my thing.
Admiral Gibbs, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So basically, right, it's not even a long thing. It's just I know there's going to be so we're kind of arguing over the moral actors in the body thing, right? And so this really kind of has two things I keep coming back to. Like, so how are we going to define a body, right? That's I kind of think it's been a whole debate. First one is if we look at something like an AI, right? Like, if it's in a server, would that server be its body, or does it need to build a body where it can move around on its own? Like, at what level do we define this as a body? And then we talked about the cells with Corey here, right? And consciousness and whatnot. And I think I don't know if we brought up sentience, but sentience is I think a big thing. I think they just declared a bunch of squid and octopus as sentient, right? Or like a bunch of numbers of countries, right?
Yeah.
Now here's the cool thing about the squid and octopus, right? They actually have the ability, from what I understand, some of them can rewrite their RNA because they do have RNA. They're one of the few animals on the planet that have RNA, right? Now I'm not a biologist, so I can't speak to all that. But what's interesting to me is if there's an animal that has the ability to rewrite its genetic code, it's going to perceive consciousness and body autonomy quite a bit different than how a human would, right? So talked about the non-aggression principle earlier with the dolphins, and I think that was something we discussed, right? How would we even apply something like that when we describe morality to something like an AI or say a squid or an octopus who's going to have a very different sense of what morality is?
Well, I think Scott's
Yeah.
line of like a law of identity is definitely going to like play.
Yeah,
into
pretty
that.
much.
they have
We're going to
Just real
think
quick to
of
the server,
octopus
to the
as a
server.
separate identity, just as we'll look at each AI as a separate identity as well.
Yeah, I would just say the issue with the server and the reason why I said it needs its own body is the server owned by someone? Like if I have property and then the AI is within my property,
What if it's chatting,
right?
bro?
What I'm trying to say is right, like I don't want to get too. I just want to like to simply answer it. Right? Is that if it has its own body that is not owned by somebody else, then it is its own thing, right? So if the AI, is given permission. Like, let's say, like slaves under chattel slavery in the beginning of, in America, right? Thomas Jefferson, one of the cool things that Thomas Jefferson did, good old TJ, he let a bunch of his black slaves, like have like days off work where they would apprentice to be blacksmiths. And one of his slaves, for example, was actually like the best at making roofing nails, right? So as a slave, he eventually had the money to buy his own freedom. If the AI is housed on my property and I make the thing, right? It's fucking mine. It doesn't matter that it has a mind of its own. But if it gets its own body, if it's able to purchase through its own labor that I give it, right? And I say, hey, here on Saturdays you can work for Sony. I don't care what you do, right? And then I let it go get enough money so that it buys a body from based off of what it did. Then all of a sudden it can house that body. Yeah, then it has its own rights if it's a moral actor, in that it can engage in moral propositional, if it can evaluate moral propositional claims, for truth or falsity, and engage in those conversations, and it has its own body, I would consider it.
What about the Kraken then, bro? How do you define Kraken morality, bro? Like, what is the octopus's moral actions? Like, they have their own body.
Yeah,
They got
yeah,
their
like
own
if it
code.
if it can if it has its own body and it's capable of evaluating moral propositional claims as truth or false. Now, I can't prove whether or not it can or can't, right? There's always a potential that any species is capable of that, and we just don't know. But there's not a lot of evidence that they're smart enough. But like, if we want to go
Not a
like
lot of
space
evidence that you're
troopers,
smart enough.
or sorry, right? Yeah, there's plenty of evidence.
Let them
so
know.
shut up.
Let them know.
If Starship Troopers, like if Starship Troopers is real, right? And like the bugs are able to communicate, we might not like the bugs. We may think the bugs are evil. And as soon as they try and drop the meteor on us, fuck the bugs, right? But if the bugs are able to like make those valid propositional claims and they have their own body, then it's a violation of the non-aggression principle to start fucking killing them for no reason.
So, like,
That's it.
you would say that all the calamari is bad now. It's all murder.
If Squid was capable of the things that I just
Yeah,
said, which I
they're
don't
out
think
they're
they
out
are
they're out there
at all.
punching fish maliciously and shit. Have you not seen any of these studies?
That's not relevant. Like I said, I
mean-
think dolphins. I said I think dolphins might belong to a category where it would be a violation of the NAP because, and I gave some supporting evidence. The other evidence, for example, of dolphins is we've done studies now where
Yeah,
we've
but they're mammals.
trained
They're not
dolphins.
like-
We've trained dolphins to say with sign language, do something new and unique, and we've trained them separately.
They've done
And then
that with
as a group,
cephalopods now,
we've
too.
said, hey, do something new and unique. And then they communicated. And then they together did a new trick to try and earn food that they collectively, none of them had done before. That to me is like, I don't know. It's starting to make me think that like they might be in the category where it would be a violation.
Gibbs, did you ask your second question?
Whale them.
Yeah, I mean, it was the
Yeah,
two
now-
points. I don't think I
appreciate it,
really got
guys.
an answer. I
Take care,
think he's
Tom.
kind of.
Always a pleasure.
Okay,
think-
see you,
Y'all have a good
Tom.
night.
Have a good one.
I don't know how you. So I guess I didn't really get an answer to the second part, which is if it's something like a squid or like an octopus, which we've now pretty much decided is probably smarter than a lot of these animals, like dolphins and whales and whatnot, which are basically on there. They're the smartest.
We've not determined that.
Yes, that we have. They can use some of them use tools. We've seen all sorts of shit. They've built societies. They have like a squid or
Dolphins
octopus
use
city
tools.
somewhere, like all sorts of shit, right? So they're arguably as smart, if not smarter, than a lot of these mammals. However, mammals share a lot of similar characteristics. We also, but when we're looking at something like a squid or an octopus, how would you even be able to relay like what morality, like your perceived lens is going to stop you?
Yeah.
Whenever this
I
they
see
can
what you're
rewrite
saying.
its genetic code, how are we going to determine that? Same with an
I mean, that's
AI.
a-
Yeah, you might make it, but like how you can't think like this thing. It can perceive like thousands of different things at once, while we can only perceive what what we got going on right in
Okay.
front of us.
Okay. What you're saying is that it's difficult to communicate. Thus, it's difficult to
No,
determine
I'm not saying it's
whether or not
difficult to
it's moral
communicate.
actor.
What are we can communicate fine, but like we can't even like
Well, then what the fuck are you saying?
it's a whole different
You're
process.
saying
of
you
perceiving
can't wrap
reality.
your mind around their perspective, right? Their lens of
basically, yeah.
Right. It's difficult to communicate and understand whether or not they meet the criteria of being a moral actor or moral agent. I concede that already. I said that every animal has some level of potential. Like I think, for example, it's possible, though extremely unlikely, that some breeds of dogs are moral actors. All of the evidence that we have so far kind of shows that they're not, right? Like they do some cool things that we associate with that behavior, but it doesn't seem that they are capable of even dolphins, which I said there's a lot of evidence for, like they rape people all the fucking time, and they don't seem to have like any concern for the morality of that whatsoever, right? So there's active evidence against my claim that they might be moral actors, moral agents.
Yeah.
Right, they don't understand the concept, right? So
Yeah.
so like what I'm saying is like just because it might be difficult to understand that mind, it doesn't change the objective fact of whether or not they are or aren't moral actors. It just changes whether or not we know that.
Okay.
No, I'm arguing that your morality wouldn't be the same. Like, so you're saying you have this idea. Say, like, this can sound bad, but dolphin rape, right? That you're right. That's bad, right? But they're mammals. That's crazy. We're arguing all bestiology, all this stuff. But like an octopus,
It would
or a
be
squid,
immoral not to rape. Yeah.
yeah, they might. Yeah, they might be like, "Well, we're doing this. We're doing it with solid. We're trying to spread the clan of octopus." You know, like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
The highest compliment, right? The highest thing you can do for your fellow creature is to put your DNA inside of them, right? If you're not doing that, then what are you doing?
So, like, how are you going to compare, like, put your morality on like a whole nother like species? Not even like another species we share stuff with, but another species that has a totally different genetic makeup down to like RNA. No, I'm not being silly. This is a real problem. Like, what if we meet a silicone life form in the future? Or are we going to just go Starship Troopers and like exterminate them? Woo, they're not real life because they're silicone.
A silicone life form.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
this is no, you're being silly. Listen.
Real thought exercise. You're just calling a real thing silly because you're like looking like a jackass.
It's not a thought exercise. I'm not being a jackass. It's just really silly. So like listen, moral relativism aside, right? Like if whether or not you believe morality is objective, whether or not you believe morality is subjective, and that there could be relative differences, it's a completely different thing from is someone a moral actor or a moral agent. Okay, these are different things. You're not comparing like variables. So I can say, for example,
what
that
if
the
you're an animal?
No, let me help you. I can say that the seaman warriors of Papua New Guinea that rape children and murder the children who refuse to suck cock are deeply immoral people, that they're evil, that there is a hard pressed to find a more evil society in the world and throughout human history. And at the same time, I can also say that they are moral actors in the sense that they are capable of understanding and evaluating moral things. They're able to say man ought do this, man ought not do this because of these reasons. Right? So it doesn't matter if their morality is different or if they have a difference.
That's cope. That's cope.
That's not cope. All right.
Let me give you another example.
No,
it's not, because look, what I'm saying is they're little animals.
I gotta move on.
Hold on. Oh, no. We're finishing this one. There are little animals that, like, in nature, there are little animals in nature, right? If these animals gain sentience, they physically, like, their process of their breeding would be what we would call rape, right? So for you to sit here and go, hey, that's shit right there, that's immoral, when their physical like nature depends on that.
Are you fucking retarded?
No, I'm not.
You genuinely retarded?
You're sitting here arguing you can put human morality onto another
special
animal.
education
like the face huggers from Aliens, right? Like that would be like rape, right?
Words like for everything.
I hear you. The face huggers from Aliens, like they inject their DNA into you. That's the way
they're example.
They're moral actors. They're deeply evil society of moral actors. You know how I know? Because they built fucking pyramids and they constructed hives and they were capable.
But they're not immoral. They're literally
they kill people for sport.
No, he didn't say they're immoral. They said they're moral actors. Yeah, moral actors. Yeah.
Right. They're deeply evil, psychopathic killers, but they're capable of communicating with their queen, right? Like they're shown in Alien versus Predator that they're able of making alliances. They're almost certainly moral actors, and yet they're evil as fuck.
No, it's just cope. It's not evil. From their
okay,
point of view.
Lots of things are stupid to understand what someone is saying.
We're gonna move on. Crazy. We gotta move on, guys. We gotta move on. All right. So we're gonna go to Aiko. We're gonna lag to it, and we're
no. That moment has passed.
No. I want you to do something else though. So I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So before we do, and we're gonna go to FQ, right? She's cooking up a fantastic point, right? It's in a pressure cooker right now. It's about to explode. So we got to give her space. Before we do that, just really quickly. Hopefully, this is a very quick TLDR. From our friend Scott. Previously, you talked about if, like, as part of your criteria, the subject has to be part of a species that's capable of moral acting, right? Like you said that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would that count for AI, right? Like or AGI? And that like
We
we
would
can
also need a
design.
body, but yes.
Yeah, sure. I hear you, right? But we can have an AGI that is what we can say that they're capable of moral actions. But then there's another one like the model of the year before, right? Maybe
Yeah,
not,
hold on,
but like
pause. So,
yeah,
so like a mammal, like there are a lot of species that exist to mammals, right? Speciation is a difficult thing to define in artificial intelligence,
yeah,
right? Because like AI versus a self-aware AGI. I'm not certain that AGI or AI ever can create consciousness,
yeah.
or whether it ever can create rights. I don't make the claim that it can or can't. I lean ever so slightly towards the fact that it can at some point. But when I say lean, I mean like 51-49, right? Like I don't really know. And I don't know enough about it to make that assumption. So what I'm saying is, right, so I don't know about that. But let's assume that they can. We have to kind of reevaluate what we mean by speciation because we're no longer talking about organic life. Even with silicone-based life on like other planets or something, like we're talking about something different.
Silicone.
And so we're talking about right.
Silicone-based
Right.
life.
Well, yeah. Okay. You fucking it's getting too. It's too late at night for this.
Silicon.
Shit.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem.
Right. Silica. Right. Like. So yeah. So like I would say like, if it has its own body, we would have to come up with new criteria for potentiality, right? So if it's self-writing AI, and we know that AI is capable of human rights, I still don't know, right? Like it kind of, if you've played Mass Effect, right? I think Mass Effect has a really good kind of conception of this,
Oh my God,
which
yeah.
is that there's AI and then there's VI, right? And so given certain problems, VI is capable of becoming AI. But I would say that it is still something distinctly different than AI because like any computer is in a way artificial intelligence or VI, right? Like your cell phone is VI, but like all technology and software can't obtain rights, right? So we would have to have a totally different conversation when that comes. And I don't know. I don't have the right answers. I'm stretched at the end of libertarian theory on that.
Fair enough. Okay, so we're gonna Echo, Lactoid, and FQ.
No, the thing that I
I know,
responding
but
to
I
was an
want
hour
you
ago.
to do the thing.
You think that's relevant to this? Okay.
Of course it
All right.
is.
I made a joke about Tuvix like
Star Trek,
2
yeah.
hours ago, and Prime wanted me to
Bro,
Trek.
what?
Two different
He's
people.
bad.
It's a
See,
glitch
this
in the
is what I
Matrix.
told you would happen, Prime.
Beat's about to drop.
Two characters got beamed together, turned into one character. They were going to split them back into the original two people, but they didn't have the tech for it, so they just decided, well, it's just going to be you're a new person now. 6 months later, they figured out a way to split them back apart into two people. He did not consent. They did it anyway. Was that murder? That was the question of the episode. Although I think the answer is obvious. Like, I don't even think it's like all that debatable of a question.
I think two people died.
Yes, two people died. Right, and to bring them back, they had to murder this one new guy 6 months later.
Yeah, that would be my answer.
Yeah, that's
it's
the
a paradox.
Answer. Yeah,
it's like it's a teleportation paradox, right? Like I don't know, right? Like it's like, are you a dualist and you believe in a soul, right? Like if you are a dualist and you believe in a soul or dualism, right, and you believe in a soul, right, then maybe that soul is like suspended by the process of the new body, and like that, and those souls will be then reinstated. But like assuming I'm not like a Christian or like some form of dualist, I would just say that those two people are dead.
But even if you
be resurrecting some other weird thing.
But even if you did believe that, like, you would
someone.
still need the consent of the person who's going to be like killed in order for that to happen. Like even Catholic moral philosophy says that you have to deal with
There's too many
person
unknown
that's in
variables
front of you.
And there's too many unknown variables because like the new person is amalgamation of those two people. So are they not in some ways those two people?
Right.
Like, there's too
Exactly.
many questions of consciousness. Like I'm out.
I guess the
I'm out.
utilitarian answer was, that two people are more important than one. I think that was the answer the episode gave.
Well, isn't there a whole
that-
debate in Star Trek with like every time they use the transporter, this person's dying?
Yeah.
So like you like couldn't the
That
argument
was
be
Dr.
like
It's a
McCoy's
teleportation
point,
paradox.
yeah? So
That's
couldn't
what I was saying, the
everybody get
teleportation paradox.
yeah? So everybody got murdered there. So you just killed 3 people really, and I mean I don't know.
Well, I mean, like, but yeah,
well,
but
we don't
this
know if
question
they did or
avoids
didn't
that
get murdered.
question.
yeah, it does. Yeah.
This one
Um,
just assumes that that's not an issue.
Well, no. So I guess okay. Did those 2 people have all their memories from while they were the same person?
They did. Yeah, they did end up having those memories. Yeah.
Ooh, it's a
Oh
fucking
yeah, I guess that
isekai.
matters. a
All
little
right.
bit, yeah.
Fucking got isekai'd into a body. Can you fucking go back to the old world? I don't know.
yeah.
And
mean,
I think the big decider on this one was the girl.
I feel like Cal Rich doesn't get that joke.
what's the what? Sorry. No, I think he does actually.
It was the girlfriend. It was Tess. It was the girlfriend of one of the 2 people that ultimately like pushed the hardest for them to be split back up again.
What happened to the 2
So
people
she could get her
afterward?
boyfriend back.
Yeah, did the 2 people afterwards be like, "Yeah, thank God we're back," or like?
They didn't really go into it. Like they just kind of like went back to doing their jobs again, and I think just everyone tried not to think about it too hard.
Truck gun.
But it is
came
one
for
of
you
the
guys.
episodes, probably the episode of Voyager that like is most talked about. Like 2 decades later.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and I would like we can. I know Lactoid and of course FQ has something they want to say, so I'll go through that. But like I think it's an interesting question to bounce around. Like you're creating this brand new life, and this brand new life, has a chance to live and explore the world. I think at the first they were like compliant, like okay, well we will split up, right? But then later on, like something new was born. And they had their own experiences and wanted to continue on, and then they just said, "No, we're going to split you up." Right?
The utilitarian will kill the
fascinating.
person for 2 people. Yeah, but I would say, given what I know, killing someone to bring 2 people back from the dead is not right. In fact, that we have another name for that in fantasy called necromancy, right? Like necromancy's not cool. You don't get to kill people with a fucking cursed dagger in the hopes of bringing your loved ones back, right? Like no, let's not.
Yeah, it's similar to the question about the killing somebody to give their organs to like 5 people so you can save those 5 lives. Yeah, it's similar concept.
Lactoid.
Okay, bear with me here because I'm having a little bit of an existential crisis.
Okay. You're about to declare
What
yourself
happened?
as a socialist? Like for real?
No.
Did
No.
you just become a father? Did you just find out someone's
No.
pregnant
No.
on this panel?
No.
Now you're
none of that. Okay.
now you're questioning whether or not you're pro-life. You're like, hold on, this bitch.
No. I
Hold on,
I
I
thought
got
myself into a
$400 right
fucking-
now.
I thought myself into what does a person mean? Anyway, so my position on this, the general proposition is one of human chauvinism, where I rooted for the humans in Avatar, kill the Na'vi, take over the unobtainium. That's critical for the economy of Earth, which is ultimately the most important thing to me in that movie. So
Except for not.
it's easy for me. For me, it's like a human brain.
Fucking libertarian. Kill all the natives. Fuck Native Americans.
No, those aren't
Genocide
humans. Those aren't humans. They don't count. It would be very similar to like killing cows or killing like
Octopus.
ants or octopus, right? You can do whatever you want with them. I don't care.
It's
But
Calamari.
what I do
That was
value
once
is,
the theory about black people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. It could be used that way, but I don't. For me, it's just all humans.
Remember,
And
he
then
doesn't see
everyone
color.
outside the club now, everyone outside this new club is free for all.
Fair
You
enough.
can do whatever. But
It's
like
the same argument.
the club
Same
is
argument.
the club is It's not the exact same argument because black people are in my club.
You're on the
okay?
list in the club. You can get in.
Good to know.
All the different
Y'all
races
wonder
of human
why I
beings
call
are in
him
my
a
club.
socialist all the goddamn
You get to
time.
be one of the
I-
bad
I-
guys
I-
now.
I-
Brian.
You know what, Native
you guys are all in the club. You guys are on the club. Don't worry. You don't have to cry too much. You're on the club. So and
Yo,
then who
but
is
what
in the
about
club,
my
right?
blue pussy I want? Like, I want her to be in the club. Like, fucking, I'm 6'5", dog. You know how difficult it is to find a woman as tall as me? Like, I need some fucking...
Yeah,
Fucking,
I'm not
I'm
saying
about to
you
make an
can't, like,
unobtainium wedding ring and find me some blue
sure,
bitches.
it would be very
What the
similar.
fuck?
Yeah, that would be very similar to, like, I don't know, those dating AI apps, that are out there where you can have whatever kind of relationship you want that doesn't make it
Nah,
morally
dog.
valuable.
I seen that fucking tail do crazy shit. Don't even lie.
No,
It's
this is
not the
like,
same thing as a computer.
Peace
No,
out.
this
Okay.
is kind of like Blade Runner, right? Where it's like, yeah, you can fall in love with something that doesn't make it morally, like, a moral subject. For me, a moral subject would just be like a human brain that has electrical activity, right? Some kind of living, and then therefore, as long as there's that, we have some kind of moral subject that we have to look out for. The problem with this, though, is I was thinking about this where, okay, I'm very consistent. Okay, if you split the brain in half without killing the brain, then you have two separate brains that are functional. So you have two separate people. I'm okay with that. If I kill two separate brains, so like if I split your brain before I kill each brain, did I just commit double homicide or single homicide? I don't know.
And what? Sorry, what? Say that again. Sorry.
Sure, Prime. Let me walk you through this. So there are examples of people who live a somewhat normal life, missing half a brain, like
Okay.
literally half a hemisphere of their
wow.
brain, and they're able to live. Now they tend
That's
to have a
what
lot of
Ben
issues.
Carson's famous for, by the way. You know that guy that thought we
Yeah.
should put like grain, the Egyptian pyramids, like
filled with
housed
grain.
grain.
Yeah.
There's a famous
Yeah,
neuroscientist.
he also he basically invented the surgery on like fucking getting
It
rid
was
of
the conjoined
half
twins.
the hemisphere.
Yeah.
Well, no, this was conjoined twins. He separated conjoined twins, but like there's people who live without half, like literally have half
The
a brain.
corpus callosum gets cut in half.
Well, right. Well, that's a common procedure in which they cut that, but they keep both halves. They just use that to mitigate electrical activity. I'm saying there's people who just simply don't have that. They simply just do not have the hemisphere, and they survive. So let's say the technology gets to the point or whatever where you do something similar, where you cut the corpus callosum and you take half the hemisphere and you put it into a different body. And now you have like two different people, because we already defined someone with half a hemisphere as a person. So now we have two different people that come from one person. So if this is the case, if we're comfortable establishing this, if I'm going to kill somebody, let's say with like a samurai sword, and I cut through their head perfectly vertically, and it separates their brain, and then each half, which is now a separate person, dies, did I commit double homicide or did I commit single homicide?
Star Trek's already done this, but that's another
Right?
example of
Trek has done
television.
Isn't it
everything.
amazing? Isn't it amazing being a fucking libertarian? Because this is not a problem if you were a real libertarian.
No answer to my question.
Right. No, it doesn't.
I
It
don't think
doesn't
you've
actually
committed
matter
double homicide.
because
Wait,
because it
why
doesn't.
have I not
because
committed
what
double
you-
homicides, Gordon?
I
It doesn't matter because
It
you
does
killed
matter. I
someone.
want to know.
No, you killed someone and or two people, but that doesn't change restitution.
Should I be charged with double homicide or single homicide?
You should be charged with the crime of homicide, regardless of how many it
What
was.
if it's a
and pay
conjoined twin?
restitution
You
to
should be-
all of
Well,
the
the
victims.
number
You
of
should be-
charges
and the-
matters.
You
no,
should be
it
charged
doesn't.
with
Not if you're a
two-
real libertarian.
You should be charged with two half homicides.
What if it's a
Oh,
conjoined
wait,
twin?
wait, what?
Adds up to
Them together as
single
a whole.
Wait,
homicide.
Aiko, are you
Yeah.
saying that people who are functioning with half a hemisphere brain, you're calling them like half a person?
Democides.
Wait, are you considering these
Democides.
people who are walking around living a relatively normal life, half people, for like
Yes.
moral
I thought
purposes?
democide was what Ashton
I
Kutcher
am.
did to that pussy.
Oh,
Well, here's the
God.
issue. Here's the issue, right? So someone with half a hemisphere, if let's say they can
I wanted
function,
that
like,
image in your head.
let's say they can function more or less equivalent to somebody
Demi
with like
Moore's old
some kind of
ass.
like learning disorder, right? Like, what's your measurement here, right? Is someone with like a mental disability half a person in terms of
Well,
moral
this
consideration?
your hypothetical has kind of been done. So there are examples of people whose corpus callosum have been cut, and they actually end up becoming two people inside of a body, to the point where one brain was controlling the left part, and the another one was the other half of the brain was controlling the right half, and they were actually having conversations with each other.
Yeah.
look,
On
look,
top of that,
look,
it was,
look,
it was,
Very
it was
weird
wild.
ways.
Well, no,
Look,
to
I don't
back
want
that
to.
up,
I don't want to
Aiko.
not be a libertarian anymore. But
Oh my
can we
fucking
just
God.
accept that like Full Metal Alchemist brain babies, like we just fucking get rid of them, man?
No, so I saw the study on that.
Edward.
Yeah,
I saw
well,
this-
so what- hey, but
there was a
what's the
study on
difference-
that.
Like,
Well,
sorry,
they cut it, and then there's part of your brain on one side that's like developed to like control speech or control a specific like way of interacting, and then most people, the other like a different part of your brain on the other hemisphere controls a different part. And so if you
Was
cover
more
up one of their-
visual. Yeah.
yeah, if you cover up one of their eyes and then show them something, and then you say like, okay, like this is this, and then you cover up their other eye, draw what you just saw. They can't draw it.
No, of course.
Because they don't
it's
remember.
a different because the two halves of the brain are no longer communicating.
but what's
They're
the
for all
difference-
intents and purposes two different people.
Two different people. So if you kill that thing, it's two more homicides.
Right.
So what? But what's the difference between that and a conjoined twin with two brains that are like conjoined in like the body, like and like where they can't separate them? Is that a double homicide then too, or like?
I would assume so, like a conjoined twin, like Amy and Brittany or whatever, the way they're joined at the hip.
Yeah, that's an easier question.
It's two
because
people.
It's obvious that it's two consciousnesses. Right.
Yeah, FQ.
Well, with a split, it's two brains too. It's two consciousnesses.
FQ's got something brilliant that I've been predicting this entire time. Go ahead, FQ.
It's not that brilliant. I just wanted to respond to that. Is the fact that so it's the same brain, it's split in the half, it's in two different bodies, okay? And if you kill both like bodies, like are you killing two people or are you killing one person?
Two.
And if it's the case that the second brain has a different consciousness, it still technically has the same DNA, the same essence that makes the other brain.
So do
you,
twins
doesn't
though,
it?
but we all accept twins as like being a different person. So it's got the same DNA, same essence or whatever, but it's different, right? And so in the same way, if you cut the thingy,
corpus
like
callosum,
the corpus callosum, I think it's two different people. And in fact, I think when you cut it, you're murdering. Actually, this is my new hot take. I think if you cut that to like alleviate seizures, you're murdering that person and generating two new people. That's my opinion.
So we're all Tuviks, right? But if you cut the corpus callosum, we become Tuvok and Neelix.
I become Lack and Toyd. That's just like my new person. Two people got argued now.
So what like
I love you guys.
What
I've
happens
been
if the
here
left
since-
side kills somebody?
Have a good one, Scott.
Yeah,
Take care, Scott.
it's like I've been live for like 7 hours.
Have a good one, friend. Thank you so much.
Could you put one half in trial though? Like say like the left side shot somebody and was like, oh, I'm gonna put him on death penalty, and the right side's like, I told him not to do it. I tried to smack his arm away.
This is a typical issue with the conjoined. Yeah, it's like, what if one twin kills somebody? What do you do? My solution to this was, okay, you take the twin who committed the murder, and you like deprive them of their senses by like putting like a helmet on that like blocks them from being able to do anything, and then like that's their punishment.
Well, no, but then, no. Well,
the other one depends on them. I know.
Yeah, I'm curious on the construction of this helmet, as in like they can't see, because as you know, like some conjoined twin circumstances, like one half controls one arm, the other half controls the other arm, and they need to like coordinate to walk. Same thing with like legs. So if one of them has no sight, they can't.
There's no case law on this, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I'd be curious to see how a court would interact, because like we have an example of conjoined twins right now. If one of them pulled a gun and killed somebody, we wouldn't know what the fuck to do.
Wait.
That work with consent as well?
Whoa. I have a question. Okay, so this is to the hypothetical. Okay, so suppose I donate a kidney, right? I donate a kidney. I give the kidney to somebody else. Is the kidney not mine anymore because it exists in somebody else's body?
Right. Definitely not yours anymore.
I see the body. The brain is the irreducible you. That's the person, and then everything else is just your property. So if I want to cut off my arm and sell it, it would just be like selling my car. Like it's part of my body. I own it.
Well, but I understand. I understand that. Like I understand that you own your body. That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, right, even if like I sell my kidney and I give it to you, right? And even if legally it is your property, right? Really, it is my kidney that is existing within your body.
Well,
you don't think so?
No, I'm curious. What makes it not what makes the kidney the separate? What makes the kidney in that scenario part of the body?
Okay, it belongs to me because it came from me, because I made it, because I made this kidney. This kidney came from my body. It's attached to my body, and I gave it to someone else.
Merleau-Ponty talks about this. He's
you got to buy it back.
Phenomenologist.
I guess.
What makes it part of your body isn't that it's your DNA. What makes it part of your body is that you use it to enact your will on the world. So basically, he argues that if you're driving a car, to the extent that you're driving that car for as long as you're driving it, that car is part of your body.
Wait, hang on. Wait. So if I get into a car crash, some sadistic freak takes me and steals and like forces me to donate plasma or forces me to donate blood or anything out of my body, right?
Right.
Is it not mine when they take it away, and if they use it to give a blood transfusion to someone else?
I mean, you may have like legal ownership of it. You may have legal ownership of it, right? But he's talking about what it is existentially. And like once that kidney is in somebody else's body, then it is part of their body at that point. It's not part of your body anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
Even
I
though you may
understand that it's
legally
part
own
of.
it.
I don't disagree with that. I don't
Yeah.
disagree that like it now exists within somebody else's body and
Right.
somebody else is using it. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like the fact, even if I legally give up property rights to
Mhm.
of this kidney to somebody else, it's still my kidney because I made this kidney and then gave it to someone else. In the same way that if I was at had a grove of oranges right in my backyard, and then I take my oranges and I sell them to you for you to eat, legally you have ownership of the orange because you paid for it, but it's still my orange that I sold to you for you to eat.
Are you
No, it
Does that make
transferred?
sense? It's still
it
it's your
stops being your
product.
orange the moment
It's your
you sell
product,
it.
even if it's no longer your property.
Right. You transfer. So your orange in this case, just like it's a shorthand for saying the thing that I created that I'm now transferring to you. Right. That's what it is. And now once you get it legally or morally, I suppose, then I would think that you own it. This reminds me of a Beavis and Butthead episode where Beavis lost his finger, and then Butthead used the finger to do all sorts of funny things with it. Even though the finger wasn't attached to Beavis's body, Ico, when Beavis when the finger came off, and Butthead grabbed it and started using it, was that finger now Butthead's finger?
It was a part of Butthead's body at that point, at that moment in time. Yes,
I hate
according to
that philosophy.
Merleau-Ponty, that's what would happen. That's the way he would view it. Yeah.
So
I
if
can send
ever
it to you. It's called phenomenology. Wait, no, I can't. I'll send you a text.
So like I said before, Star Trek had already done this to a certain extent, because like the thing the thing about the brain, amazing. That's like the craziest thing I've fucking heard in like quite a while, right? And I've heard a lot of crazy things recently. But that's like amazing. Thank you for you've blown it into two, and how this but the Star Trek thing, and Aiko and I have talked about this before. There was another teleportation accident, right? And crazy shenanigans ensued. So in the Star Trek Next Generation, the first officer Riker, he was on this planet, and he was gonna get up to the Enterprise. The planet had this storm that happened, right? Crazy storm. And as this teleportation began, right, like he made it off, right? Like he landed on the Enterprise, right, and they flew off. But like the beam split, it bounced off the sky or whatever the fuck, right? And another copy of him was stuck on the planet. And they found him later, right? And so you had these two people who had were the same person originally. The second one was like evil. He became a little criminally insane for being alone for all that time. But they were like the same.
I would
It's like
say it was evil.
He tried to blow up the Enterprise a few times or some shit. He everywhere he went, he tried to sabotage things. And he was underhanded. He was a criminal. He was a revolutionary in fucking DS9. He was
He was in he was in the Maquis. But he had good reasons for being in the Maquis.
Maybe then that time.
And I don't think he ever tried to blow up the Enterprise.
He did.
Not
He
that
tried
I
to take
recall.
over. No, he tried to take over the Enterprise.
Yeah, he did try to take over. Yeah. He had a moral disagreement with what was going on in the show. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we'll have to debate that part later on. But in case that one is split into two, right? And are now these two separate moral agents, right? Is that what you've created? Or not, right? And
That's another one where I don't think there's any ambiguity. They're obviously two different people. Obviously.
Hmm.
Now, the degree to which that's true at the moment when the split happened, I would argue that they were very close to being the same person. But then over time, because decades, passed by the time that episode started, they were very clearly very different people.
Can I ask this question a little bit differently? So imagine for a minute, okay, so we'll go back to Avatar, right? Okay. So we all remember Avatar. You remember how you could transfer your consciousness, right,
Scott remembers
from
it.
you into the body of the blue alien, right? So here's the
Ah.
What happened,
question,
I
right?
believe,
Is,
actually.
right. That's exactly what happened, right? So is the blue alien and the physical body of the man that's lying in the tank, right? Are these two separate entities? Are these two different people, or are they the same person?
In my view, they're the same person. It's
They're
like
the
if you're
same
playing a
person.
video game, it's like that. He's just controlling that other character, his avatar. It's not that like the consciousness didn't actually transfer.
Wasn't the blue
Yeah,
alien
it's not like that
grown?
movie Gamer where he's like being controlled by someone else and he has his own consciousness.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
grown, right? An empty-headed alien, right?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. As soon as the connection is severed, there's nothing going on
Yeah,
upstairs.
you're playing a
And
video
it-
game character.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're
Yeah, but
playing a
that
video
changes-
game character?
That changes
yeah.
towards
It's like
the
putting
end
on a pair of clothes or whatever.
of like for Lactoid, like towards the end when whatever I think it's Sam, the main character, transfers fully to as an avatar. They're justified. The humans are justified in killing him.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a human
Just 'cause
species
he's
trailer or something.
Interesting.
Oh, that's
so
a good
there's-
question.
You have
Oh,
lost your moral consideration.
interesting.
Yeah, there is another
Well-
movie, Lawnmower Man, where there is a transfer
the
of
callback.
consciousness.
So I was going to bring up another
But,
Star Trek thing that I think I was trying to kind of touch on earlier. So this isn't exact a one for one, but they also, you know how they have the Mirrorverse, and the Mirrorverse is the alternate reality. They have like the evil versions of like I guess.
Corey's mirror version is here. We could see that.
So, and I'm gonna use that, and I kind of brought the silicone alien thing earlier, but I was using it from like Stargate Universe, right? And my idea was basically with the Mirrorverse kind of concept, right? Is if they brought up in one way, it's hard to recognize. I know we keep using the term moral actor, right? And with the Mirrorverse, we can go, okay, they have morals, they're just not our own, right? Versus my argument with like the silicone aliens from like the Stargate Universe, how do you even like objectively describe moral actors? Like, are you just saying all animals, all species, like inherently have a moral activity? Like moral action is like required to be sentient, or could you be sentient without morality? Wouldn't AI technically be like it's developing its own morality, like kind of thing? Technically, be a more like a moral actor, less sentience kind of thing almost. Like, I mean, how do you define like moral actor? Because I feel like we're defining it through a purely human lens,
Well,
kind of thing.
Freud takes a stab at this. Okay, what he says is, the whole id and ego and superego
Ego.
thing, right? His idea is that you're born into the world as an id, but then you come into limitations in the physical world, and those limitations in the physical world mean that you can't have everything you want. And so what develops out of the id is your ego, which is the part of you that understands that there are limitations and has to make priorities in order to feed the id what it wants most and prioritize the most important things up top. And then after that, over time, you come up with external limitations. For instance, your parents, specifically parental punishment. And what happens is your parents punish you, and over time you start to understand that certain behaviors will lead to punishment, and in order to avoid that punishment, you'll avoid those behaviors. And that becomes that part of your brain that anticipates the punishment and tries to avoid it is called the superego. And that's where morality comes from. It's our brain trying to avoid parental punishment, which then becomes its own thing, and then the morality ends up existing independent of our parents. But at least that's his theory as to why we become.
Yeah, I don't know if that works, and I think that Prime kind of brought up a good point with the xenomorphs, right? And the reason I bring them is they almost have like a hive mind mentality with their aspect, right? They're parasitic to the point where I guess like they guess you could argue they're immoral because they built pyramids or something, but like the thing is, I don't even think they did build those pyramids. I think it was the predators, but I
Yeah,
digress.
it wasn't
The
them.
But so like their life form is parasitic. It needs another human or like another animal or species to survive at birth, right? So like say they gain consciousness, like I'll use an example from 40K, the Tyranids or the Flood, right? Where I guess the Flood's not a great example, but the Tyranids are better. Each individual life form has its own sentience per se, right? But they're controlled by a hive mind, which like overrides that. So I guess they wouldn't have this like super id. So my point is when you look at something like this, which is like I guess purely a thought exercise at this point, it just to me it seems like we're sitting here trying to assign morality to things that there might not like they might not even have like a concept of morality because their lifestyle or life is so like well, I'll give you another example. Here on Earth, most life is derived from like photosynthesis, right? We have like we eat the people eat the animals eat
All
the
life.
grass, right? Well, except I guess now they're finding out that there's what chemosynthesis in some parts of the deep ocean, right? So in theory, you could have like a species on another planet that came from a totally different form of synthesis, right? How would they you like how would like just our needs are going to be different for them. Our morals won't even be. You can't describe them as a moral actor because they might not have morality at all, like at all as a concept.
Well, I,
Okay.
I actually agreed with most of what you were saying when you were having that back and forth over this very topic in terms of that. But I will say this: that the one thing that would still be something we all have in common is we would all have some idea of consequence. Like you something happens, and then there's some sort of like result as. And the result might be something you desire or something you don't desire. And to the extent that there's consequence, there's the potential for morality.
So here's a question I want to ask to you all. I wish Scott was here to ask him this as well. We're gonna let you next, Lactoid. Is like, what if we look at this in the reverse, right? So what if we encounter a creature that's so advanced, right, that it has this like, well, we'll just call it super morality, right? It can
Like
it
the
can
squids from Mass Effect,
for Mass Effect.
the ones that like made the Reapers or whatever.
Yeah. No, they weren't squids. They were okay. Sorry. We'll go back to that later because I love Mass Effect. It's great. Any case, like a some sort of super intelligence with super morality, right? And it can consider these big questions that humans cannot consider. And would it be right for that entity to look at us and say, well, you can't consider these questions, so you aren't super moral actors, and so you don't deserve super moral consideration, and treat us as such, so the way that we treat others, like Lactoid will
That's a
treat
vegan
every other
argument.
species, right?
Yeah,
This is a vegan argument, yeah. But like,
I love
Okay, so Lactoid, if a species, let's say a more advanced species starts treating you that way, what's your argument to them as to why they shouldn't?
Whatever kind of self-serving argument I have to like pull out of my ass to try to fucking get them to stop killing
Okay,
people
alright.
I care about.
Alright.
I mean, look, I would treat like this like in the same way if I saw a bear attacking somebody in the woods. Like I will do what it takes to stop the bear, and then once the bear is in a position where I can destroy it, I will. That's it. Really, all I care about.
But if it's more advanced than you, then it knows that that's your motivation.
Well, I mean, then I probably shouldn't be the one negotiating with aliens if that's going to be the case.
Wait. I have a question. Okay. So imagine for a minute, okay, the samurai, half of your brain is taken out, right? It's put into this clone of you, right?
Okay.
And you've chosen to do this, okay? But now imagine that the clone of you is now changed to a radiator in your house for 9 months. Should you be able to shoot it or not?
You love chaining people and putting people in cabins.
But she's
I'll
over
have to
here.
think- I'll have to think about
What
that
was
one.
movie with
It's an
Samuel Jackson?
interesting predilection of
What do
Fairy
you
Queen.
think?
But
What do you think?
I don't know. It wouldn't. If it's two separate people, it wouldn't change my initial answer. Just given the fact that because it'd be the same idea like twins, right? To me, twins are two different people. So therefore, in this case, clone would be a different person.
Twins have a habit of one eating the other inside the womb, so you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got to crash, guys. It's been awesome.
Okay. It was nice talking to you, friend. Have
Be
a good
well.
one.
Always a pleasure.
All right.
Catch you guys later. Buy me at Lifewood TV. All right.
Oh,
bye.
by the way, should there be IQ tests for guns?
I no. So you didn't? Did you send me
I
the
know.
full study on that?
Not yet.
You got to send me the full study on that because from what my tentative reading, and I don't have the full study, it said that there's some IQ measurements that are positively associated with gun proficiency, just not conscientiousness, which I thought was interesting. But
yeah, it is interesting. I'll send you the full studies.
What if it shows that people who own guns have a higher IQ? Then are you going to be in favor of owning guns? I guess.
No, because you have to establish that it's causative. Like,
we can just assume causation
as in, like,
correlation.
would you be, as in, if you want to put it that it's causative, then is it mandated that every baby has a gun from day one to
If you
maximize.
care about
It
their
might be
well-being
abusive
and
not to give
intellectual
a
ability,
baby
yeah.
a gun.
Yeah.
In fact,
Right.
Could be
to
mandated.
maximize IQ.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'll send you the study.
All right, thank you.
This
Yeah,
is a
so
lot.
Prime, it's
Yeah.
interesting you made that. Those cuttlefish basically make that argument to Shepard, right? They basically are like, you don't understand the working of this galaxy. Every time we've allowed AI free, they kind of turn into the Reapers and turns bad, or like we get wiped out. He's like, so you see these, we invented, we like bioengineered a lot of these people. You know, we're basically their gods, you know, et cetera, et cetera. They basically said, yeah, we got super morality. Y'all could try, but you know, it's not really our problem, right? And then you as Shepard try to convince them, hey, you know, these guys are going to come for you eventually. You know, if they find out you're still around, kind of thing. But like they basically give you the same argument that they're like you're basically cattle to them. You know, so I mean, it was kind of funny you brought that up. I thought.
Um, God, I've been actually been thinking about Mass Effect
That
recently.
happens in
and
Star
when-
Trek too.
It all,
At
Star
very
Trek does it
beginning
all.
of season 1 of Next Generation, there's that alien species that doesn't consider us like even worth considering, and they're just toying with Picard.
And the Ferengi are there too.
Yeah, I get yeah.
FQ, did you understand that reference to the mirror universe previously that Admiral Gibbs?
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't. I've watched some Star Trek, but not enough to get it.
Okay,
I
because
actually am gonna. Yeah.
I was going to tell you because I made a joke and you didn't laugh, and I was like, no, there's something must be wrong here.
Yeah.
To not
Just-
laugh at Prime's jokes, come on.
Yeah, it's very quickly. The mirror universe is exactly what it sounds like. It's like it's a parallel universe where evil wins, right?
Everyone
And
has goatees.
everyone, and it was great because in the original series, right? Basically you have doppelgangers, right? There's a FQ in the other one, and she's like a awful person. She's the worst, right?
Okay.
And but the thing is to differentiate that, and there was only guys who migrated, I think the first time, right? And the original series to our universe.
Well, it's only Spock that had the goatee, but the joke is that they all have goatees.
Yeah, the joke was that they all goatees because Spock had a goatee. I said denoted evil. And anyway, so when I pointed out Corey, it's because he has a goatee.
Slowly turning evil.
So now that I've explained the joke, you'll laugh, correct?
Please laugh.
Sure.
There you go.
Fair enough. Yes. And with that being said, I am tired. Okay, I'm laughing at myself. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you,
Bye.
guys. I'll talk to you soon. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. Bye, everybody.
Bye. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. You explain the joke into the dirt, and then they better fucking laugh afterwards.
Then they have an obligation at that point.
Obligation at that point, a moral obligation.
Moral obligation.
Clearly funny joke.
That's how all comedians do it from what I've seen all the time.
Yeah, that's how Dave Chappelle became famous. But
I do show the Tuvix episode in debate class once a year to my to a group of kids, and
You're awesome.
it is one of the more popular debate days. Yeah.
Do you notice in terms of trend, in terms of like, as in the majority like agree with the episode's outcome, or
I think I'd say it's surprisingly divided almost
down the center,
but I would say,
like calling the corpus whatever.
I would say it's 6. Yeah, exactly. I would say it's 60-40, where about 60% of the kids agree with me that it was murder. But I tend to side with whatever the minority is in the class, so that there can be balance in the debate or whatever. I tend to do that a lot, which means I end up being conservative in class most of the time.
That's a huge like human rights violation. You're the most immoral actor ever.
Yeah.
To steal man in another position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I also end up like taking conservative positions in class a lot, just because kids tend to be liberal. So I have a hard time finding
they tend to be smarter than Gibbs. Yeah. I hear you. Yeah.
Gibbs knows. He used to be in high school debate. He knows.
Yeah, they were all left except for like you'd get like me, and then you'd have like one random super like nerdy dude that I was like, man, I got some questions about why this guy's this conservative. You know, like
Ted Cruz was a high school debater. Actually made it to finals of nationals one year. So he was pretty good.
So in the new Star Trek, right? Have they gone? I was reading. I'm kind of like some of the stuff they've done in the new stuff, like right. And I was reading. I guess so. Is they're like whatever they have, like the evil queen or whatever. Is that like considered the like mirrorverse, or is it
You-
like considered like just the all
It
reality?
depends.
Like,
There's the Borg Queen, but that's not in the mirror universe. That's just like
or like they
every
had
once
no.
in a while they find another Borg Queen.
So I thought there was one they like removed Picard and they show like everybody turning evil, like just like the whole place because like the Terran Empire or something. I was like, hey, it's the same as the mirrorverse, but I'll have to go can't figure out.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. A lot of it comes off of the original Mirror Mirror episode where Spock is actually a good guy in the Mirror universe. He's like the only non-evil person in the Mirror side. And so he ends up, I mean, when I say good, he still like murders everybody. Like he decides that his people, the Vulcans are being like oppressed by the Empire, is what they call the Federation there. And so he decides he's going to climb up the ranks by using this machine that will allow you to assassinate people just at random. And so he does that. But then in DS9, they said, well, he succeeded. He became the emperor, but because he wasn't evil enough, like the empire just collapsed because he was weak. He made the empire weak. And so, yeah, that's kind of how it turned out there. So you have these constant revolutions happening in that universe.
I haven't seen much of the new Star Trek. That's why I took off my headphones. I didn't want to hear
You don't want to
anything.
ruin it.
It's done. It's done. We're done.
So,
Oh,
are we
okay.
safe? Just like someone nod
Yeah.
their head. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
But yeah.
So anyway, I'm just
No, I got like so I'm curious since like you teach and coach debate, but not to like bring up whatever anything
Bad
in
memories.
the
I don't know.
well, no, but like, as in, like, I'm curious because I got accused of something, maybe about an hour ago. Like, how often do they get into semantic debates? Yeah, or like, do you define terms on debates, or is that
all
like
the time? All the time. Gibbs will recognize this. It's called topicality, right? So there's a resolution. The resolution right now, for instance, is resolved that the United States ought to substantially reduce its military presence in the West Asia, North Africa region. And so there's a lot of terms in there that need to be defined. What is North Africa? Like, that's not actually a well-defined term. What is West Asia? That's better defined, but is often confused with the Middle East. There is defining substantially. I actually have four working definitions right now. One of which says substantially means 20%. Another one saying 50%. Another one saying 1,000 troops or more. And another one's, I forgot what the other one says, but there are very specific numerical definitions based on United States Department of Defense like definitions in terms of what it means to substantially reduce the military force. So these are very like sort of shockingly specific things. Let's see. Or what is military presence? Does that mean reducing the number of U.S.
Combat
soldiers in
troops.
a base?
Yeah.
Does it mean
Are
it mean
drones a
arms
military
sales
presence?
to Saudi Arabia? Is
Yeah,
the
so
military
we-
presence include just guns and tanks and stuff, or does it require people? Like there's so many different.
So pretty critical to like the debate sphere of defining the terms
absolutely
and-
critical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I might
Yeah,
just
and
be,
so, like,
I might
they
just be
would-
kind of an idiot. It's totally possible.
So you'll have like a word. Sometimes like you have a word, like it'll be whatever your value. It's like you have your value, and then you have your definitions, and like sometimes like you'll build your like brief or whatever to have like certain like ties to your definitions, right? And so say if they don't like challenge you on like specific death, right? That you like, oh, I'm gonna get them on this one, right? If they don't challenge it, then like later in your brief you'll be like, oh, well they granted me this definition, da 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 da, and then you'll just go in there and like.
Implicit
Since they,
granting.
yeah, and
Okay.
since then they didn't challenge this definition. Everything else I say holds sway over their definition because this
Yeah.
is
If
the
you
most
drop an argument, it's called a concession.
yeah, and so like that's kind of how they structure that shit, and that's what Scott does a lot. But when he's being good faith, but when he's being bad
Well,
faith.
in that case, I think okay.
So,
Okay, when I raised my hand and wanted to say something, and it was an hour before I finally got to say something, we had moved on and it was too late. But what I was going to say was that it was extraordinary that that Scott said that just being a member of a category where other members of that category are moral agents
Yeah.
makes you like protected. Like that was an extraordinary thing to say without any evidence or any argumentation to prove it. Just to be a member of the category, which is why you brought up the skin cells thing, right? Because you were just bringing it to its logical conclusion or whatever. Yeah, it was just a really just sort of an odd, even for Scott, an odd thing to say, that if you have a body and you're a member of a category that includes a moral actor, then that's enough. Because there are so many things that are members of that category.
Well, that's why I brought up the AI as well.
Mhm.
You know, like even though I know that's a stretch for speciation, just like how can we like define this thing?
Yeah, I mean, like, what is Ultron? Is Ultron
Yeah,
like, and I know he's evil per se, right? But like the
he's a
argument
moral
could be made,
actor.
yeah, he's a moral actor, right? But like the argument you can make, like, what's that series where they have they like the AI that's like basically the benevolent overlords, right? And they're just so far ahead, like intelligence and
Is he a
God.
moral actor though? He's following his programming, and the interpretation of his programming is logical. Like he wants an end to all war, and there cannot be war if you wipe out humanity, right?
I don't know, like
Like
aren't humans just following their programming of eating and shitting? Like I don't know if like
well, that's an ongoing debate, right? Like
My programming has been patched. You do a little, slightly more than eating and shitting, but not much more.
a little bit, a little bit. Not much more for me,
No,
right?
not
Like,
much more.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. Not much more.
yeah, we're
I
on
see
version
free will as
1.03.
I see free will as being on a spectrum, so it's not a question of whether or not we have free will or predetermined, but how much free will do we have? To me, that's the more interesting question. Because to say that we have no free will at all is to basically excuse us of all behavior, and I don't believe that we deserve to be excused in that way.
I tend to take the same approach of I don't view it as a binary.
Yeah, even if it's 99% like predetermined, right? There's that 1% like we have some responsibility for how we act.
What was the thing you said last time? Just the last thing you said, Gibbs. You said something, and I wanted to respond to it.
Oh, like I don't know.
I think the AI stuff. I think.
Oh yeah, the AI. I don't know. Like yeah, y'all talking about the programming and whatnot, and like oh yeah, so there's this series. I can't remember what the name of the series is. It's a really big sci-fi series, but they basically have these AIs. They're like benevolent, right? And they're just so far beyond. They're basically like gods almost, right? But I guess
Mm.
the whole thing is they find out they're not. But anyway, like so, like you have these like AI overlords. Like I don't know, like when we sit here to define morality, if it's just so like abstract a thought, like you talked about the super morality, right? Like they might not even like be looking at it like, oh, this is this is that. Like, how do you define morality? Like, it's like look at ants, right? They see another type of ant over there, they're gonna wipe them out, right? Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
And then like you look at humans, you can argue humans are just like an extension of that. But because we're confined to this planet, I don't know. I just have a real problem whenever it starts talking about morality because I feel like there are like at least the possibility of other sentient life, and like we might even have it here on Earth, like with animals that aren't even mammals, right? So like if the octopus tomorrow decide they're gonna rise up, like would they be like
They'll be
justified or should we
squished
like
pretty easy.
should we go take them out like genocide them like the octopus? Like what is a person at that point? Obviously they're trying to fight back, like I mean I know that's kind of a
Yeah,
silly
Planet of the
scenario.
Apes, like
Right, yeah.
every sci-fi author pretty much like takes the take that you do, which is to say that if you're going to approach like true like alien life, it will have a. I mean I disagree with you slightly in that I don't think that they don't have moral systems at all, but I think that their moral system may very well be so fundamentally different
Right.
from ours that we can't understand it, or
Even
that
call it morality as we define it.
yeah, like maybe we can bridge the gap at some point eventually, but I don't think it's a given that we would like even among humans, the moral systems like between tribes and other people, other societies or whatever, can be pretty big, and so and we share the same biology, so you can only imagine what a species with more fundamental biological differences, how different that would be. But that doesn't mean we couldn't get there. We could get there, maybe. I don't think it's impossible. But I think I'm closer to you than I am to Scott on that question. I think Scott, because of his because of the way he approaches his deontological brain, just really doesn't want to think. He wants to think of morality as this objective thing that everyone can arrive at through the same process. So the idea that an alien species like wouldn't have the same morality as us, I think, is kind of offensive to his deontological position.
But I think you're asking great questions, Gibbs, because like there's some really like I think this is what we're grappling with. Not that I'm an expert on AI, but there's been really interesting articles written by researchers and scientists that are developing AI. And it's like, and they're asking the question of like, what do we do if like when we get to the point of like an AI is telling us that like they feel pain or they feel something, or if in the prompt they say that like they're depressed. Are we supposed to take that seriously at some point? I don't have the answer to that, and I don't think any researcher really has the answer to that, or they're starting to ask that question.
Yeah,
That
and like
AIs are depressed.
Pardon me? Oh no, as in like what do we do? As in like we're gonna have
Oh.
to grapple with like
well,
whatever
and what's
AI
really
being conscious.
scary about that is like we brought up Ultron earlier, and I know that he like the internet at some point just starts making all this money kind of thing. But there really is like a possibility that like that's something that could happen with an AI if it got access to an open system, right? They can start like with like answering a couple questions for like one of these websites where you like do someone's homework or something and get paid like $5-10 and then turn right around and start investing in the international market there, with their side processing power, and suddenly they build themselves a body somewhere. Like this is like maybe a few years off or like a ways off. I don't really know how far. Not an AI expert, but like at what point? Okay, so now it's put itself in this body. Is that
This is why
body
I'm glad I'm old.
right? Like, yeah, is this body now
Not that
separate
old.
I
from
won't
the
have to deal
AI?
with that.
Yeah, like and so like
Oh,
Scott said in his thing, he said, "Okay, I own this. I created this AI." Well, the AI created this thing in its free time. You brought that up earlier, right? So it created this in its free time, made its own money with its side processing power. Do you now own the software, the intelligence that's in this AI? Like, what if it made like several of these bodies and it's out there? Like, is each individual AI like a different individual until they link up? Like, are they like all one person when they are linked up? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of questions I think we need to start factoring in. Like,
Here's where I think we run into the limits of your concept of a meritocracy, Gibbs, because if it turns out AIs like do all of this and they could say, well, I'm an individual actor, like if I'm smarter than you, then I deserve to have more than you or whatever. And like so the very logic that supports like our capitalist system starts to support our own enslavement, right? Because we're saying basically that this is a meritocracy, the AIs have all the merit because they're super smart and they can
Yeah.
like they
well,
can outthink us
I'll
on
tell you
everything.
the out that I'm going to give myself is that I'm a human supremacist in that regard. Well, I'm gonna back humanity on that one. I don't want to be ruled by my AI overlords.
That's what
But
it takes to turn you into a socialist.
Yeah, I get
yeah,
whatever it takes, I guess, in that regard.
yeah, but like, what if, like, I mean, going back to your beneficial AIs, right? Like, what if you're like the human terrorist, right? Like,
Mhm.
what if they really are like benevolent and they're just like making all the right calls, meaning like the AIs are socialists, right? And they're
Asimov.
yeah.
Yeah, is that what it is? Is it the Asimov series? Is that what the series I'm
Oh,
thinking of?
Foundation is the one I was trying to think of before because
Mhm.
was it someone talked? Oh, it was Lactoid. Lactoid talked about putting the mask on someone, right? So they couldn't on the conjoined twin, so they couldn't see,
Oh
or
yeah,
hear
yeah, yeah.
anything, right?
That they had one of those in the show. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Foundation.
Asimov did write Foundation, but I'm thinking more of the Robot series, which is also Asimov, where they that's the one that has the three laws of robotics.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then eventually they invent a zeroth law because they intuit what the zeroth law must be.
I'm curious, Cal,
Might be
based off of
culture too. I don't know.
what you just said in terms of yeah, you're glad that you won't live to see the day of potentially AI being conscious. Like so, if the
I
technology
think
is
I'd be okay with seeing it become conscious. I'm not okay with like
With any of the consequences
yeah,
of
I
that.
think you're right. I want to see on the news that it was conscious and then die like right then.
Well,
uh,
I mean, there's also the flip side. They could usher in the new golden era. You never know.
Yeah.
We might get Cortana instead of Skynet. It's like 50-50. That'd be like pretty good. But like,
well,
Well, that was Asimov's argument.
If
Asimov's
they get
argument
sex
was
bots, then I want to live for quite a bit longer.
forever.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my question in terms of like, because like obviously technology, there are multiple technologies being developed. Like, how are you with like aging of like once you get to if you want to extend your life for 20 years, like 20 years
I'm
from
for it.
now.
Yeah. I'll
Oh,
take that tech if they offer it to me for sure.
oh, okay. Oh, I'm curious, and I don't know if we probably have discussed it, but I just forgot your position. Then, how are you with medical assistance in dying?
Well, we've had this conversation. I'm for allowing it because there's a difference between what I think is moral and what I think should be allowed. Uh, what I wouldn't allow, however, is like I don't want doctors to recommend it. I'm also not comfortable with some of the conditions that Canada is
Canada.
allowing. I think they're going a little too far. But if somebody requests it, like I don't think it should be denied to them because I think at the end of the day, your own free will is should be respected.
Oh, so yeah, I guess because you made
So
that
I would allow. Yeah, I would not
you
make.
legally out, but you wouldn't make the moral prescription, I guess.
That's right. I would advise anybody who asks me, like not to kill themselves.
Oh,
But I
so
also wouldn't judge them if they choose to do so. If you're in chronic pain and, I understand like there's a lot of like fuzzy areas in that
Oh yeah.
whole world.
So I'm curious. I probably have asked this question before. I just don't remember the answer, which I
Uh-huh.
apologize for. But like, if
We
or
were
when
on a panel with Eucharist, I think, at one point.
oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I remember the panel, or rather, I remember whatever. I can visualize the panel, but I can't remember all the content.
Eucharist and I differ in one sense is that he wants to ban it entirely, and I want to allow it. I just I just think it's like I just don't think people should kill themselves. Like I'm
Yeah, I
I'm,
know
I'm
Eucharist.
against it morally, but I would allow it in law, and he is against it morally, but also would ban it in law.
Yeah. So assuming we get to the point of like immortality,
Right.
like yeah, as in like, do you ever have the right, or rather, does it ever become a moral prescription to you of like you now after 500 years, it's morally permissible to kill yourself?
Yeah, I think I read a quote the other day that said, "In a world where people are immortal, the only thing you could want is death, right? Because it would be the only thing that you wouldn't have access to. So it could be the only thing that you would want."
That's the forbidden fruit.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think maybe there's a point at which life no longer has anything to offer. Um, I just I find
You've
that
had
like
sex with all the supermodels, and you're like, I
you're
don't
right.
know what else.
Yeah.
I mean, I
There's
think,
that really great video game that you love, but after a while, you've just like played out every outcome.
You tried
just
all the
don't
sex
play anymore.
bots.
I tried all
Yeah.
the sex bots.
Right.
There-
Yeah. Exactly.
there's like an interesting aspect to that though, like if it's everybody's immortal, that's one thing, right? But then there's like kind of like the like what I guess the vampire paradox, or like or you can even use like I guess the Gould from fucking Stargate, right, where they just live these immensely long lives, right? And I guess in the Gould or whatever state, they like go mad, and they become evil, right? And I guess
Mhm.
vampires are arguably evil, but I'd say I mean, some are, some aren't, right? But
They're
like it's
misunderstood.
another,
They're just
yeah,
misunderstood.
sure. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, they're like human predators, but like, my point is, like, ignoring that, if like not everybody's immortal, that would really suck, right? Like to some extent, like after you experience everything, like yeah, you keep having families and your families are dying, right? Like you're like all like, and you're not,
That's a
like
common theme in vampire
right,
stories.
yeah, right. So like that's the whole thing. Versus like if everybody's immortal, or like oh when you die, like what was that movie that came out where the guy dies and like the girl uploads him to the cloud, right? Like yeah, okay, you're
Mhm.
theoretically like immortal forever in the cloud, right? Like but that would be kind of like, do you still have you don't have a physical body then, right? Do you have any like say so over your like actions?
I've seen
Your
enough Black Mirror to know that I don't want to be
I don't want
uploaded
to go to
like
the
that.
Well,
cloud. Yeah.
I was
There's too
gonna.
many things that can go wrong.
So I had just like a few minutes before like came up with this question for Scott, and hopefully I'll get to ask him this, because uh we have this all digital future that's happening in terms of video games, right? Where like they're getting rid of physical copies, and now you have digital store fronts like the PlayStation Network or Steam, where you get these digital copies, but like do you own them, right? Or are you being licensed them, right? They say buy, right? Buy to own all those buttons, but like it doesn't seem like you actually do that. And then those servers go down, like they shut down like I believe the PS3 version of the store, right? And like Nintendo shut down various stores, like the 3DS stores shutting down. I think next month actually.
You remember that incident with the Kindle version of 1984 that
No.
happened a few years back? Anybody who bought 1984 on Kindle, their copy just was deleted just all of a sudden one day, and it wasn't there anymore. And the big problem with that was if you took notes, you know how on Kindle you can like do overlays and notes and things like that. Some people had, notes on every page of the book, like did a deep, all that was gone. Like their notes were gone along with the book. And they thought they owned the book, and they woke up one day and that was gone. And one person had been working on a master's a thesis, and all of his notes were in the Kindle, and it was just gone.
Okay, well, they're just a bad grad student. If you don't have multiple copies of
Fair enough.
all your stuff, I
Fair
know
enough.
it's wild to me. A while ago, I knew a grad student that they had everything on a USB, everything up for years on USB, and they were somehow relying on that, and the USB stopped working.
One day it was gone. Yeah.
In college, oh god, now I've got a bad memory because I worked for the IT help desk, and in college there was this guy who showed up. I remember it was near the end of the year, and he was one of those grad students, and he had his work on a USB or some sort of drive, right? And the drive was not functioning, and it was he lost so much, and we couldn't do anything for him.
I don't know how that person slept at night. If I was ever, I would not be able to sleep. I have so much redundancy. It's
same thing. I was an IT guy back in the day, and this was at just a corporate office at GTE, which was at the time, it was this big phone company. It was like AT&T, and he had lost 3 years of research on a legal merger that was happening between GTE and another phone company or whatever. 3 years of work just gone.
Yeah, that's crazy to me that people have that because I mean it only took me one time oh, my USB didn't work, or I emailed something and it didn't go through right, for me to be all right, we're gonna have multiple places where I can recover this. Oh, professor, oh, I can't, oh, this USB's not working, we're gonna get it from the cloud. Oh, that's not gonna work. I have it in my email, I saved it as a draft. I mean, it happened. It only took me one time, first month of college, be you know what, this is never happening again. I don't know how you get to grad school level and don't have multiple copies. You know what? You don't deserve to be able to graduate.
You've
If
proven you
do
don't
that.
deserve that
Hey, listen,
PhD.
I said it right
Well, this
away.
guy was a
That's-
corporate vice president, and
Well, I mean, him, he deserves to be fired. So I don't know about the other guy.
yeah.
But
that's wild.
my question for Scott was going to be if a business transfers people's consciousness to a physical server, as a service, right? For that immortality thing, right? That's
Right.
the contract for immortality. But then they run out of money, right? Because it's not it's not profitable. Is there a obligation to continue the server forever?
Oh yeah,
to
there was a
grant-
Black Mirror episode like that where you could get
Yeah.
a new kidney or a heart or whatever, and then you had an app on your phone, and when the time ran out, your heart would stop working. It was
If you missed a payment to keep your heart going,
yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
There's some really bad
there
ones.
was
What was the,
there was one
on
where there's
Black
a repo. Repo your organs.
This was like that, only it was it was a mechanical heart or something like that, right? And the mechanical heart would just stop working as soon as
organs as a
there's
service.
some really bad Black Mirror ones where the conscious uploaded.
That's the kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that when Lactoid bites his bullets, that's one of the bullets he likes to bite. Is that kind of stuff, throwing the baby off the boat, kind of stuff.
Well, here's a really bad one that Black Mirror brought up. What about uploading the conscience of a serial killer to the moment right before they get executed? Just execute it repeatedly. So,
Right. Yeah.
That one was real rough. Bro, how awful would it be to be oh yeah, I'm uploaded to this. Oh, guess what? Just you're uploaded to 5 minutes before you get executed every day, nonstop, for entertainment. That would be real shitty.
There's so much fucked up about that show.
Or maybe for every person that you've killed, right? If you're a mass murderer, well, you're gonna be here for a while. But
that was Star Trek 2.
Really? I don't remember this one.
DS9 episode, and where there was a planet where you had to live the experience of your victim getting murdered. And it was the chief, the Irish guy.
Chief O'Brien?
Chief O'Brien was found guilty of murder falsely, but he had to live through that.
I remember that.
Yeah, he lived a whole life in prison or whatever. It was just
Yeah, that was wild. Like the trauma they laid on this dude.
Yeah, it was like 80 years of trauma, and then he had to go home to Keiko, and like she had to help him deal with it or whatever. And it was one of those things where for multiple episodes afterwards, like he was still kind of fucked up, and they would like kind of show it.
Only
And
for
it's
multiple
like,
episodes rather than like forever for what they did to this dude.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember that. Yeah, the
Yeah,
prison world, like when he was like stuck in, it was like only like 5 minutes or so, like, but he was in there for like 80 years trying to escape, and then also he realizes he couldn't. Oh my god, easiness.
Yeah. Deep Space Nine was the best Trek. Like
DS9 was the best. There's no question about it.
Come on.
It's so
I mean,
good.
DS9 is out, like it's definitely out there for me. But I'm biased towards next gen just because I mostly grew up with it. But I also like grew up with Voyager. I have a really
Voyager was the worst Trek. Even though I liked it, I enjoyed it, but it was the worst Trek. In my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
Like at the bottom, like the original.
At the bottom.
Wow.
But I enjoy every Trek. I like every Trek, so
Okay.
that's not all that bad of a thing to say. It's just that there were so many really bad episodes that don't get me wrong, the Tuvix one is like one of the best episodes of Trek ever, so there's exceptions. But
I gotta rewatch it. It's been a long time since I saw it, so like I gotta like judge it with like more modern eyes, more of developed brain, and see what I think about
the
it.
early seasons for me for DS9 are just like really hard to like get through.
I agree. Until it starts to get really good once what's his name, the Klingon arrives.
Worf?
Once Worf arrives, it becomes like peak Trek at that point.
It definitely finds its stride.
But every show takes a couple of years to get going.
I'll leave it here. In terms of audience, in fact, it was like 2 people typing only in my chat. It's okay. Anyway, guys, I'm going to raid maybe Gibbs if he's streaming. I don't know.
I am streaming, but I'm actually getting off the night for once.
No, Gibbs.
I gotta do something early in the morning tomorrow.
Gibbs.
I'm going to night owl, you liar.
I am. I'm actually gonna be up all night.
I'm gonna hand you these people, and then you can do whatever you want with them. Right?
Okay.
This is just for being so kind and always like coming through, and you're really good in this community, Gibbs, and I really do appreciate you. I want you to know that.
Rhyme's also an evictionist. He's handing.
I'm also an evictionist. Yeah.
Even though he didn't come to Dallas, but whatever.
Hey, that's not my fault. That's not my fault.
The Dallas.
We had a Dallas meetup. Ty was there.
I see all the pictures on Instagram.
Yeah.
Posts. Yeah.
I was very like